Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Hard Rock Deceit, a Rockstar Romance, by Athena Wright, narrated by Stephanie Wiles. Chapter 1. The room was near silent, soft whispers and hushed murmurs falling from each onlooker's lips. Compliments and accolades? Or critiques and snide comments? I could have wandered closer to hear the quiet conversations as the art gallery patrons perused my work. Staying back, I concealed myself behind a pillar, wringing my clammy hands. I hoped to make it through without drawing attention to myself. My advisor and mentor told me to schmooze and mingle and network, using buzzwords that made me grimace. According to him, people only came to art gallery showings for unknown students on opening night to meet the artists themselves, so they could say, "I met her when," and impress their friends. So they could ask about the artist's inspirations and feelings and the meaning behind the work. I only had to make it another 30 minutes. The art showing would end, the gallery would close, and I could make my escape. My advisor turned his head and caught my eye. I cringed, butterflies wreaking havoc in my stomach. He motioned me to come forward. I shook my head no, trying to resist the urge to run away. He lifted his eyes heavenward, as if praying for patience, before returning to his conversation. I'd have to find a better hiding spot. I'd escape for now, but Professor Ashford wouldn't give up. I avoided him as he did the rounds, shaking hands, pressing kisses to cheeks, and chatting with friends old and new. Ashford was well connected in the art community. I was lucky to have him as an advisor and mentor. If only he weren't so insistent on putting my face out there. He wanted me to pontificate about my work, to hold an audience, to let each patron inside my head, spilling all my inner thoughts and feelings about my art. No, I much, much preferred being behind the camera, not in front of it. The place emptied, the stragglers heading to the door.
"Hiding again?"
Ashford shook his head ruefully as he meandered to the far side of the gallery, where I'd taken up residence. "Not hiding," I replied. "Just not bringing attention to myself."
"That's the point of these showings."
"I thought the art was the point."
"The artist and their art cannot be separated," he said. "Someday you're going to need to talk about your work in public. People want to hear from the artist."
"Is it over now?" I asked. "Can we go?" Ashford jerked his chin to the side, gesturing.
"There's one person still here."
I followed Ashford's gaze. A man with ice blue eyes and longish platinum hair stood off to the side. His hair was as light as mine was dark. He had an almost aristocratic air about him as he contemplated the black and white photograph on the wall. This man was beautiful. "He seems familiar," I murmured.
"Perhaps you saw him at another gallery showing,"
Ashford said lightly.
"He may be interested in buying. Do me a favor and speak to at least one person tonight, Cassie."
Sweat dampened the back of my neck. Speak with him? Speak with a person whose face was so perfectly sculpted it belonged on a runway? What would I even say?
"Ask him if he likes it,"
Ashford said, as if sensing my inner turmoil. He nudged me with his elbow.
"Don't you want to network?"
I wanted to be back in my dark room. I wanted to be behind a camera. The last thing I wanted was to talk to a stranger about my art. But this man, so beautiful it made my heart ache, was staring at my photograph, intense and fixated. I wanted to photograph him. I wanted to capture this moment. I approached the man on light feet, almost tiptoeing. My veins thrummed with nervous energy. I rubbed at the seam of my shirt. "Do you like it?" I asked tentatively as I came up beside him. He nodded once, not turning to look at me. Staring at the photograph on the wall, his eyes were unfocused, as if looking through it, not at it. He wore black skinny jeans and a white shirt. Put a stereotypical French beret on him, and he would have looked like a caricature of the stereotypical artiste. I was at a loss, not knowing what else to say. I didn't want to tell him it was mine. It always felt odd asking a stranger what they felt about my art when I was right there in front of them. How could I trust I'd get an honest opinion? Even if they didn't like it, most people would lie to spare my feelings. And then the conversation usually turned toward questions about my inspirations and my thought process and the meaning behind my work. I never understood why everyone always cared so much about those things. The art should speak for itself. The silence between me and the strange man turned awkward. "Why do you like it?" I asked.
It's rousing.
Rousing? The black and white cityscape at night certainly wasn't dull, but rousing? Why do you think that? I had to know.
Do you want me to give a full art critique?
He asked.
I'd be more than happy to.
I almost said yes. I wanted to know what this man thought of my art. Something held me back. I had a feeling if I said yes, this man would tell me far more than I cared to know. About my art. About myself.
Do you like it?
He asked. Of course. I wouldn't have submitted it to my advisor if I didn't like it.
Why do you like it?
He parroted my words. Why did I like it? I didn't know how to articulate it in words. I didn't like that photo any more or any less than the other dozen pieces I'd submitted. My advisor chose which to display in the exhibit. Yes, there had been something about it that made me choose it from among hundreds of others, but the words to explain why just wouldn't come. Turning my focus to the photograph on the wall, I tried to look at it with new eyes. The contrast between dark corners of shadowy alleys and fuzzy, bright streetlights, the soft streaks of nighttime fog, interrupted by clean, jutting lines of skyscrapers. I struggled to put my thoughts into words, although why I even wanted to tell this man anything was beyond me. I don't think it's rousing, really.
No?
His eyes were still slightly glazed as he looked at the photo. I hesitated before speaking. There's a stirring feeling to the image, yes. The electricity of a bustling city at night. But it's not hurried or rushed. The buildings look like they're being embraced by the fog. The streetlights are chasing away the dark corners.
Maybe I'm wrong,
he conceded.
Rousing might not be the best word.
What else would you call it? He pinned me down with a stare.
Passionate.
I stared back wordlessly. That was a concept no one ever applied to my art, or myself. I'd been told the opposite. My art was stark, bleak, often harsh and cutting. How did this man see something so different from everyone else? Blue eyes gazed into mine. All fuzziness was gone, replaced by something sharp and knowing. I couldn't look away.
The photo is full of passion, full of desire.
He gestured to the rest of my photos hanging on the gallery wall.
All these photos are like that.
Those words made my head spin. Passion, desire. Those were things I'd never experienced. I'd started to think I never would. Ice-colored eyes stared at me, a considering look.
It makes me wonder what the artist was feeling when they took them,
he continued. What had I been feeling? Under this man's gaze, I couldn't recall. Maybe they didn't feel anything, I said. Or maybe they just couldn't express what they felt out loud, a small voice inside me said.
All artists feel something when they create,
he said.
That's why we do it.
We? I asked. Are you an artist?
Of sorts.
He turned back to the photo.
I think the passion was unintentional.
Of course it was unintentional. It was all cityscapes and street photography, not boudoir scenes. No one could say my photos were passionate. But this man did.
"I might buy this one,"
he said.
"I'll speak to the gallery owner."
The idea of my photos hanging on some stranger's wall always made me feel uncomfortable, exposed. Even art showings were enough to cause unease. Still, if I wanted to make a living as a photographer, it was part of the job. But the thought of my photo hanging on this unnerving man's wall wasn't discomforting. Instead, it stirred up something within me, something that made my heart hammer in my chest. The man left to speak to both the gallery owner and Ashford. My advisor eyed me. He'd been observing my conversation from afar. I hoped he hadn't heard what we'd spoken of. Soon, the blue-eyed stranger made his way back.
"I'd like to make you an offer,"
he said.
"Work for me."
I blinked at him, taken aback.
"As an event photographer,"
he continued.
"It will be a short-term contract. Only a few months."
This was completely out of the blue. But a job was a job. What would I be doing? I asked.
"I can't divulge that until you sign a non-disclosure agreement."
He nodded to the exit.
"Come with me and we can talk about it."
I shot Ashford a panicked look. He smiled and waved me off. I had to assume my advisor wouldn't steer me wrong. Maybe he did know this stranger after all. Following him outside, I found a shiny black limo waiting at the front door. A chauffeur in a suit jumped out of the driver's seat. He opened the back door for me with a slight tilt of his upper body, almost a bow. I stumbled on my words as I thanked him, wondering if I should tip. Was that the kind of treatment I could expect if I took this job? Who exactly would I be working for? With a moment of hesitation, I slipped inside and glanced around to get my bearings. The limo had cream-colored leather seats, facing both the front and the back, with tinted windows. A partition separated the driver from the interior. The stranger from the gallery slid in, taking a seat across from me. "Is this a 50 Shades thing?" I blurted out. "Where the billionaire kidnaps the young ingenue and takes her to his secret BDSM dungeon?" He looked surprised for a moment before laughing and shaking his head, long blonde strands falling over his cheeks.
"No,"
he chuckled.
"Nothing like that. This is a real job offer."
He pulled out a folder from between the seats and opened it, revealing a stack of papers.
"If you sign this, I'll tell you everything."
"What is it?"
"The NDA, non-disclosure agreement."
He handed me the papers and a pen. I took them from him carefully and flipped through the pages. The man waited patiently as I went over every line and paragraph. It seemed standard. I wasn't allowed to talk about my job or the people I worked with, or else they would sue the pants off me. "You sure you're not a billionaire?" I asked one more time.
"Not quite."
Not quite. How close to being a billionaire was not quite? I didn't know what I was getting into, and this NDA didn't put me at ease. The man sitting across from me stared intently, as if willing his eyes to peer into my soul. "Why?" I asked. "Why me?"
"I've been following you for a while."
My heart thumped hard beneath my ribcage, the words turning vague nerves into fear. Did I have a stalker?
"Your work,"
he clarified.
"I've been following your work for a while. There's a certain aspect in your photos I don't often see."
Passion, desire, was that what he meant? He sensed my hesitation. When he spoke again, a shivery sensation took hold of me, sending my fingers and toes tingling.
"There's something in your art that calls to me,"
he said.
"I don't know how or why, but you're able to express something in your work that not many people can. It's not always obvious, and it's not always overt, but it's there. I could use someone like you.
He leaned forward in his seat.
And I think you could use someone like me.
Like you? I asked. That was sort of arrogant, wasn't it? Why would I need someone like you? He quirked a small smile.
I have experience with this. Recognizing potential, honing it, polishing it. If we work together, I think we can take your art and transform it into something brilliant. If you're interested.
His gaze swept me up and down, a probing stare. My heartbeat quickened. The feeling in my chest was so unfamiliar, I almost mistook it for nerves. But I wasn't nervous. Nervous, I could understand. I could handle that. But my racing pulse, the way all air seemed to leave my lungs? I'd known this man was beautiful, yes, but it had been an objective statement, an observation. Now I was looking at him through new eyes, like I had with a photograph. He thought my work was passionate. He thought I had the potential for brilliance. How did he see something no one else did? My heart squeezed tight, a fluttery feeling welling in my stomach. He flicked his eyes back to the folder of papers. I placed a hand on my belly, telling it to calm down. This was just anxiety. I was anxious about the job offer. That was all. Fighting to gather my wits, I took deep breaths, calming myself. I pushed my ruffled hair back from my face, the ends just brushing my shoulders. I told myself this was the usual jitters I felt when discussing my art with potential buyers, or when receiving an art critique. But that was a lie. The trembling of my fingers, my racing pulse, the lightheadedness, none of it was simple nerves. This feeling was foreign. It was terrifying. It was thrilling. I felt vaguely sick from the emotional whiplash. Signing this thing meant I would work with him. I would work with a man who sent my heart pounding, who sent my stomach tumbling over on itself. I would work with the man who looked at my photographs and saw something no one else had before. I didn't like feeling so out of sorts, especially around a stranger as intense as him. My world felt off balance. But something inside me said I wouldn't regret this. Yes, I said. I'm interested. I'd like your help. Before I could question my actions, I scrawled my signature on the bottom of the page and handed it over.
You'll be traveling across the country to work as an event photographer for a few months,
he said without preamble. What event? He tapped his finger against the folder in a staccato rhythm. The look on his face was one of anticipation, eyes glinting.
Have you ever heard of Darkest Days?
Everything clicked. Platinum blonde hair, ice blue eyes, tall and straight-backed, with an almost regal expression. Without all the leather, black mesh, torn ripped jeans and eyeliner, it wasn't immediately obvious. But I could see it now. My heart went into overdrive. This man was August Summers, drummer, composer, producer, and reputed musical genius. The founding member of hit rock group Darkest Days. This was a man who filled stadiums full of screaming fans, who turned every album he touched into gold. I took a shallow breath, trying to suppress the rapid rise and fall of my chest. I couldn't make myself speak, afraid my voice would give away my mental state. August examined me closely, his eyes narrowed, searching. I don't know what he saw, but he seemed satisfied.
Darkest Days has a new album out,
he continued.
We're going on tour to promote it. Your job will be to follow the band around for a few months, taking photos.
My black-rimmed glasses slid down my nose. Going on tour, with a rock band, that wasn't something normal people did. Only people with connections, or people already established in the entertainment industry, got those jobs. It was unfathomable someone like me would get an offer like this.
If you agree, you'll need to pack a suitcase tonight,
he said.
We're leaving tomorrow.
Pack a suitcase. Leaving tomorrow. Not to mention, I'd just signed an NDA. August watched me silently. I pushed my hair back, tucking it behind my ears. My mom always told me to get my hair out of my face. This man saw passion in my art. He wanted to teach me. Okay. Yes. The words hung heavy in the air. I'll do it. The world went fuzzy for a moment. What had I just done? He nodded once, pleased.
A car will pick you up at your place tomorrow morning.
He opened the limo door, gesturing for me to step out first, then followed. I tried not to trip over myself. Ashford watched us through the gallery windows. August stuck his hand out, offering me a handshake.
I'm sure it will be a pleasure to work with you, Cassie. You're a very talented woman.
I gingerly placed my hand in his. Sparks shot through my body the moment our skin touched. His hand was warm and large, enveloping mine like a sensual embrace. I stared at our joined hands for a moment too long. I tried to pull back with a start, not wanting to embarrass myself. He held on for a brief second, not letting go. My heart jumped as I met his eyes. Maybe I should have felt excited at that touch. Maybe any other girl would have. And I did feel excited, a bit. But another part of me felt overwhelmed, disoriented. I was out of my depths with this. He let go. I pulled back my still tingling hand and hid it behind my back.
You should think about it,
August said as he slipped back into the limo. I fought to make my voice work. Think about what? August gave me one last look, his blue eyes sharp.
What you were feeling when you took that photograph.
Chapter 2. The parking lot was filled with people rushing about, clipboards, boxes, or equipment in their hands. 3 enormous buses, which I had to assume were tour buses for the band and crew, towered over me. I gripped the handle of my rolling purple suitcase tight. Nerves turned my palms clammy. I didn't know where to go, or who to even ask. All the busy people had harried expressions on their faces. I couldn't make myself interrupt them. I'd been picked up by another limo that morning and unceremoniously dropped off without further instruction. I was being thrown into the deep end.
So, did you?
I recognized that voice. August, still as achingly handsome as the night before at the art gallery, stood behind me. Did I what? I asked. His lips tilted up into the slightest of smiles.
Think about it.
Oh, the photo. My feelings when I took it. I can't remember, I said.
If you do remember, I'd like to know.
Such an odd thing to say. Such an odd thing to care about. Did it matter how I'd felt? A bead of sweat rolled down my back. I hadn't stopped thinking about him all night. August Summers. Thinking about what he'd said. Thinking about the curve of his lips as he'd said it. He'd called my photo passionate. Whenever I'd recalled his low, husky tones, shivers went through my spine. This was unlike me. I'd never reacted this way before. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say, nothing had ever caused me to feel this way before. The whole situation was entirely unfamiliar to me. Not just because I would be working with a rock star. It was because I would be working with a man who caused butterflies to nearly spew out of my stomach. Was this how I was going to react around him the entire time? I didn't know if I would survive.
It's good to see you here this morning, Cassie.
The sound of my name falling from such perfect lips had those butterflies acting up again.
I'm glad you showed up,
August continued.
I wasn't sure you would.
Afraid I'd back out?
Some would. Being on tour isn't the easiest or most glamorous of jobs.
touring with a rock band sounds pretty glamorous to me.
Tell me that again in a few weeks.
That was anything but reassuring. Had I made a terrible mistake?
As the band's official photographer, you'll always be on the clock, and we're on the road constantly as we tour,
he continued.
Is that okay with you?
Isn't it a little too late to ask?
It's never too late for you to say no. But I have a feeling you'll say yes.
He had an assertive way of speaking. Not arrogant exactly. More like self-assured, as if he was used to people giving him what he wanted without needing to ask. I had a feeling I'd be saying yes to a lot of things when it came to this man. I'm okay with traveling. I've already graduated from college. I'm trying to make a go of it as a photographer. Aside from selling a few pieces here and there, I haven't had much work in the industry. If I want to make a living as an artist, this is a good first step.
Being hired as a paid photographer lends you credibility,
he agreed.
Much more credible than unpaid internships that offer experience instead of money. And much more lucrative than selling to stock photo websites for pennies.
August seemed to really get it. It was hard for artists to make ends meet without getting day jobs. Although he was rich and famous now, he must have had his own hardships. Whenever I imagined working as a photographer, I dreamed up scenarios of being flown to foreign countries to take photos for prestigious magazines, I said.
It's not National Geographic,
he replied.
But I hope this will be just as interesting.
That pause, the way his eyes glinted when he said the word interesting, made me wonder what I was getting myself into. Was it difficult for you at first? I asked. Having to travel all the time, I mean. August tilted his head, as if surprised I'd asked.
Yes and no. It's always exciting at first. New cities, new experiences, but you start to miss your own bed after a while.
I was going to be away from home for a few months. Everything had happened so fast. Less than 24 hours ago, I'd been firmly set on my post-graduation life, looking into part-time jobs and trying to arrange photography gigs. I'd never been away from home for longer than a week or two on vacation. Now I was going to be traveling across the country for months at a time. A small pang of pre-homesickness hit me.
It'll be okay,
August said.
You'll be so busy with work, you won't have time to feel homesick.
You don't need to worry about me. He smiled faintly.
It's my job to worry.
August placed a reassuring hand on my arm, giving it a gentle squeeze. That small gesture of comfort warmed my heart, just as the touch of his skin made my belly tighten.
This place can get a little crazy on day one of the tour,
he told me.
I'll show you where you'll be working.
He led me to one of the buses. Stepping inside, my breath was taken away. The whole thing looked like a condo inside. Living room with leather sofas, a kitchen with a sink and fridge, and a real office with a desk and swivel chair at the back. It looked way too posh to be for the roadies or crew. This is the band's tour bus, isn't it? My nerves began to act up again. I'm on the same bus as the band?
You are. Your job will be to take candid photos of the entire tour, not just of the concerts.
August walked me through the living room and nodded to the back.
That's the sleeping area,
August said.
We've got a handful of bunk beds and a small private bedroom in the back. It gets a little cramped with all 5 of us, but we make do.
All 5. I'd been so distracted by August, by the effect he had on me, that I'd almost forgotten about the rest of the band. I was working with Darkest Days, hit rock band, winners of multiple industry awards, reputed to have changed the face of modern rock music itself. Each of them was distinctly talented in his own right, near geniuses when it came to music. They were also just a bunch of 20-something guys. I envisioned piles of used, smelly socks and a dirty, messy bathroom. I have to sleep on a bus with a bunch of boys? August looked amused as my nose scrunched up in distaste.
No. Most of the time the band stays in hotels. I want the guys to be in top shape when we perform. Sleeping on a tour bus night after night is hard on the body.
I took it all in. Expensive accommodations, traveling with celebrities, an ungodly sum of money for a few months' work. I turned to August. What's the catch? He raised an eyebrow.
Catch?
This is too good to be true. There must be something terrible I'm missing. Have you run off every other photographer in the industry? Am I the only one stupid enough to say yes? Are the rest of the guys assholes? The hesitation in his expression was worrying. A commotion from outside the tour bus interrupted August before he could answer.
Assholes,
a voice said from outside the bus.
Only some of us,
said a second, oddly similar voice. Two heads peeked into the bus, brown hair sticking up in soft tufts. These were the twin guitarists, Ian and Damon Drake. I looked between them. Their faces were uncannily identical. One of them wore a black band shirt with the words "Dangerous Noise" on it. The other wore a graphic tee with the words "Rock Stars Have More Fun" in a bold font across the chest.
You bringing a girl on tour?
Graphic tee asked with a raised eyebrow.
You said no girls allowed,
band t-shirt accused.
If you're bringing her, I'm bringing Hope. No way, the first replied. He tugged his brother into a headlock. I've finally rescued you from her clutches. We're going to have a proper tour with raging bus parties and hordes of hot groupies. That means no girlfriends. I'm not going to bang other girls while my girlfriend sits at home waiting for me.
The other squirmed out of his brother's grip.
I'm not a cheating dick. I'll have to have enough fun for the two of us then.
His twin looked smug.
This is Cassie Blake, our tour photographer. We'll be sharing our tour bus with her. Cassie, this is Ian.
August gestured to band t-shirt.
And this is Damon.
He nodded to graphic tee. I know, I said. I know you're the twins. A slow grin crossed Damon's face.
You know us already, huh? You a fan?
He sidled up next to me and tweaked at a strand of my hair.
If you are, you won't be by the end of this tour.
Ian laughed and slapped his brother's hand away.
Close proximity tends to ruin the hero worship.
Who said anything about hero worship? I said. You guys are just in the media everywhere.
And what exactly do trash mags say about us anyway?
Damon asked, green eyes sparkling. Notorious partiers, cocky playboys, think you're God's gift to women. Ian looked chagrined, but his twin laughed.
Can't deny the truth,
Damon said. He gave me a lecherous grin.
I can show you personally if you'd like.
I blanched, taking a step back. No thanks, I said hastily.
Ouch, shot down.
Damon faked a blow to his chest.
No flirting with the photographer,
August said.
Why? You calling dibs?
Damon asked with an arched eyebrow. August ignored his question.
Where are the others?
He asked instead, no doubt referring to their lead singer and bassist.
They dropped off their stuff earlier,
Ian said.
They're already at the concert hall. We're heading over there now. We'll be right behind you,
August said. The twins piled their bags on a handful of other suitcases, tossed haphazardly in a corner. Before they left, Damon threw me one last parting wink. August picked up my suitcase and tucked it away carefully.
We've got a concert here tonight. Then we're onto the bus for a couple hours' drive,
he told me.
We'll stay in a hotel and play again the next night. I'll email you the schedule. It can get confusing.
You waited until the last possible minute to hire me, didn't you? What if I'd said no? I couldn't place his expression, that slight tilt of his lips combined with a piercing stare.
If you'd said no, I wouldn't have asked anyone else,
he said.
You're the only one I wanted.
I blinked behind my glasses, taken back. Why? I asked. He examined me closely, a slow, thorough sweep of his eyes. The heat in that look sent my heart pounding. His eyes pinned me down. I couldn't breathe.
Like I told you before, there's something about the way you take photos. Something unique. Something rare.
I remembered his words from the gallery. You mean passion?
Yes. I want to see that reflected in the photos you take on our tour.
I didn't even know how I'd done it in the first place. I didn't have much experience with passion. August said he thought the desire was unintentional. Of course it had been. I took pictures of buildings, graffiti, street photography. I know you say you see something in my photographs. I have no idea how I did it. I don't know how to replicate that.
You're overthinking it. There's something inside you, inside every artist, that longs to find meaning in the world, that wants to express their thoughts and emotions. Just tap into that part of yourself.
Which part? I asked, frustrated.
The part that feels passion, desire.
I don't know if I've ever felt those things, I said quietly.
Everyone desires something.
Not me. I shrugged helplessly and cast my eyes down. I think maybe that part of me is broken. I didn't know why I was telling him this. I'd never told a single person anything of the sort. Maybe I just needed to warn him that I had no idea how to do what he wanted.
Broken?
That husky voice was barely a whisper. He took my hand, turning my palm face up. He pressed the pad of his middle finger against mine. Slowly, he ran that finger down, along my palm and toward my wrist. My whole body shivered at the slow drag of skin against skin. I inhaled sharply. He kept his finger on my inner wrist. My pulse point pounded wildly against his fingertips. The sound of boisterous laughing outside the bus startled me. August let go of my hand.
I knew I didn't choose the wrong person,
he said. My head swam. Every nerve ending in my body tingled in the aftermath of that touch. August wanted me to use my passion. Until I'd met him, I'd never felt anything close to what I'd just felt. My hands trembled. I wasn't sure if it was from excitement or fear. Chapter 3. Although I liked their music, I'd never seen Darkest Days perform live. I preferred listening to music by myself, without the press of a sweaty, screaming audience. August told me to follow him backstage, where I could watch the concert away from rabid fans. He handed me a lanyard with a VIP pass hanging from the clip. I put it around my neck along with my DSLR camera. My hands shook as I took it from him. The moment we entered the concert hall, August's tone turned brisk, his stride lengthening. It was as if a switch had been flipped. He acted like nothing had happened between us.
You're going to want to take photos from every angle, and that includes the pit. But we don't expect you to officially start work until tomorrow. Tonight, you should experience the concert through the eyes of a fan, not through a camera lens. Hopefully, it will spark some ideas.
The backstage area was even busier than the tour bus parking lot had been. I stuck next to August, following close behind him, like a duckling following its mother. Even with my VIP pass, I was afraid I'd get lost or kicked out by the hulking bodyguards placed at every entrance. I certainly didn't look like I belonged backstage at a rock concert, with my leggings and oversized shirt. Aside from the event staff in their all-black outfits, the rest could have been rock stars themselves. Leather, mesh, and wildly colored hair were the predominant styles. Is everyone back here in a band? I asked August.
We've got an opening act.
August pointed to a corner where a group of guys with guitars in their hands stood waiting.
But some of them are fans with VIP passes, or friends and family.
I took a quick glance around, but no one else seemed to be dressed as casually as me. I tugged at the sleeve of my shirt, rubbing at the seam. August gave me an inquisitive look.
Are you feeling out of place?
Just a bit, I admitted. Concerts aren't really my thing.
And what is your thing?
He asked curiously. Sneaking into abandoned buildings to take photos? Roaming the city streets for interesting scenes to shoot? Sitting in front of my computer for hours editing and cleaning up the images? Not this. I gestured with my arm, indicating the frenetic energy permeating the concert hall.
Sneaking into buildings? I didn't take you for a law-breaking delinquent.
Sometimes you have to bend the rules for the sake of art.
It's always the quiet ones.
I don't suppose you've ever broken the rules for your art? I pushed my glasses back up my nose. August didn't seem the type. An odd look crossed his face, almost alarmed. It passed quickly.
Does bribing and threatening music execs to get my own way count?
He asked. I examined him closely. No sign of that previous expression. I didn't think August Summers would have to stoop to bribery, was all I said. I heard the music execs bend over backwards for you.
Most do.
And the ones that don't?
They learn to fall in line soon enough.
Have you ever been told no by anyone? It was worrying that he had to pause thoughtfully for a moment, as if searching his memory for any such instance.
I asked Damon and Ian to stop switching places,
he said eventually.
They were always pretending to be each other. They'd agree, and then immediately go back to doing it anyway.
He shook his head with a long-suffering, yet indulgent expression, the way a parent looked when their beloved child was acting naughty. A booming voice sounded from the speakers, announcing the first act. The crowd roared in approval. A group rushed onto the stage in a flurry of guitars, leather pants, and eyeliner. I really don't fit in at all, I observed, looking down at my sneakers and leggings.
How about I introduce you to some people?
August suggested.
Not everyone here is a rock star.
He led me to a roped-off section close to the pit. A girl with slightly messy brown hair stood next to the curtains. She wore a knee-length, green cotton dress with tights. She wouldn't have looked out of place in any of my photography classes. As we approached the girl, her eyes flicked between me and August. Her face lit up. "Hello," she said with a cheery smile. "Are you a friend of August's?" With the way she stressed the word friend, it was clear she was hoping for a different answer. My face flushed hot, thinking about that moment on the bus.
This is Cassie, our tour photographer,
August introduced.
Cassie, this is Hope, Ian's girlfriend.
Hope was the person he wanted to bring on tour, the one his twin was more than overjoyed to leave behind.
Do you mind if I leave Cassie with you while I go wrangle the guys?
August asked.
She's new to this.
Of course. I'll take care of her. Hope linked arms with me and gave me a squeeze. I was taken aback at her friendliness. It wasn't unwelcome, just surprising. I didn't know many people this touchy-feely. "Poor August," she said. "It's always up to him to get the guys into line. It's like herding cats." Hope turned to me. Her earnest brown eyes shone as the spotlights from the stage hit them. "Have you ever been to a Darkest Days concert before?" "I've never been to a rock concert before." I braced myself for her reaction, wondering whether it would be disbelief or judgment. She only nodded her head. "You're going to have fun. I've seen them play live too many times to count." "Do you go to all of Ian's concerts?" "All the ones I can. And of course I went to a bunch before we started dating too." She gave me an embarrassed smile. "I was sort of a big fan before we met." A rock star fell in love with one of his fans. That was every teenage girl's dream come true. I wanted to hear more about their story, but the music started up, blasting our eardrums. I winced, covering my ears with my palms. "Sorry," Hope shouted over the music. "Should have warned you." We turned to the stage to watch the concert. I couldn't remember the name of the band that had been announced, and I didn't recognize anyone on the stage. I was intrigued that the singer was a girl, decked all out in a rocker chick leather kilt and combat boots. I should have enjoyed the concert the way Hope seemed to be doing, taking in the music and soaking in the energy of the crowd with a happy grin. Instead, I couldn't help but think in terms of my work, identifying the best angles, contemplating how I'd frame particular shots. I took out my camera and snapped a few pictures here and there. I didn't have much experience with event photography. It made no sense why August had hired me. Was it really just because he'd seen something in my photos? Something full of passion? My face flushed, and not because of the heat of the concert hall. Every time I recalled that word falling from that man's lips, my body reacted in unfamiliar ways. I was glad for the darkness of the concert hall, so no one could see my bright red face. As the opening band left the stage, Hope squealed and ran off in a flurry. Ian had appeared, carrying his guitar in hand. He caught his girlfriend with one free arm as she threw herself at him. She shouted something in his ear. He squeezed her in return. Hope ran her hands through his hair as he pulled her in for a kiss. I averted my eyes at the public display of affection. I caught sight of August. Black leather pants looked molded to his thighs, and a sleeveless mesh shirt showed off his toned arms and torso. I couldn't stop my eyes from drinking in every exquisitely defined muscle. August headed toward the stage, twirling drumsticks between his fingers in complicated patterns. The rest of the band members followed behind him. I recognized the lead singer and bassist. With fiery red hair, the bassist was laughing at something one of the twins was telling him, clapping him on the back. The lead singer wore a look of intense concentration, his dark eyes glinting in the spotlights. The announcer shouted an introduction, telling the fans that it was time for Darkest Days to appear on stage. The entire concert hall shook with the energy of cheers and chanting and the stomping of feet. The twins and bassist rushed on stage, thrusting their guitars in the air and calling out to the crowd. The lead singer and August took their time to reach their respective places at the front and back of the stage. Hope returned to my side, her cheeks flushed and mouth red. "Sorry I abandoned you," she said. "I just see Ian in the eyeliner and—" She made a sound in the back of her throat, like a wild animal about to leap onto its prey. "I get it," I said. "It's that rock star appeal." As I was learning all too well. The sound of two guitars shredding emitted from the speakers, soon followed by heavy drum beats. Hope's attention turned to the stage as the concert began. I followed her lead, watching the band perform their first song. It was one of their more well-known ones. I'd heard it on the radio often enough, I'd almost become sick of it. Listening to it played live was a different experience. The lead singer's sensual voice seduced the audience with his heartfelt words. The sound of the bass guitar thrummed in my chest, pulse quickening along with the beat. The twins wailed on their guitars, playing wildly, fingers flying over the strings. But it was August who really captured my attention. His arms were a blur as they pounded away. His hair whipped every which way, sweat-dampened strands sticking to his cheeks and neck. His eyes were narrowed, hot and fierce. Despite the ice-blue color, there was no chillness in his expression. August's gaze burned with an inner fire that made my whole body heat up. I fought to drag my attention away from him. I was supposed to be getting ideas for my work. But the shifting of his toned arm muscles under skin, the way his shirt clung to his chest and abs, the way beads of sweat trickled down the side of his flushed face, made it impossible to think about anything else. August was an artist himself. We didn't share the same medium, but art was art. He had a different perspective, more experience. Maybe I could learn from him. Ask him to be a mentor of sorts. My face burned as I contemplated what exactly August could teach me about art, about passion. August had seen something in my work, something no one else ever saw. What had I been feeling when I took that photo? Chapter 4. They're fantastic, aren't they? Hope shouted over the music. I could only nod. Halfway through the set, the members of Darkest Days put down their instruments. A black piano was rolled out. The lead singer sat down on the bench in front of it. The rest of the band members filed off stage. A beautiful melody replaced the thrashing and screeching of guitars. As soon as the other members of the band were hidden by the curtain, a throng of assistants gathered around them, shoving towels and bottles of water into their hands. The twins and bassist grinned at each other as their chests heaved with labored breaths. I looked around for August. He'd left the stage with the others, but he wasn't with them. When the piano song came to a soft close, the twins hurried back on the stage. "This is my favorite part," Hope said. "Ian and Damon do this cool dueling guitar solo thing. It's really fun to watch them play around on stage without the other guys there." Hope's cheery expression turned somber. "I'm really going to miss him," she said wistfully. "This is the first tour they've been on since we started dating. We haven't been apart for more than a few days up until now." She smiled weakly. "They say absence makes the heart grow fonder. Still, I can't help but worry." I wondered if she meant worried about groupies and the temptation they invited. "Ian seems like a really great guy," I reassured her. "He said he wanted to bring you on tour." "I wish I could, but I have work. At least he's got Damon to look out for him." The twins were still on stage when I caught sight of August again. He was talking with a roadie. The man handed over something to August, who took it and fisted it tight in his hand. Lines peppered August's brow. He nodded once. I wondered if something had gone wrong. Darkest Days' performance had seemed flawless to me. August made his way back, a frown on his face, and looking lost in thought. By the time he'd met up with the others, that twist of his lips and furrow of his brow had smoothed. The three of them went back on stage and the concert continued. This time, when I studied the band members, I made sure to look for any signs of worry or tension. The lead singer's expression didn't change much, always looking out at the audience as if something or someone had captured his full attention and he was singing only to them. From their carefree grins and frenzied playing, the bassist and the twins were having the time of their lives. Whatever had upset August tonight didn't seem to have affected them. "Did something happen?" I shouted at Hope over the music. "What do you mean?" she shouted back, not taking her eyes off the stage. August looked upset, or worried, or something. "I think some of the lighting was off. Don't worry about it. August's always been a little uptight. He hates it when things aren't perfect." I continued watching the concert. By the time it ended, I was at once both invigorated and exhausted from watching the frantic energy of the band on stage. I couldn't imagine how they must have felt. They finished their last encore song and left with the crowd still cheering and shouting. It seemed their fans couldn't get enough of Darkest Days, and I was beginning to understand why. There was something thrilling about seeing this band on stage. Their talent was undeniable, each member a master of his own instrument. But the way they performed, the way they pulled the audience in, was impressive in itself. Even I wasn't immune. The 2.5-hour concert had flown by. Hope rushed into Ian's arms again the moment he was off stage and out of sight of the audience. He pressed his face into her hair as she clung to him. August had said the band had to get on the bus as soon as the concert was over. Instead of feeling uncomfortable at the PDA, I only felt sad for them.
Did you enjoy the concert?
August appeared at my side. His shirt clung to his chest with sweat, well-defined abs peeking through the black mesh. My heartbeat quickened. I lifted my eyes to his face before I could be caught staring. From his heavy breathing and flushed face, I could tell he was still pumped up from the performance. "You guys put on a great show," I said. He nodded absently, taking the compliment without demurring. August's eyes slid to the stage. Those ice blue eyes were slightly glazed over, as if his mind was elsewhere, maybe still back on the stage. Even though the crew had begun packing up, the crowd still shouted for more. "Are you going back out there?" I asked.
No. Although we love to do extra encores, this concert's over. We've got to get on the road soon. I need to go gather the guys and get a change of clothes.
August lifted the hem of his shirt, peeling off the sweat-sticky material. My insides tumbled over on themselves. He cursed softly and winced, with his arms halfway above his head. "You okay?" I asked. The drummer paused, glancing my way, then turned his gaze to the floor.
"It's nothing. I'm fine."
"Did you pull a muscle or something?" I guessed. He met my eyes.
"Yeah."
"You should take it easy out there."
"I'll do whatever it takes to put on my best performance."
He struggled with the shirt, favoring one shoulder. I felt bad watching him. "Can I help?" I asked. He gave up and nodded. With him grimacing and grunting, we managed to lift the shirt over his head. August's bare chest gleamed with sweat. The exertion of playing had him taking rough breaths. The peaks and valley of his firm abs rippled under the skin. My mouth went dry. I averted my gaze quickly.
"Do me a favor," he asked. "Don't tell the others. I don't want them to worry."
I nodded dumbly. With a gentle hand on my arm, August squeezed his unspoken thanks. How could I possibly last months on a bus with this man, if this was the way I reacted near him? I'd never been that kind of person, never been so swept up in these kind of feelings before. I hadn't even known it was possible for me to feel this way. I didn't know how to handle it, aside from ignoring it. But with the warm, grateful look August flashed at me, I had a feeling I wasn't going to be able to ignore these feelings for long. Chapter 5. August sent me on the bus ahead of the rest. The other band members were saying goodbye to their friends and family. I didn't want to snoop, but I was curious. I peeked out the window to see Ian and Hope still clinging to each other. The lead singer, Noah Hart, had his arm around two women. One of the girls had a strong resemblance to the lead singer. The same dark hair and dark eyes, both tall with strong cheekbones. I reasoned it had to be his sister. The bassist came up behind the raven-haired girl and snatched her away, twirling her around with a grin as she shrieked. He placed her on her feet and planted a kiss on her lips. Noah threw a disgruntled look their way. I'd heard that the notorious playboy Cameron Thorne had finally settled down. It seemed the rumors about the bassist were true, and with his bandmate's sister, no less. Not wanting to intrude further on their personal lives, I sat back down in my chair. I went over a few of the shots I'd taken of the concert. I was chagrined to find most of them focused on August. The blur of his hair, as his whole body rocked to the music, the fluid way his arms beat at the drums, the look of utter concentration on his face, eyes blazing. I paused to examine a few of the photos more closely. Those lines between his brows had returned for the briefest of moments. That same frown as when he'd spoken to the roadie. I hadn't noticed while he was playing, but my camera had caught it. His face was lined with something almost like frustration or discomfort. His shoulders were tense. That might have been the moment he strained his shoulder muscle. and yet he'd continued playing without missing a beat. That was dedication. That was passion for his art. My eyes wandered out the window again, to where the band members were saying goodbye to their girlfriends. I reminded myself I wasn't there to pry. I was there to document, to capture darkest days in their element, to show the world their energy, their own passion. I still doubted whether or not I could do what August wanted, but if he believed in me, I was willing to give it a try. August climbed back on the bus first, not having anyone to say goodbye to. He nodded at the camera in my hands.
You get some good shots?
He asked. I think so. Is your shoulder okay?
I'm fine. It was a momentary spasm.
He sat next to me on the love seat. Even though we were separated by the gap in the sofa cushions, I became painfully aware of his body heat, of his still warm skin flushed from the concert. His scent filled the air, earthy, like fallen leaves in a forest, only slightly sweeter. I took in a shaky breath, my fingers clenched around my camera, squeezing unconsciously.
Can I see?
He asked, seemingly unaware of the effect he was having on me. I handed him the camera wordlessly. He clicked through the images, viewing them through the digital screen. He nodded and hummed to himself.
These are good,
he said. Relief blossomed in my chest. Without realizing it, I'd been worried what he would think about my work. Worried that he'd have second thoughts and decide he'd made a mistake in hiring me.
Not great,
he continued,
but good.
His eyes were less penetrating than usual, almost distant, fuzzy. Although he was speaking to me, it looked like his thoughts were miles away. Something was off about him today. I stared at him quizzically.
Would you rather I lie?
He asked, curious.
Would you prefer to continue taking average photos and never reach your true potential?
No, I said firmly. I don't want that. I want you to tell me the truth, even if it's not what I want to hear.
You'll always get the truth from me.
He handed the camera back.
Next time, take more photos of Noah. He's the front man, not me.
I swallowed down the embarrassment swirling in my chest. I was near the back and you were the closest, I lied. I didn't like the glint of amusement I saw in his eyes. Less distant now, more focused. What was wrong with the photos? I asked hurriedly.
There's nothing wrong with them. You're a skilled photographer. They just lacked that unique quality I'm looking for.
There it was again. August was looking for something I had no idea how to give. Maybe you chose the wrong person, I said.
I don't think I did.
He said the words with that same easy assurance he used when telling me he was sure I would say yes to the job. August took the camera from my hands and set it aside on the sofa.
I told you I've been following you.
You know how creepy that sounds?
It's a compliment.
Because you mean you've been following my work.
I think you misunderstand what I mean when I say I see something in your art, in your photographs.
Passion? I inhaled a sharp breath as August cupped my cheek with one warm, large palm. His eyes burned into mine, startling clear now.
Passion doesn't have to be sexual.
My face flushed. I never said it did, I stammered. Was August aware of all the thoughts and images that had been swirling in my head?
I'm going to tell you some things. I want you to listen.
I frowned, confused. Okay, I said hesitantly.
Your first boyfriend asked you out, not the other way around.
He said the words as if they were a matter of fact, not a question.
You only said yes because you had no reason to say no. You never felt anything for him.
My mouth gaped open, stunned and slightly freaked out.
You're afraid you'll never feel anything for anyone,
he continued.
Am I right?
I pulled away, scooting to the other side of the sofa. I shot him a look of disbelief. What are you, psychic now?
You never told anyone you felt that way. Even though you're afraid you'll never be able to make a real connection with people, you pretend everything is fine. You pretend that's the way you want it.
Drawing my knees to my chest, I snapped at him. Stop talking.
But something inside you craves intimacy. You want to experience true passion. And you use your art to channel all the feelings you can't express out loud.
I went silent.
I see passion inside you,
he said.
You just need to let it out.
August stared at me, blue eyes alight with an intense heat.
I can help you with that, if you want me to.
My pulse spiked, warmth spreading from my chest down my stomach to my core. This was desire. A desire I'd been trying to ignore since the first moment I'd laid eyes on this man. I couldn't ignore it anymore. My voice faltered. I steeled myself. I want you to teach me. Teach me how to find my passion. The sound of footsteps climbing up the bus startled me. August kept his eyes locked on mine as one of the twins climbed onto the bus, saving me from having to respond. My face burned hot, all my nerve endings tingling. I pressed my knees together, heat pooling at the apex of my thighs. Damon flopped onto the nearest sofa. He stretched his long legs out and draped his arms over the back, feigning a casual pose.
If I didn't know better, I'd think we were going off to war, the way those losers are acting,
he said.
You better go drag them in here, or we're never going to leave. Give them a few more minutes,
August replied.
It's hard for them. This is our first long tour since they got girlfriends. I don't know why they all went and did that. Don't they know how many girls are going to be crawling all over us on tour? Whatever,
Damon said lazily.
More for me. One day you're going to fall for a girl, and then you'll know how it feels,
the drummer said. I slid my eyes to August. He leaned back against the sofa, nonchalant, and looking amused at Damon's visible cringe. August pulled a paperback book off the side table and opened it, scanning the pages. No sign of what he'd just said. It was as if nothing had happened. And yet there I sat, disorientated, as if the earth had shifted and tilted beneath my feet. Chapter 6.
I already miss Hope.
Damon's brother Ian flopped on the sofa next to his twin, despondence on his face. Damon opened his mouth to speak.
I know.
Ian cut him off.
I just said goodbye to her 5 minutes ago. You don't need to remind me. I wasn't going to say anything.
Damon faked an innocent expression.
I just don't want to see you moping the entire tour. This is the fun part of our job. You should be pumped. I will be. I need time to adjust, that's all. You're not the only one going through it.
The bassist, Cameron, ran a hand through his bright red hair, revealing both dark blue eyes for a moment, before his hair fell down to cover half his face again.
I'm going to miss Lily,
he said.
I'm not used to missing anything from home. This sucks. You're attached at the hip,
Noah, the lead singer, said.
Maybe some time apart will make her come to her senses and dump your sorry ass. Never gonna happen,
Cameron declared with a cheeky grin.
Our love for each other is pure and true.
Noah snorted. He flicked his gaze to me.
So you're a photographer? I suppose I'll have to get used to you sticking your camera in my face all hours of the day.
Noah Hart's dark eyes were cautious, guarded. Nothing of the passion and fire I'd seen on stage. Cameron threw a sofa pillow at Noah's head, smacking him in the face. Noah glared at the bassist.
Don't be so cranky,
Cameron told him.
She's here to make us look good.
Cameron turned to me.
We're not used to sharing our tour bus with anyone. Hope we don't scare you off.
I'm sure you're not that bad. Cameron grinned.
I think you underestimate us. Have you done many concert tours before?
Ian asked. No, this is my first real job. I just graduated.
So what sort of photography do you usually do?
Street photography, I guess. Abandoned buildings, graffiti, stuff like that.
That's cool.
Ian's eyes lit up.
You should show us your stuff sometime.
A flutter of anxiety hit my gut. Sitting there while someone flipped through my photos always made my stomach churn. They always asked too many questions. What was the meaning behind my photo? What inspired me to shoot this scene or that? It always felt like a game of 20 questions. I never knew why it mattered so much. Why did everyone always want to know what I was thinking? I much preferred to be the anonymous artist.
The artist and their art cannot be separated,
Ashford always said. We hit a series of bumps in the road, causing my stomach to drop even further. It was the same feeling as going up and down on a roller coaster, only without the fun.
You feeling okay?
Cameron asked. Just a little nauseous. From both the idea of them asking about my work and from the ride itself.
Do you get carsick?
He asked. Sometimes, I admitted, glad to have another excuse. Do you guys?
No, thank God,
Cameron replied.
It would suck to be sick the entire time we were touring. Cassie, is it?
I nodded silently.
August told us a little about you.
I quickly glanced at the drummer, who'd been silent so far. He seemed content to let his bandmates do the talking. Dread filled my chest, wondering what he might have told them.
He said you were some kind of genius photographer. You've got a special talent or whatever.
Cameron smirked.
I suppose you'd have to be a prodigy to get the attention of someone like August Summers. You should be flattered.
Flattered was only one out of 1,000 emotions that swirled in my stomach when it came to August.
Cassie's a fan,
Damon drawled with a devilish look in his eyes.
Aren't you?
I like your music, I said. I've never been to one of your concerts before today.
We fucking rock on stage, right?
Cameron said, no humility whatsoever. You guys are pretty good.
Pretty good?
The bassist groaned.
You're killing me with faint praise.
I've never been to a rock show before. I have nothing to compare it to. Cameron sat up straight.
So we popped your concert cherry, huh?
I flushed. Cameron laughed.
Speaking of cherries, what do you think of our new opening band, Cherry Lips?
Ian asked.
They're good,
August said simply.
Talented. Which is August speak for beyond awesome,
Cameron explained to me. I thought back to what he'd said about my photos of tonight's concert. Maybe good wasn't as bad as he'd made it sound. I wondered what high standards I'd have to meet to be deemed great in August's eyes. We hit another bump, bigger this time. A small, sickly sound escaped my lips. I put my hand on my belly to quell the queasiness. Is the ride always this rough? I asked.
Why don't you go lie down for a bit?
August suggested.
You can take the bedroom at the back. No one really uses it.
Nodding, I stood up gingerly. This way, maybe I could put off more questions from them. At least for now. You said you mostly stay in hotels, right? I asked. I don't think I'd like to try sleeping on this bus.
If it was up to August, we'd stay in hotels every night.
Damon laughed.
The music execs all think he's high maintenance and demanding. Sleeping on a tour bus every night has a negative effect on your health,
August said plainly.
We need to stay in top shape to give our fans 100%. They understood once I explained it to them. Someday, someone's going to tell you no, and you won't be able to handle it,
Damon told him. He handed me a small wastebasket.
In case you start throwing up. Don't want puke all over the bus.
Flushing, I took it from him. It was thoughtful, in a snarky sort of way. Making my way to the back, I passed the bunk beds. The sheets were crisp and smooth. It seemed August had a lot of sway in the music industry. I wondered how he'd managed that. Maybe being a genius drummer, composer, and music producer all in one? afforded him more leeway than most. Opening a sliding door at the back, I found a small bedroom with a queen bed. Considering the rest of the luxurious bus, I'd half expected to find a king-sized mattress with black silk sheets, decadent and over the top. Instead, the bedspread was a simple light blue cotton. The bed was soft when I laid down on it. Staring at the ceiling, on my back, with nothing else to occupy my mind, my thoughts drifted back to August's words. He'd guessed so much about me. It was uncanny. I couldn't have been that transparent. I had no idea how he'd guessed half the things he told me. August even guessed what happened with my first boyfriend. Jake was a good guy. Always smiling, upbeat. He didn't mind I sometimes held back, confused or overwhelmed by his attentions. He dived into our relationship, holding nothing back, giving everything. He told me how much he liked me every day. I tried to feel the same. I wanted to feel the same. But those feelings never surfaced, no matter how hard I willed them to. I felt nothing. The first time we held hands, the first time we kissed, the first time we had sex, the first time he said he loved me, I felt nothing. I broke it off. It devastated him. He wanted to know why, to know what he had done. I didn't know what to tell him. The problem wasn't him. It was me. For a long time, I thought I'd just been too young, not mature enough. But it happened with the next guy, and the next. No matter how hard I tried to force it, I never felt a single thing. I stopped trying. Then I met August Summers. When he saw something in my art that no one else ever had, when words like passion and desire left his lips, when he pinned me down with those ice blue eyes, I felt everything. And it terrified me just as much as it thrilled me. Chapter 7. A light knock tapped against the bedroom door. Sitting up, I called out, "Come in." August's blonde head peeked through the door.
You feeling any better?
A little. The bus took another rough bump. I let out a small pained groan as my stomach dropped. Not really, I corrected. Coming into the room and closing the door, August handed me a small box.
This might make you feel better.
The label said it was an anti-nausea medication. Thanks. Do you have a bottle of water? Before I could finish asking, August offered me a bottle of water with his other hand. I popped a pill out of the foil packet and downed it with a sip of water.
I'm sorry,
he said. For what? It's not your fault I get carsick.
I mean for before, for what I said.
For when you metaphorically cracked open my skull and revealed my deepest, darkest secrets?
Feeling out of place and reserved isn't a dark secret. It's just another part of you.
He sat on the side of the bed, turning those unnerving eyes to mine.
Still, I'm sorry for freaking you out. I hate to see you doubt yourself. I want to help you.
Feeling all kinds of awkward and hesitant, I couldn't help but repeat his previous words. Help me express my passion?
If you let me.
That offer had so many different connotations. I prodded my finger into a small hole in the hem of my shirt, worrying at the thin material. In what way? I asked, almost afraid of the answer. The fierce look that flared up in August's eyes sent my heart racing. My cheeks flushed. You said, I stumbled over my words. You said passion doesn't have to be sexual.
Not always,
he agreed. I heard his unspoken words. A tingling sensation spiked through my body, into my chest, between my legs, to the tips of my fingers and toes. Feeling overwhelmed, I pulled my knees to my chest, my upper thighs clenched unconsciously. August's gaze softened, the heat in his eyes easing.
I did the same with the guys,
he said easily. My mouth popped open. Was he saying? He chuckled at my shocked look.
Not in the way you're thinking,
he said.
The other guys, when I first found them, they all had an abundance of talent. They had that inner fire all great artists have. But that fire was untempered, directionless. I knew they had amazing potential. If only someone could teach them to harness it, to channel that passion into brilliance.
And that's what you want to do with me?
Yes,
he said simply. So I'm another one of your projects? His lips twisted, looking thoughtful.
I suppose you could call it that,
he conceded.
But I never waste my time on those who don't have the potential for greatness.
Potential for greatness. I like the sound of that. I wanted to be great. And if August could help me get there. I summoned all my courage. What do I do? I asked firmly.
Start by developing more self-awareness,
he said briskly. I was taken aback. I'd expected an answer slightly more intimate.
Take note of what you're feeling, why you're feeling it,
he continued.
Use a journal. Take notes in an app, whatever. Keep some kind of record.
That really works?
It does.
Okay, I said doubtfully. I can do that. What else?
Challenge yourself. Get out of your comfort zone. Do things that scare you.
I'm not going skydiving.
Why don't you start talking to people about your art and go from there?
I flushed. I hadn't thought my reticence had been so noticeable.
This next one is the hardest,
he warned.
You need to dig deep.
I frowned, confused. Dig deep?
Into your past, into your pain. The things that shaped you, the things that turned you into the person you are today. You can't suppress it. You need to drag it out into the light. You need to wrestle with it, fight against it. You can't ignore it.
I let out a laugh. I don't have any inner pain. I'm not damaged. I wasn't abused. I don't have some kind of terrible illness.
Everyone's damaged somehow. It doesn't have to be huge or world-changing. Maybe it was the mean boy who teased you on the playground. The teacher who treated you unfairly. Maybe it was the time a parent disappointed you. You need to harness that hurt. You need to channel it. You need to put it into your art. You need to wrestle with your demons, drag them out into the light, and triumph over them.
That sounds hard, I admitted.
Art is hard. Life is hard. But it's worth it.
August's eyes shine with sincerity. He believed in what he was saying. Is that what you did? I asked. He raised an eyebrow, questioning. Do you have demons you wrestle with? I clarified. The corners of his mouth turned down, forehead creasing into a frown. I don't want to pry, I hastened to say. His forehead smoothed.
It's all right. But yes, I had demons.
Had?
I worked through them,
he said.
The same way you will.
I don't know if I can.
You have so much passion inside you,
August said.
So much spirit. I can see it. You just need to let it out.
He shifted on the bed, fully facing me. His eyes weren't distant or fuzzy like they had been earlier. They were clear, focused, yet somehow inquisitive. I wondered what caused the change. Even his nerves fluttered in my stomach. August leaned forward, his face close to mine. My eyes went wide. His scent surrounded me, warm and earthy and sweet. Soft, inviting lips were inches away. My eyes fluttered shut. I held my breath. Soft lips touched mine. My pulse spiked, hammering in my chest. Lightning shot through me. A kaleidoscope of colors exploded across my closed lids. He slowly pulled away. I nearly whimpered. August slid off the bed.
I believe in you, Cassie.
My heart swelled, thumping madly beneath my rib cage. Ice blue eyes gave me one last tender look before he strode out of the room and shut the door. For a moment, I'd expected. For a moment, I'd wanted. I clasped my hands together in my lap, lacing my trembling fingers. With one chaste kiss, August summers made the world fall out from under me. Chapter 8. Snapping photos backstage should have been easy, or at least it shouldn't have been this difficult. I was used to pulling out my camera, switching off my brain, and letting my muse guide me. I'd never thought too hard about what I was photographing. The right angles and framing and balance simply came to me. That was why I hadn't been able to answer one of August's very first questions, when he'd shown interest in my photo. He wanted to know what I felt when taking it. I had no answer. My thoughts and feelings never came into play when I worked. It all simply came to me. If I wanted to release my full potential, if I wanted to take my inner passion and hone it into something exceptional, I needed to be more aware. Aware of my feelings, aware of my emotions, aware of the passion simmering inside me. I'd thought I was incapable of feeling anything like passion. August thought differently, and he was determined to prove it to me. A bright light illuminated the darkness of backstage. The light immediately dimmed. Ian stood in a corner, thumbs rapidly tapping on his now dimmed phone screen. Though the blue-tinted glow cast half his face in shadow, the ever-changing expressions on his face were visible. Joy and relief one moment, despondence and worry the next. Understandable, since he was no doubt texting his girlfriend. Happiness at being able to talk to her. Sadness at the reminder they were so far apart. Although I'd never experienced his situation myself, I sympathized with the pair of lovers. Sympathy. Pulling out my own phone, I typed a quick note in a mood tracker app. I wasn't sure if August was right. Keeping track of my thoughts and feelings and emotions had quickly become tedious, but I'd agreed to try. I snapped a few photos of Ian. I didn't know if I'd keep them. It was such a private moment, with him looking so open, unguarded. After a dozen photos, I turned my camera from the guitarist, looking for the other band members. Damon was running his fingers up and down the wall, the way people tease their friends that a spider was crawling on them. He reached over his head, then went back down, lowering into a crouch. "Can I ask what you're doing?"
Finger exercises.
He craned his head sideways to talk to me, but didn't stop the finger crawling.
Gotta keep my fingers nimble.
He flashed a wicked grin and used 2 fingers to make a come-hither motion. I was confused for a moment. That wasn't how you played guitar. Then it sunk in what he was mimicking. I flushed and cleared my throat. "It looks like you're playing Spider-Man trying to climb up the wall."
Sorry, I don't have any superpowers.
Your fans would disagree. They think you're some kind of rock and roll guitar god.
Do they?
His voice was sly.
And what do you think?
I guess you're good. He winced.
Damn, Cam was right. You are just like August.
I frowned, not knowing if that was a compliment or not. How so?
Faint praise,
he said.
It must take a lot to impress you.
Is August like that?
Oh yeah. It took us a while to translate August speak into human speak. Not terrible means you're doing fine. Acceptable means awesome.
What does good mean? Damon raised an eyebrow.
Did you get a good from him?
He whistled.
Damn, you really must be something special.
I'm not at the level August wants me to be. Not yet.
Don't kill yourself trying to impress him.
How did you do it?
Impress August, you mean?
Damon shrugged.
No clue. He walked past me and my brother playing guitar on a street corner one day. I remember he stopped in the middle of the sidewalk so abruptly, people rammed into him. He said we had something special.
Passion. Damon eyed me curiously. No hint of his previous flirting.
Yeah, exactly. Is that what he said about you?
I felt uncomfortable at the turn in our conversation. I didn't want to tell him what August and I had talked about. I was positive the kind of passion Damon spoke of was different from the kind of passion August meant when it came to me. I held up my camera in both hands. Do you mind if I take some photos of you doing that hand thing?
Feel free.
As I snapped photo after photo of Damon's hands, capturing the shifting of muscles and the lines in his veins, my mind was somewhere else. I'd have to add vulnerability to my list when I was done. I'd taken dozens of photos when a bright red head popped in front of my view screen. Cameron put on a fake pout and glare.
How come you haven't taken any pictures of me yet?
Damon shoved his palm in Cameron's face, pushing him away.
Because you were off in a closet, having phone sex with Lily.
Cameron grinned.
No reason you can't take photos of that. It's not like she's videotaping with audio.
I blanched at the thought of shooting Cameron while he talked dirty to his girlfriend. If you go do something interesting, I'll take your photo, I told him. Cameron's eyes lit up.
Something interesting,
Damon groaned.
Don't challenge him. You have no idea what this idiot can get up to. I didn't actually come over here to be a camera hog,
the bassist said.
We've got a 3-day stop coming up soon. Ian told me Hope is planning to fly out for the weekend.
Damon's mouth twisted, looking disgruntled.
Great. No sulking.
Cameron poked him in the forehead. It wasn't a gentle poke. It was more like a sharp jab.
I know you hate it,
Cameron continued.
But you're not the most important person in Ian's life anymore. It sucks, but that's how it is.
Damon grumbled and went back to doing his finger crawling. Cameron sauntered away with a shrug. I hesitated, lowering my camera. Do you not like Ian's girlfriend? Damon stopped in the middle of his exercise, still facing away from me, all 5 fingers spread out against the wall. I don't want to pry, I said. But I noticed a few times now you seemed... I wondered how to put it. You seemed less than enthused whenever anyone mentioned her. Damon bowed his head. He let out a slow breath.
It's nothing to do with her, really,
he said quietly, voice so low I almost couldn't hear him over the noise of backstage.
Hope's a nice girl.
He lifted his head to meet my eyes. He stared at me, as if gauging my sincerity.
The whole situation just sucks.
Ian getting a girlfriend sucks?
Ian getting a girlfriend and ditching me sucks.
His eyes were downcast. Have you thought about how your brother feels? I asked. Damon blinked, taken aback.
What?
He finds someone to love, and his brother acts like it's the worst thing to ever happen. He frowned.
It's not like that. We used to be so close. We only had each other to rely on. We took care of each other. And now it's like...
He doesn't need you anymore, I guessed. Damon stared at me. He nodded. I'm sorry, I said. It must be hard. For both you and your brother. He must feel so torn. Damon looked puzzled. Ian probably feels like he has to choose between you and Hope, I clarified. Damon's eyes grew wide, as if he hadn't thought of it from his brother's perspective before.
You're right,
he said slowly.
I'm probably making him feel like shit.
Damon groaned.
That's the last thing I want to do.
You should be happy he's found someone who loves him as much as you do. He took in a heavy breath, then let it out slowly.
I guess I should stop being such a dick about it,
he said, only half grudgingly.
Stop giving them such a hard time.
Damon banged his head against the wall.
Fuck, I'm such an asshole.
Musing on that, I wondered if pity was another emotion to add to my list. I left Damon to have his emotional crisis in peace. Taking my camera in my hands again, I scanned the backstage area. I saw August off to the side. My mind flashed back to our kiss. I flushed. It was so innocent, a brief brush of his mouth on mine. It had still set my body aflame. I pushed the thoughts down. I was here to work, not to moon over the musician I was working for, no matter how gorgeous, brilliant, and talented he was. I held my camera up to my face. August was taking a sip of water, tossing his head back to swallow. He winced and put a hand on his neck, right between his shoulder and throat. I wondered if he did any kind of exercises like Damon did. I imagined he held a lot of tension in his shoulders. I got a sore neck from hunching over my computer too often. Performing every night was no doubt even worse. I suppose that was why they stayed in hotels. Sleeping on a bus would cause even worse aches and pains. He should probably see a masseuse, or at least have someone give him a back rub. Someone. My face continued to burn as I imagined me being the one to lay my hands on that firm, smooth skin.
I swear to God, Cameron.
Noah's quiet words were enough to catch August's attention. Cameron was clinging to the lead singer, an arm around his neck, a bright grin on his face. Noah was trying to shrug out from under it, to no avail.
I'm just saying a double date could be fun,
Cameron said.
It's not like you haven't seen me and Lily playing footsies under the table before.
Noah glared. Cameron laughed in his face.
Cameron, Noah.
August's voice rang out clear. He didn't need to say anything else. Cameron stopped talking. Noah's expression eased into vague disgruntlement. Cameron let him out of the neck hold. Noah grumbled and fixed his messed-up hair as he stalked away, leaving Cameron to give August a sheepish look. Forget minor aches and pains. Dealing with these guys was no doubt a daily migraine in itself. Distracted by Cameron and Noah, August caught sight of me standing with my camera in my hands. He looked startled, as if not expecting to see me there. The surprise soon softened.
How's it coming along?
He asked. The muscles in my belly tightened in response to that low, husky voice. Good. Making progress, I think. I didn't know whether he meant the photos or the emotion thing. The answer applied to both. August nodded. His gaze drifted to the stage, the way it had after his performance at the last concert. His eyes were distant, glassy, as if he wasn't quite in the present. I'd seen that look on him a few times. His mind was no doubt already thinking about the concert, his attention fully on the upcoming live show. Maybe there was no room in his brain for anything else. He turned back to me.
Have you been journaling?
A shot of panic went through me at the thought of August seeing all the silly little notes I'd made to myself. He chuckled at my pale face.
I'm not going to look. It's just for you. You're not getting graded on it.
I'm always wondering if I'm doing it wrong.
There's no such thing as right or wrong. If it helps, it helps. If not, we try something else.
I played with the camera strap, fidgeting. I held it out to him. Take a look and tell me if it's helping. August clicked through the photos I'd been taking. His lips pursed as he made interesting sounds in the back of his throat. I couldn't tell if they were good sounds or bad sounds.
Better,
he said. My heart lifted.
Slightly better,
he added. I suppressed a smile. At least I wasn't at risk of developing a huge ego around this man. I'm finding it difficult, I confessed. I'm making note of what I'm feeling, but I don't know if it's what you're looking for. August placed a hand on my shoulder, squeezing. The heat of his palm burned into my bare skin. I shivered.
I'm not looking for anything. This is all for you.
That reassuring touch turned into a caress, his fingers trailing along my collarbone. I swallowed hard. His gaze was fixated, as if mesmerized, while calloused fingertips ran a trail up my throat, along my jaw. His large hand cupped the back of my head, sifting through the dark strands. He leaned forward. My heart jumped in my chest. Soft lips brushed my ear.
What are you feeling right now?
His voice was low and husky, inflaming every inch of me. I don't know, I stammered. The hitch of my breath, the trembling of my fingers, the flush of my cheeks told a different story. Arousal, desire, passion. I felt his lips curve into a teasing smile.
Liar.
He untangled himself from my hair as he straightened.
Better write that down before you forget.
Hazy blue eyes gave me one last glance, amused, but also glinting with heat, before he left to join the other members of the band, waiting for their turn on stage. Warmth pooled at the apex of my thighs. Small tremors racked my body. I doubted I'd ever forget what August had just made me feel. Chapter 9. The concert after-party was already raging by the time I reached my hotel room. The tour manager arranged a massive suite, with each band member getting their own room, along with a common living and kitchen area. I wondered if this was what they called the presidential suite. Loud electronic music blasted throughout the common area, with 24 or so people taking up most of the space. The members of Darkest Days I recognized, along with a few members of the opening bands I'd seen hanging around the backstage. The rest were all girls. Pretty, long-legged, and perfectly portioned girls. Fans and groupies, I had to assume. Cameron held court over a handful of young women, as they laughed along to whatever story he was telling them. He kept a respectful distance, deftly sidestepping wandering and grabby hands. Damon had his own gaggle of girls surrounding him. He seemed to have no objection to grabby hands. In fact, his were the ones doing the most wandering, stroking up and down arms and backs, curling around hips and waists. From the eager looks on each girl's face, they had no objections either. Sticking to the walls, I made my way to the closest bedroom step by step, avoiding the partiers drinking and dancing. I slipped inside and closed the door behind me. I didn't bother turning on the lights. It had been a long day. I kicked off my shoes, shimmied out of my leggings, and tossed my sweater over my head. I took a moment to decide which of the 2 queen beds to sleep on, before flopping onto the one closest to the door. Pale moonlight shone in through the window, just enough to vaguely make out the shape of the furniture. This room was almost as big as the common area. There was a big screen television mounted on the wall, along with a living room set, complete with coffee table, sofa, and 2 armchairs. The standard work desk was massive, a dark mahogany, and came with a leather computer chair that wouldn't have been out of place in a CEO's office. I'd known rock stars lived large, but sometimes I was taken aback by just how much money the label spent on Darkest Days. 20 minutes later, I was still half awake, with the pounding bass vibrating the floorboards and raucous laughter seeping through the door. I wasn't going to find an easy sleep. I must have closed my eyes at some point. I was lifted out of a light doze, half awake and half asleep, by a rustling sound. Brain still fogged, I rubbed at my eyes to rouse myself. The room was dark. The rustling sounds increased. I clicked on the bedside light switch, my eyes squeezing shut reflexively.
Oh, hey, sorry.
I recognized August's low tones. Blinking my eyes open slowly, I started to tell him it was okay, assuming he'd come to get me for some reason, not realizing I was asleep. August's chest was bare. His leather pants were half unzipped. My eyes feasted on the sight. The broad shoulders curving into strong upper arms made me ache to reach out. The peaks and valleys of his toned torso begged to be explored. A series of indistinct tattoos covered his forearms, urging me to run my fingers over them. His leather pants were unbuttoned, the zipper down. I couldn't help following that tempting V-shape of his lower abs and hips, leading to... I realized my mouth was dry, hanging open, gape-jawed as I stared. I snapped my mouth closed, heat flooding my cheeks. Just as I was staring at him, August was staring at me. I was in my panties and the thin tank top I wore under my oversized shirt. The hair on my arms stood on end as I recognized the look in August's eyes. Riveted, as if unable to look away, and full of scorching heat. I'd seen him look at me like this a few times before, but never with this intensity. Never with this much fervor.
Sorry I woke you.
The taut muscles of his chest flexed as he moved to zip his pants. Disappointment welled up in my chest as the delicious V was covered up. "It's okay," I said, the words almost a squeak. "It's loud. I couldn't really sleep."
I can tell them to keep it down.
"No, it's fine. Let them party. I don't want to be a downer." We stared at each other in silence.
There isn't another room,
August said eventually.
None of the suites had 6 bedrooms. Noah and I were going to share the one room with 2 beds.
I looked at the second bed, sheets smoothed and untouched. "I'm sorry. I just took the first room I saw. I don't mind switching."
It's fine. I can crash on the living room sofa.
Now that I was somewhat accustomed to the sight of his bare abs, I noticed he carried a cold compress in his hand. "Did you strain your shoulder again?" I asked, concerned.
It's just a little sore. It happens.
He held the compress to his left shoulder. He winced as the motion irritated his other arm. "Need some help?" I asked, surprising myself. August looked equally surprised. He recovered and sat on the side of the bed next to me, feet flat on the floor. I tugged a sheet to my waist, flushing. He watched me carefully as I took the cold compress from him, pressing it against the curve of his shoulder and neck. "Performing every night must take a toll on your body," I said. "If you're hurt, you should tell the guys."
It's not a big deal. Just the usual aches and pains.
He met my eyes.
Promise you won't tell them? They'd only worry for no reason.
"If you promise to take it easy."
Sorry, can't do that.
"Because you always give 110% to your fans?" I guessed. He gave a rueful chuckle.
It's partly that. Mostly it's because I don't know how to take it easy when it comes to music. It's all I know. It's all I care about.
Have you always been that way?
I banged on plastic toy xylophones and pounded away on pots before I spoke my first words. My mom and dad.
His lips turned down as he faltered, eyes downcast, before continuing on.
They were musicians. They got me started early.
I wondered at that slight pause when he mentioned his parents. They were musicians. Past tense. I didn't know anything about August's personal life. I was struck with the need to know more. I wanted to know everything about this man. "Did they play rock music too?" He cracked a smile.
They were folk singers. Old school hippies. Furthest from rock and roll you can imagine.
How did they react when their beloved son started a rock group full of screeching guitars and screaming lyrics? That melancholy expression returned. He turned his head to avoid my eyes.
They didn't live to see it. They died in a car crash.
"I'm so sorry." My heart ached for August. Losing your parents was one of the worst things a kid could go through.
I was in the car with them,
he murmured quietly.
I walked away with nothing worse than a few broken bones.
"How old were you?" I asked tentatively.
15. My uncle took me in. We got along well, but I still moved out after a year. I'd already started making money songwriting for other artists, so I was pretty independent.
His lips twitched upward, some of the sadness retreating.
My parents always said I was too mature for my age,
he continued.
They wished I was out causing trouble with my friends, not holed up in my room making music.
I'm sure they were proud of you.
They were. Mostly. They worried I was growing up too fast, missing out on my childhood.
He craned his neck from side to side and rotated his shoulders, testing the muscles.
Looking at the way Cameron still acts, I don't think I missed out on much.
We shared a small smile. August's gaze dropped to my lips. Nerves fluttered in my stomach as that heat returned to his eyes. We were sitting so close. The only thing keeping our thighs from pressing together was the thin cotton sheet. A part of me wished I hadn't pulled the sheet into my lap. Inhaling deeply to calm myself, I breathed in his familiar earthy sweet scent that now reminded me of black tea leaves. I focused on the cold pack, pressing down firmly. August placed his hand over mine. I stopped breathing. He repositioned my hand closer to the joint of his shoulder, away from his neck. A few drops of condensation had beaded on the skin of his throat. I got the insane urge to lean forward and lick those droplets off his skin. Shocked by my own thoughts, I tried to pull back. August's hand on mine stopped me. His warmth was a stark contrast to my ice-numbed fingers. It spread from that single point of contact, from my hand, up my arm, and down my belly to settle between my thighs. August shifted, bringing one leg up on the bed until our knees touched through the sheets, and we were face to face. Staring into my eyes, he brushed the hair away from my cheek with a gentle touch. He tucked the loose strands behind my ear, the way my mom did when I was a kid. My heart ached at the sweet gesture, even as my stomach muscles clenched. With his hand buried in my hair, his gaze fixated on my lips, one soft thumb wandered to the corner of my mouth. My breath hitched. He slowly drew a line along my bottom lip. My mouth trembled, acutely aware of every swirl of his thumbprint against my now overly sensitive skin.
"What are you feeling now?"
he murmured. My throat tightened. I parted my lips to speak, but couldn't form a single word. He slipped between my parted lips. The pad of his thumb brushed the flat of my tongue. I inhaled sharply as a throbbing flared up between my thighs, my insides pulsing with need, with desire. The taste of salt and earth flooded my senses. He tasted as good as he smelled. I wanted to taste more of him. I wanted to taste every inch of him. His thumb left my mouth. I mourned the loss of it.
"Tell me what you're feeling."
His tone was soft yet demanding, coaxing an answer out of me. My voice faltered. I cast my eyes down, unable to keep eye contact. I saw I wasn't the only one in need. The hardening length constricted by his leather pants proved to me he was feeling much the same as me. I was filled with fascination at the size of him, the breadth. He placed a finger on the point of my chin, tilting my head up.
"Cassie."
The way he said my name commanded me to look him in the eyes. The desire I saw must have matched my own. I inhaled a shuddering breath and spoke softly, almost whispering. "I'm aching inside." The heat in his eyes flared up, turning carnal. The strength of his need was almost too much, too potent. It threatened to overwhelm me, as if he were a tsunami racing towards land, ready to submerge everything in its path. The door flung open, a laughing couple stumbling in. Flushing hot, I scrambled back against the headboard, putting space between me and August. "Whoops," said the laughing girl as she dragged her companion out of the room. I vaguely recognized the man from one of the opening acts. "Didn't mean to interrupt. Continue on." They left, laughing and slamming the door behind them. I put my hands to my face, mortified. With a regretful chuckle, August stood from the bed. He turned his back and tried to discreetly adjust himself.
"We should get some sleep,"
he said.
"Long day tomorrow."
He headed toward the door. The party still raged on outside. "Stay here," I said. He turned to me slowly. "I have the room with the 2 queen beds," I continued nervously. "You won't get any rest tonight if you try to sleep on the sofa." He examined me closely. With a murmured thanks, he crossed the room and settled onto the second bed. He reached for the zip of his pants. intending to get undressed for sleep. My eyes zeroed in on his hands. His length was still half hard. I flushed and looked away. After a moment's pause, August flicked the bedside light switch off. Darkness enveloped the room. I laid back and pulled the sheets to my neck. I listened to the rustle of August getting undressed. Listened to the rustle of his clothes hitting the floor. Listened to him slip under the covers. Those leather pants had been tight. He likely hadn't been wearing anything underneath them. I couldn't help but wonder if he was wearing anything at all to bed. The image of August's nude body in my mind's eye sent that pulse of desire straight back between my legs. Curling onto my side, I pressed my thighs together, squeezing, trying to alleviate that ache. An ache I knew August was more than willing to take care of, if I only dared to ask. Chapter 10. Sunlight hit my closed eyelids. I grunted and rolled over. An odd whooshing sound hit my ears. Grumbling, I rubbed at my eyes. Mornings. I hated mornings. I was always groggy and half asleep until I had my first cup of coffee. Moving on autopilot, the only way I knew how to function before 10 a.m., I slid on my glasses, grabbed my toiletry kit from the dresser, and lumbered toward the bathroom. My sleep-fogged brain didn't register what the whooshing sound had been until I'd already pushed the bathroom door open a crack. My mind immediately snapped into wakefulness at the sight of a naked body. August's naked body. My eyes roved over every inch, mouth gaping open. It was blurry, hidden behind a frosted glass shower door. I could still make out his tall form, the lines of his arms and legs, his wide chest and slim hips. He was exquisite. August made a low sound in the back of his throat. I came back to myself with a start. I snapped my jaw shut. No, there was no way I was going to stand here ogling August's naked body, as indistinct as it may be. He hadn't yet realized I was standing in the doorway. I could still get away without causing an embarrassing scene. August grunted again. His head was bowed, one hand against the shower door. I caught the motion of his other hand, sliding up and down. His fingers curled around. I swallowed a squeak. Oh my God. The size of him was breathtaking, literally breathtaking. My body instantly responded, breathing turning shallow, as if I couldn't get enough air into my lungs. My belly tightened. My inner muscles quivered. He let out a quiet curse. I stood frozen as his hand sped up. Faster and faster it went, muffled sounds leaving his lips. With a final choked sigh, his hand stopped. Without thinking, I whirled around and ran to the other side of the hotel room, heart pounding, fingers trembling. I dithered and paced and wrung my hands together. I just walked in on August. I couldn't even think the words. It was mortifying and fascinating and hot as hell, and God, how I wanted to open the door and climb in there with him. The shower turned off. I hastily threw on my oversized shirt from the day before to cover myself. I was still only in my tank top and panties. I pressed my hands to my flushed cheeks. I had to cool down before he walked out and saw me this flustered. I just barely got my breathing under control when the bathroom door fully opened. With my back turned, I pretended to sort through the items in my suitcase.
You're awake.
Just woke up, I lied, trying to keep my voice steady, lest I betray myself. You done with the bathroom?
All yours.
I ducked my head and avoided his eyes as I brushed past him in the narrow hotel room hallway. August caught my hand, halting me. My breath hitched, flush immediately returning to my cheeks. The touch of fingers against my inner wrist had sparks flying through me. No doubt he felt my racing pulse. I stared at the bathroom door, half of me longing for escape, and half of me hoping he would never let go. The door. My stomach dropped. I'd forgotten to close it before I fled. Squeezing my eyes shut, I waited long moments for him to say something. The silence was heavy. He let go of my arm.
I hung up my towel to dry,
was all he said.
You can use the one still folded on the shelf.
Right, I croaked. Thanks. I dashed into the bathroom and slammed the door shut behind me. Clinging to the counter, I stared at myself in the mirror, brown eyes wide and frazzled. His scent clung to the steamy air. I breathed it in unwittingly. It didn't help calm me down. If anything, it fanned the flames higher. He knew I'd walked in on him. He had to have known. Moaning in despair, I banged my head against the mirror. My only small consolation was that he didn't know how long I'd stood there gaping at him. After chastising myself, I turned my focus towards getting ready for the day. He hadn't said anything. Maybe I could get through this without dying of humiliation. When I was freshly showered and dressed, I peeked out the bathroom door. August was sitting on one of the living room area armchairs, a book in hand. He looked up when I stepped out.
Have you got everything packed?
He asked. Just about. I held my breath. He didn't say anything else. I let it out, relieved, and went about putting my things back in my suitcase. I was concentrating on folding my extra shirts, trying to ignore August's presence in the room. I jumped with a start when his large palm came to rest on the small of my back.
Did you make a note in your app?
He asked. Every muscle locked up. I clenched my shirt in my hands. What do you mean? I stammered. He leaned down, lips touching my ear.
When you walked in on me showering, did you make a note of what you felt?
The amusement in his voice made me tremble with embarrassment. The heated undertones made me tremble for an entirely different reason. I'm sorry. I let out a shaky breath. I was half asleep and didn't realize you were in there, and I didn't see anything, I swear. August shifted until he was in front of me. I lowered my gaze.
It's all right if you did.
A wicked delight colored his tone.
I wouldn't have minded at all.
You wouldn't have minded a total stranger walking in on you naked while you... I cut myself off with a squeak, a hand clapping over my mouth automatically.
You're not a stranger.
With a gentle finger under my chin, he lifted my head up, the way he had the previous night.
You're Cassie Blake. You're a lovely young woman who I've gotten to know quite well. You're a woman I'd like to get to know even more of.
Walking in on someone naked really isn't the way most people get to know each other.
Shall we start with the basics then?
Basics? August went to sit on the edge of the nearest bed, letting me recover from his close proximity.
My name is August Summers. I'm the drummer for Darkest Days. My favorite color is red. My favorite food is sour candy. My favorite book is The Giver by Lois Lowry. I like cats more than dogs.
He raised an eyebrow and gestured to me.
Your turn.
You really want to know all that stuff? He smirked.
I could probably use my psychic powers and guess, but it's more fun if you tell me.
I took in a breath to steady myself. I gripped the dresser behind me, leaning against it for support. I'm Cassie Blake. I'm a photographer. My favorite color is purple. My favorite foods are a toss-up between pasta and sushi. I had to think hard about the book question, going silent for long moments, before giving up with a shrug. I have too many favorite books to name one, but I like urban fantasy. I also like cats more than dogs. My family has a cat named Fluffy. She's white with blue eyes and deaf. She still lives with my parents, but she's getting old.
My family never had a cat,
August said.
My mom was allergic. I always thought it'd be nice to have one now that I'm an adult, but I'm on the road too much to take care of an animal.
You could get some fish, I said with a small smile. I always wanted a fish tank full of colorful exotic fish.
I thought you liked sushi. Don't you feel bad about eating those poor fish?
I made a face. Thanks. Now I'm going to feel guilty every time I walk into a Japanese restaurant. We shared a laugh. What about your favorite movie? I asked, getting into the game.
I'm not really a movie person. I mostly choose movies to watch based on their dramatic, epic scores.
I get that. My favorite is The Sound of Music, mostly because of the songs, too.
Why did you choose photography and not music?
It's raw, I said simply. It's real, tangible. A photo captures a moment in time that will never be repeated. If you don't record it, it's gone forever. I like the idea of making those moments real, making them last forever. I realized I'd started talking faster and faster, gesturing with my hands. I never talked like this about my work. I'd never really expressed why I liked photography to anyone else. I felt like maybe August would understand.
I get that,
He said.
wanting to capture a moment, a feeling. I feel that way about my music.
He paused thoughtfully for a moment.
Was it hard for you, leaving home to go to college?
He asked eventually. Now that the conversation had moved to a serious place, I supposed he was going to start asking more intimate questions. I was okay with that. I wanted him to know more about me, wanted to tell him something about myself before he guessed. It was, at first. I always got along with my parents. I only got in trouble a few times when I got caught breaking into buildings or trespassing, and the cops brought me home. I knew better than to ask about his parents. They had died before he was old enough to consider leaving home. What about you? Was moving out of your uncle's home and living on your own hard?
Not really. I was always working or traveling or touring.
I can't imagine being on the road for half my life.
Is there anything in particular you don't like about touring?
He asked.
Anything we might be able to change?
Just the car sickness, I said. And there's nothing you can do about that. It's getting better, though. And you? What do you hate about touring?
Nothing,
He said immediately.
The only thing better than being on tour is being in the recording studio.
He stood from the bed and came to stand next to me again. I met his eyes, warm and kind.
I'm going to ask you one more question, and I want you to answer honestly.
I nodded, suddenly nervous.
Was last night too much for you?
He asked. My mind flooded with images of the night before. The sight of August half naked. The taste of his skin. His lips so close to mine. Can't you tell by reading my mind? I asked, not ready to answer.
Not this time. This time I want you to tell me. Was it too much?
He repeated patiently. No, I whispered. It wasn't too much.
I never want you to feel like I'm pushing you too hard. I know this is all new to you.
It is, I admitted. But I like it. I like you, came the unbidden thought. I'd never liked anyone. Not in that way. August was the first. The feelings I had for him were scary and intimate, and hard to wrap my head around. He examined me closely, ducking his head slightly to look into my eyes. He was so tall I had to tip my head back. I wondered if my thoughts were written all over my face. I couldn't hold his gaze. I lowered my eyes. He took a step back.
It's getting late. The guys will probably be getting up soon.
He smirked.
I should probably sneak out before they see me leave your bedroom and start getting ideas about us.
I let out a nervous bark of laugh. I didn't want to imagine the kind of teasing we'd endure if the guys got the wrong idea about us. Cameron would no doubt love to make life hell for us. That thought gave me pause. Would it be the wrong idea? Were August and I together? We'd shared intimate moments. He seemed to like flirting with me just enough to set me off balance. But he'd said nothing about an actual relationship. Besides, even if he did bring up the subject, I wasn't sure I was ready for that kind of conversation. Not yet. But I did know one thing. I wouldn't say no if August wanted to kiss me again. Chapter 11. Sitting in the tour bus office chair, hunched over my laptop, I was undisturbed by the commotion in the front. Noise-canceling headphones over my ears muffled the distracting sounds. August, Damon, and the other guys were playing a game. Each band member had a turn on the guitar in an attempt to create the most horrendous noise possible. Taking the opportunity to get some work done, I holed myself up in the office area and tuned them out. I hadn't had a chance to sort through the photos yet. I needed to narrow them down from thousands to dozens, choosing only the best shots. Then I needed to edit them and retouch them, making handfuls of small changes. Changes no one else would notice, but as the photographer, I would. I caught a glimpse of blonde hair out of the corner of my eye. I was so focused on my work, I took only vague notice of it. Either the game was done, or August had enough of it. The image in front of me still needed my attention, so I put it out of my mind. I felt a warm presence behind me, my only warning, before a firm chest pressed against my back. 2 hands lifted my headphones off my head, careful not to tug and pull on my hair.
"How's the work coming?"
August murmured in my ear. I smiled. It would go faster if someone didn't keep distracting me. August swung my swivel chair around until I was facing him. He looked as gorgeous today as ever, longish hair falling over his jaw, blue eyes peering into mine. He brushed my hair from my face. August had been doing this lately, coming up behind me, murmuring in my ear, giving me small, innocent touches here and there. At first, every husky word made my insides quake. Every touch of his skin made my heart beat a small thrill. I was getting used to it now. I took note of the feelings, then brushed them aside, compartmentalizing. I was learning to focus and speak in full sentences even as he touched me. I was becoming desensitized to it, no longer overwhelmed. Maybe that was his plan.
"Is that all I am? A distraction? Harsh."
His tone was light and amused. "If you want these photos, you need to let me edit them." He leaned over my shoulder to peer at my screen.
"That one's not bad."
I wondered where not bad fell on the awful to amazing scale in August speak. From his approving tone, I took it as high praise. "I don't know why you need a dedicated photographer for this," I said. "Anyone with a camera phone can do what I'm doing."
"No one else can do what you do,"
he countered. "I doubt many other bands care this much about the photos they post online," I said.
"Other bands aren't Darkest Days."
It made sense August would have high standards for all aspects of his career, not just his music. Have you ever done anything half-assed in your life?
"No."
His lips twitched upward.
"That's why I can get away with so much. You think music execs give anyone as much leeway as they give me?"
"I thought it was because you bribed and threatened them."
"It's partly that,"
he acknowledged with a sly smile.
"It's also because I've proven to know what I'm doing. I never failed at anything I put my mind to."
"I bet that puts a lot of pressure on you." August looked taken aback for a moment.
"How so?"
"Pressure to continue succeeding," I clarified. "You probably feel like you can't ever make a single mistake or take one misstep. Everything has to be perfect all the time." He gave me a quizzical look.
"I suppose that's one way of looking at it."
"Perfectionism isn't a good thing," I warned.
"Seems to be working out for me so far."
"What's going to happen the first time you fail?"
"I won't,"
he said easily. That troubled me. It was one thing to demand perfection. It was another to expect perfection all the time, especially from yourself.
"Don't look so worried,"
August said.
"I'm the one who's supposed to worry about everyone, remember?"
He craned his head back toward the front of the bus. It was suspiciously quiet. Usually the guys were always making some kind of noise.
"We put the game on hold for a minute."
He cocked his head at me.
Want to play?
I don't know how to play guitar.
That's the point. You win if you make the worst noise possible.
Then I'll probably beat the pants off all of you. August clicked save on my photo editing program and closed the laptop.
You should take a break.
Says the workaholic perfectionist.
Maybe I just want an excuse to spend time with you.
Glancing at him, I tried to gauge whether he was just teasing or serious. His eyes were alight with good humor. August took my hand and led me to the living room area where the guys were gathered. His long, warm fingers engulfed mine. I stared at our hands, laced together. Those butterflies in my stomach returned. They were a welcome feeling now.
We've got one more joining in,
August said.
Better bring your A game. No fair making us play against an amateur,
Cameron complained.
Playing terribly is as much a skill as playing well,
Ian replied.
You need to understand how the notes fit together to understand how they won't. Always the optimist,
Damon said.
You're going to get your ass kicked.
August placed an acoustic guitar in my hands, handed me a pick, and guided me to sit on one of the sofas. He took a seat beside me. I fumbled to put my arms and hands in the right positions. The guitar was big and sat heavy in my lap. Do I hold it like this? I asked the guys.
Sure,
Damon said breezily.
Just like that.
So that's a no, then? Taking a deep breath, I put the pick to strings and strummed an experimental note. The off-pitch squeal that sounded throughout the tour bus made everyone wince, including myself.
Keep going,
August encouraged. I changed the position of my fingers on the neck of the guitar, I think it was called a fretboard, and strummed vigorously, trying to imitate how I'd seen the twins play on stage. Ugh! The twins groaned in unison, covering their ears with their hands in an odd symmetry.
For the love of God,
Damon said.
Please stop,
Ian continued.
Our ears are bleeding,
Damon added.
No.
Cameron shook his head mournfully.
Just no. That's awful,
Noah said flatly. I laughed. This was fun. Hanging out with the members of a popular rock band like Darkest Days wasn't as daunting as I'd initially imagined. They were chill, a normal bunch of 20-something guys, minus the messy bathroom and smelly socks. The lead singer Noah was a bit standoffish, but the rest of them were friendly. Damon had even opened up about his troubles with his twin.
Game over,
August declared.
Cassie's the winner.
While the guys gave me a round of ironic applause, Cameron's phone rang. His smile brightened when he saw who was calling. He put the phone to his ear.
Hey, Angel, you miss me?
Ian and Noah both took that as an invitation to pull out their phones, no doubt planning to call or text their girlfriends. They each wandered to the back of the bus for privacy. Damon's face twitched, as if fighting back a scowl. He caught me staring at him. He struggled to smooth his face and gave me a wry smile.
I'm trying, okay?
He stalked off toward the kitchen and pulled open the fridge, rooting around in it. August stayed behind. So what do I win? I asked him.
Guitar lessons,
August said.
Let me show you a few chords.
August shifted to place himself behind me, his firm chest pressed against my back. One leg curled around my hip.
This is how you hold it,
he told me. Wrapping his arms around me, he took my hands in his. His movements weren't seductive or suggestive. He put my hands and fingers in the correct position, then let go, allowing me to get a feel for the instrument on my own. My fingers were barely long enough to reach the correct positions on the fretboard. They felt awkwardly placed as I stretched and strained to press down hard enough on the strings. That hurts, I complained.
Why don't we do it this way?
Replacing my fingers on the fret with his, he took my other hand and positioned me to strum only.
Use the pick and strum from the top to the bottom.
I did as he said. A pleasant tune reverberated throughout the guitar.
Do it again,
he coaxed. As I did, He changed the position of his fingers, changing the sound with each of my strums. We continued playing that way, with me strumming and him spidering his hand across the strings. We weren't playing anything I recognized. It might have been a made-up tune. Still, I was having fun. I grinned and turned around to face August. His eyes were bright, looking as satisfied as I felt. "Does this count as playing guitar?" I asked.
You've got the strumming down, so you're 50% of the way there.
I don't think I have the patience to learn the other 50%. I placed my hands flat on the body, the smooth wood cool to the touch. "I didn't know you played guitar as well as drums."
I play quite a few instruments.
I suppressed a smile. "Of course you do. You're August Summers. I don't know why I expected anything different. Let me guess." I paused thoughtfully. "Piano?"
Yes.
"And violin?"
Yes.
His eyes sparkled.
Any other guesses?
"Don't tell me you play something weird like the tuba."
No, but I do know how to play the saxophone.
"You're a one-man band," I teased. "Why do you need the others?"
I could do it all myself if I wanted,
he acknowledged.
But each of the guys brings something special to the group, something unique. We all work together to create something bigger than ourselves.
That's kind of beautiful.
It is.
We went silent, staring at each other. I was practically in his lap, our legs tangled together. "My art is very solitary," I said softly.
Does it ever get lonely?
I never thought about it that way. I had fellow students. I had instructors, mentors.
But you don't need them to do your work.
August examined me.
I'd like to see it.
See what?
You, taking photos.
You see me taking photos every day.
Not for the tour, for you. I'd like to see you in your element.
He brushed a strand of hair from my face. My cheeks tingled where his fingers touched.
I'd like to see you break into abandoned buildings like a delinquent.
My face was flushed even as I protested. I was half joking when I said that.
Only half?
August raised an eyebrow playfully.
Exactly how many times have you unlawfully trespassed?
I eyed him. He seemed serious. You really want to come with me while I do my street photography?
We've got a 2-day stop coming up. Why don't we do it then? We can sneak off after the concert.
If we get arrested, I'm blaming you.
I've got more than enough money for bail.
We shared a secret smile. It was an odd sort of date, if you could even call it that. I'd normally balk at something like this. Letting someone watch me while I worked was all sorts of nerve-wracking. I was supposed to move out of my comfort zone, to challenge myself. Being with August Summers wasn't challenging. It was starting to feel like the most natural thing in the world. Chapter 12.
You sure this is the right building?
The look on August's face as he eyed the dilapidated building, partly skeptical, partly horrified, made me laugh. I double-checked my Urban Explorer forum. This is the right one.
And you trust a bunch of strangers on the internet enough to take their word for it?
I've known them a lot longer than we've known each other. And you're trusting me, I pointed out.
I'm rethinking that decision. These stairs look like they're going to give out any minute.
A guy on my forums was here just the other day. It's perfectly safe.
If you say so.
August sounded doubtful, but he followed me up the fire escape stairs anyway. It was a good thing he'd changed into jeans after the concert. As safe as the building was, our clothes weren't safe from the dust and grime.
Don't suppose there's a working elevator?
He asked. You'd really trust an elevator in this building?
No,
he muttered. When we reached the roof without the stairs falling out from beneath us, August let out a relieved breath.
Is this really what you do?
He asked.
I'm surprised you haven't plummeted to your death yet.
It's not that dangerous. Besides, it's worth it. Look. I pointed outward, towards the city skyline. The nighttime stars twinkled against the dark sky, like precious diamonds nested in a black velvet case. Tall office towers rose up like shining giants. Neon signs glowed like fireflies, so small from this distance. August came to stand beside me. Even in the darkness, I could see his face was full of wonder, of delight.
"You're right,"
he said.
"It is worth it."
I set my backpack down and pulled my camera from my bag. I was traveling light today. Normally, I'd bring my full bag of equipment, but this wasn't a real photo shoot. I was only showing August a small sample of what I did. I checked to make sure the settings were in order and lifted the camera. Smile. August turned to look at me.
"You can't possibly see my face in this light."
I don't need to. I snapped a series of photos, trying different angles. August waited patiently. When I was done, I deleted all but one, keeping a single shot. I held out the camera to show him. The photo was of the city skyline, with August's profile in shadow. Longish wisps of his hair blew in the wind, crisscrossing against the bright lights. August leaned in, inspecting the photo closely.
"This is great,"
he said. My heart soared at the praise. I'd begun to expect I'd never hear those words from August. I'd been content to simply be good.
"You're making progress."
He gave me a wry smile.
"I'm beginning to think you don't need my help anymore."
My soaring heart stuttered in my chest. A sort of panic hit me with full force. Did August really think I didn't need him any longer? That panic was soon replaced with disquiet. Was that really all this was? Was August spending time with me, touching me, simply because it helped my art? I'd begun to think, or perhaps come to hope, there was something more growing between us. I swallowed past the lump in my throat. Casting my eyes downward to fiddle with my camera strap, I fought to keep my voice steady. I guess all that journaling worked. I used to just express my feelings through my art, never through words. A gentle hand buried itself in my hair. August tilted my head up. His blue eyes shone in the moonlight, clear and bright.
"Tell me what you're feeling right now."
This time it was a question, not a demand. I took in a shuddering breath. "Sad," I whispered. The beginnings of tears stung the back of my eyes. I blinked rapidly, refusing to let them fall.
"I'm feeling happy,"
he said simply. He continued before I could fully grasp his words.
"Happy that you trust me enough to take me along while you work. Happy that I get to be here with you, alone. I'm happy you might not need me anymore."
I inhaled a sharp breath. "Why?" His gaze flicked from left to right, looking into each of my eyes, searching and assessing.
"Because it means I can do this."
Leaning forward, so slowly as to give me time to respond, he brought his lips mere inches from mine. I tensed up before relaxing, anticipating. He kept himself there, not moving. He waited for so long, I became impatient, restless. Something came over me, some carnal instinct that went beyond wants and needs, an instinct that squashed all anxiety and doubt. In one bold move, I moved forward and pressed our lips together. Sparks shot through me. I gasped into August's mouth. He used his fingers on my cheek to guide me, urging us closer together. His tongue swept a line across my bottom lip. I opened to him, unthinking. The slip of his tongue against mine made my head swim. He angled our heads, deepening the kiss. His taste was delicious, as sumptuous as his scent. Black tea and earth and salt. I wanted more of it. I wanted more of him. No other thought entered my mind while this man's lips were on mine. I wouldn't allow it. This was new and exciting and thrilling. I refused to let worry and uncertainty ruin this moment. I wanted August. Even before I truly understood what it was to want someone, I'd wanted him. For all the passion and desire that he saw in my art, that he saw in me, it was nothing compared to the passion of his kiss. His lips, teasing for entrance. His tongue, brushing and licking at mine. His hands stroking my hair back from my face, so gentle yet strong. I was breathless with need. My insides pulsed with desire. My skin begged for his touch. Liquid heat pulled to the apex of my thighs, turning into molten lava, burning me, melting me. The aching need was almost too much. A single kiss and I was already growing wet. When I finally had to break the kiss, I clung to him, fisting handfuls of his shirt, not wanting to let go. As I gasped for air, he covered my hands with his and brought them to his lips. He placed warm kisses to each of my knuckles, easing their grip.
"You don't need to hold on so tight,"
he said softly.
"I'm not going anywhere."
"Do you mean that?" I blurted. Because after that kiss, I never wanted to let him go, ever again." August cradled my hands to his chest. He bumped my nose with his.
"I'll stay here all night if you want me to."
My heart swelled in my chest. "Why are you so good to me?"
"Because you deserve it."
Brushing my hair out of my face, he cupped both my cheeks.
"I told you before. You have something I don't see very often. It called to me."
His eyes searched mine, staring deeply.
"Not many people catch my attention the way you did."
It had been my art at first, hadn't it? August said he'd been following my work for some time. Just like he'd plucked the twins off the street corner, August had come into my life like a whirlwind, sucking me in, sending me to dizzying heights, leaving me disorientated and stirred up inside.
"You may feel out of your depths,"
he began to say. And there he went again, pinpointing my feelings.
"But you took me by surprise too,"
he continued.
"This thing between us, it was unexpected to say the least."
"So you don't often go randomly picking up women at art galleries?"
"No,"
was all he said. With his arms wrapped around my waist, he turned his attention to the night sky.
"How long until sunrise, do you think?"
he asked. "A couple hours, maybe."
"I showed you how to play guitar. Why don't you show me how to take photos?"
His lips tilted into a wry smile.
"Proper photos, I mean. Not just quick snaps with my phone."
"It usually involves crawling into weird spaces and crouching down in the dirt to get the right angle." "You sure you're up for that?" He grimaced. I laughed and squeezed him, my arms around his chest. "Why don't we stick to cityscapes for your first lesson?" As I explained the various parts of my camera, explained the settings, and how they affected each photo, a sort of wonder took hold inside of me. This man, gorgeous, talented, famous, had followed me up to the roof of a decaying building and was now hanging on my every word. My heart warmed, melting in my chest. August was showing an interest in my art. Real interest. It had nothing to do with the job he'd hired me for. He wanted to know more about me, more about my work, for no other reason than he was curious. Setting the camera aside, lessons over for the time being, I pressed my lips to his again, desperately. August seemed content to let me set the pace, letting our lips come together and part slowly, again and again. We breathed heavily into each other's mouths. I became impatient, wanting to deepen the kiss, but he kept inching back, teasing me. With a growl of frustration, I wrapped my arms around his shoulders and tugged him close. Our bodies pressed together, his front firm against the softness of my chest. I molded against him as he slipped his tongue into my mouth, exploring thoroughly. One warm palm cupped the back of my head, threading fingers through dark strands. That hand began
Your well-being matters. That's why we include soft moments like this to help you feel centered and calm. Thank you for joining us today.
wandering, massaging the back of my neck, sliding down between my shoulders, tracing a line to the small of my back. His firm touch urged me closer, until our hips bumped together. I felt the beginnings of a hardening length against me. It filled out further with every kiss, every caress. I gasped a quick breath into his mouth in surprise. I hadn't expected August to be as caught up in the moment as I was. I rolled my hips experimentally, pressing down. He let out a small groan into my lips. With a hand on my hip, he guided me closer, showing me his desire for me. His thumb rubbed the hollow of my hip. Shivers racked my body as the motion sent pleasure straight to the pulsing core between my legs. I was aching and throbbing, and he'd barely touched me. When we finally met each other skin to skin, I'd probably explode at the seams. That gave me pause. I was thinking when, not if. August pulled back slightly, noticing my distraction. My lips tingled, slick and glossy from our kiss. His thumb continued rubbing those small, sensual circles.
What is it?
He murmured into my lips.
Hey, you there!
With a start, I whipped around. I could just barely make out the vague outline of a portly man holding a flashlight. "Security guard," I hissed. The heat inside me extinguished instantly, a cold dread replacing it. August's gaze flicked over my shoulder. He grinned.
Time to make our escape, you delinquent.
Hand in hand, we ran back down the rickety fire escape, the stairs clattering and shaking in turns. As we ran away from the building and into the streets, I knew one thing. August didn't need to strive for perfection. He was perfect already. Chapter 13. The first words out of Damon's mouth as we stepped into the tour bus that morning were,
"And where the hell were you two?" "I took Cassie out for breakfast."
August lied easily. Damon raised an eyebrow but didn't comment on it.
"If you were any later, we would have left without you,"
was all he said.
"No, you wouldn't have,"
August said.
"Sure would."
Damon smirked.
"We'd get that Spitfire drummer from Cherry Lips to take your place. Bet he'd jump at the chance to fill August Summer's shoes."
The look that crossed August's face was worrying, cloudy and dark, with a hint of panic and vulnerability. It was a startling expression to see on someone so self-assured. Surely he wasn't really worried about them leaving without us.
"We can't take off without August,"
Ian said.
"Cameron would open his big mouth and Noah would end up strangling him within minutes."
Instead of laughing at the joke, the band members nodded in agreement. What an odd relationship those two had. Because we'd been up all night, I feigned a restless sleep and went to take a nap in the bedroom at the back of the bus. I didn't know if August also slept. When I woke up, we were already parked outside the concert hall the next city over. Rubbing the sleep out of my eyes and grabbing my camera, I followed the others off the bus and into the building for rehearsals and sound check. I tried to busy myself with work until the concert started, but it was no use. I was too distracted. My gaze kept wandering over to August. Last night had been magical. I could still taste August on my lips. I still inhaled his scent with every one of my breaths. It was like all my senses were attuned to him and him alone. As much as my mind scolded me to focus on my work, my body had no objections to me reminiscing. I missed the moment the band took the stage. I decided instead of taking my usual pictures of the band for the first half of the concert, I'd keep my camera on the audience. August didn't only want me to capture the band's passion, he wanted me to capture the excitement, the fervor of their fans. I snapped photo after photo. Soon, a shiny black piano was rolled out on stage for Noah's solo. The audience hushed in anticipation of his heartfelt, moving performance. The other members made their way backstage for a short break. Even as I kept my attention on the audience, I couldn't help but follow August out of the corner of my eye. We hadn't had a chance to speak alone since that morning. Was he having just as much difficulty concentrating as I was? Was he still wrapped up in the memory of last night? The frown lines between his eyebrows were familiar. It was the same strained expression I'd seen at the first concert, when I'd helped him take off his shirt. And wasn't that just another delicious memory to savor? It was also the same look he'd had when I'd helped him with the ice pack. Lowering my camera, I studied August's posture. I couldn't tell if he was favoring his shoulder or not. Concerned, I started to make my way over to him. I stopped when I saw him speaking to a roadie. Maybe those frown lines had to do with the concert. Something might have gone wrong, and August needed to tell someone to fix it. The roadie pressed something into August's hand. I wouldn't have caught it if I hadn't been looking right at them. Probably new drumsticks, I reasoned. I didn't know what else a roadie might have to give him before his next performance. August nodded to the roadie and approached an assistant for a bottle of water. He turned his back and swallowed down a mouthful. The water must have helped cool him down, because some of the tension left his shoulders. When Noah's piano solo and the twins' dueling guitar performance were done, all the band members took the stage again. I made my way to the pit, making sure my VIP pass was firmly and securely placed around my neck. Photos from the front of the stage were some of my favorites. Noah's eyes burned with an inner fire. The twins entertained the audience with their playful antics. Cameron strutted around like he owned the place. August's muscled arms became a blur as he gave everything he had into the performance. All of it combined to create one picture-perfect moment that encapsulated darkest days. Even as the crowd squished me from all sides and tossed me about, my gaze was fixated on August. With the way he hit each beat in strong, fluid motions, the way his hair whipped around his face, the way his cheeks flushed with exertion, it was no wonder I couldn't concentrate on anything else. August was always at the back of the stage. It was difficult to get good shots of him. Unlike the easy access I had to the rest of the guys, I had to zoom in to get anything worthwhile. I gave up and put all my focus on the drummer for the last half of the concert. I'd make sure I took enough photos of the other guys later on to make up for it. Last night, August's eyes had shined so beautifully in the moonlight. They left me breathless. I wanted to capture that sentiment again. I was sure whatever August had been feeling then couldn't be half as passionate as his feelings on stage, playing for thousands of adoring fans. I wasn't even in the band or a crazed fan, and yet I was getting caught up in the thrill of their performance. My pounding heart, burning lungs, and aching feet were a welcome reminder of how lucky I was to get a front row seat to something this unforgettable. Wanting to capture that passion, I zoomed in, putting August's face in the frame. His eyes weren't the same clear, brilliant ice blue they were last night. Instead, they had a sort of hazy look to them, almost distant, wavering. It was a now familiar look. I'd always assumed it was August being distracted by his inner thoughts, always worrying about something or thinking things through. As I continued shooting, the cheering of the crowd turned into hushed murmurs. Girls behind me whispered indistinctly to each other in questioning tones. Two guys in front of me turned to look at each other confused. And then I heard it, and saw it. August missed a beat, then another. The strain on his brow had returned. His eyes were wide, fogged over. His chest heaved as if struggling to breathe. His pupils were reduced to pinpoints. I barely had time for my concern to register before shouts and screams filled my ears. August fell to the floor, unconscious. Chapter 14. Sitting silently in a hard, cold plastic chair, I tried to pretend I was invisible. It was easy enough to do. The other 4 people waiting in the hospital hallway were making enough of a commotion. It was no wonder I was overlooked.
Don't fucking care about your rules. We're the closest thing to family he's got. Please just tell us if he's going to be okay or not. Just tell us that.
Cameron and the twins were alternatively pleading with and yelling at a man in a long white coat, a doctor. August's doctor. Tears prickled the back of my eyes. I let a few fall, not trying to keep them in, just brushing them away with my sleeve. They weren't telling us anything. We weren't August's family. We'd been waiting for hours, and we still didn't know anything.
Stop shouting at the man.
Noah's quiet voice interrupted the others.
He's just doing his job.
The lead singer leaned against the wall, arms crossed over his chest. I thought he might scowl at his friends. Instead, he only looked exhausted, tired lines around sad, dark eyes.
I'll stop shouting when he tells us what the fuck is going on,
Cameron growled.
I'm sorry.
The doctor's tone was brisk yet polite. I was sure he'd had this conversation with hundreds of people.
I can only speak to the patient's next of kin.
Cameron jutted his chin out stubbornly.
We're his family.
Before he could continue arguing, a nurse rushed down the hallway. She spoke hushed into the doctor's ear. He nodded.
Good news,
he told us in a slightly relieved tone.
The patient is awake. He says you're all his next of kin. He's asking to see you. Fucking finally,
Damon muttered.
Before you go in,
the doctor hesitated.
You should probably know the cause of his fall. Moron probably worked himself too hard,
Cameron said.
He doesn't know when to quit. No.
The doctor looked each of them in the eye. He seemed to be bracing himself. I stayed sitting in my chair.
It was a drug overdose.
Pure silence filled the hallway. I examined the expression on each band member's face. Shock, surprise, disbelief. I kept my face blank. Cameron barked out a laugh.
Are you fucking with us?
The doctor shook his head sadly.
I know this sometimes comes as a surprise to friends and family. Often, there are no signs.
Ian glared.
August isn't a drug addict. We found large doses of opioids in his bloodstream, possibly oxycodone, enough to make him collapse, enough to stop his breathing.
The others stared at each other, questions in their eyes. Did any of them know? Had any of them guessed?
Fuck this shit,
Cameron grunted, shouldering past the doctor.
I'm going to see him.
The band members followed the nurse to August's room. I trailed behind them. Not a single one of them seemed to notice I was there. I stayed back, hovering in the doorway as they crowded around the bedside. Peeking in, I saw August sitting up in bed. A plastic tube connected a bag of solution to the back of his hand. His hair was limp and falling around his face. A small bandage covered a patch of his forehead near his hairline. Dark purple bruises under his eyes showed his exhaustion. Still, his lips curved into a slight smile as he greeted his friends.
"I'm sorry I scared you,"
were the first words out of his mouth.
"What the hell, August?"
Cameron immediately blurted.
"You're a fucking drug addict now?" "I had a sore shoulder,"
he said reasonably.
"I took something from one of the crew members. I had no idea it would affect me this much. You could have died."
Ian sounded wounded, as if he were the one sitting in the hospital bed, not August.
"How could you have been so irresponsible? That's not like you at all." "I'm sorry,"
was all he said. He turned to Noah.
"What happened with the rest of the show?" "Fuck the tour,"
Noah said bluntly.
"You focus on getting better. The doctor said I can leave tonight. No long-term effects."
He pointed to the bandage on his forehead.
"Just a little bump. Better make sure there's no brain damage,"
Cameron said, forcing a grin.
"How many fingers am I holding up?"
August returned Cameron's rude one-finger salute.
"One too many?"
The twins laughed. Noah's lips twitched into a relieved smile. August reclined back, looking peaceful. I stepped into the room. This wasn't the first time. My words echoed loudly in the hospital room. All eyes were on me. The others frowned, confused. The look on August's face was one of trepidation. He knew what I was going to say. He didn't want me to say it. Too bad. After what I'd figured out, I couldn't keep quiet. "How long has this been going on?" I kept my voice cool and calm. No hint of the primal scream waiting for its chance to be let out. August didn't say a thing. Cameron eyed me.
"What are you talking about?"
August kept his gaze steady, looking me straight in the eye, not avoiding our staring contest. I could see him thinking. I could see the lie about to make its way past his lips. "How long, August?" I repeated. "How long have you been taking drugs?" He cast his eyes down, breaking our stare. His shoulders slumped and tensed at the same time, bracing himself.
"A year,"
he said quietly.
"Maybe more."
Eerie silence filled the room. The kind of silence that preceded a thunderclap. Hairs on the back of the neck standing up in anticipation. Pandemonium broke loose. Every band member spoke at once, voices raised, incredulous and outraged by turns. I hung back, watching the fallout. The minute I'd seen August collapse, falling to the stage, hitting his head with a sickening crack, I'd known. His sore shoulder, taking something from the roadies and telling me it was just aspirin. I chided myself for not seeing it before. But how could I have ever guessed? August a drug addict? The idea was laughable. He was so put together, mature, responsible. He was August Summers. He was the man I'd come to love. My heart squeezed in my chest. The man I'd come to care about. And he'd been lying to me the entire time. Lying to his closest friends. Lying to everyone. Ian turned to me.
"How did you know?"
I wasn't unaware of the accusation in his tone. "I've seen it before," I said. Asking me for help with his pained shoulder, his glazed eyes, distant, unfocused, just like they were on stage before he collapsed. I've seen his eyes like that before. Cameron snarled at me.
"You knew this whole time and you didn't say anything?"
He seethed.
"What the hell is wrong with you?"
I didn't know, I insisted. I just figured it out.
"You said you helped him with his shoulder."
Ian frowned.
"Why didn't you tell anyone?"
I flicked my gaze to August. He asked me to keep it from you. He didn't want you to worry.
Why the hell would you keep a secret like that? Cameron asked. Don't you think we had a right to know our friend was hurting?
I swallowed past the lump in my throat. Cameron was right. I should have told someone. This whole thing could have been avoided. He made me promise.
You don't go making stupid promises like that when someone's in trouble,
Cameron exploded.
Cam, Damon barked. Lay off.
Cameron turned murderous eyes to Damon, opening his mouth to speak. Damon held up his hand, cutting him off. He turned to me, eyes mournful, but full of understanding.
We all know what it's like to keep secrets we shouldn't,
Damon said, speaking to the others. They fell silent, absorbing his words. August had been sitting quietly this whole time. Noah broke the silence.
How often?
He asked.
I'm not an addict,
August replied immediately.
How often? Only once in a while. My shoulder's always been a bit strained since the car accident. Touring and performing every night just makes it a bit worse. It's not a big deal. It's like taking a Tylenol or something. Are you fucking kidding?
Cameron said.
You're abusing drugs. Like you can talk.
August finally snapped.
We all know what goes on at your parties. For fun,
Cameron shouted back.
Like having a drink. No one at my parties gets so fucked up they pass out and almost die. Cameron.
Noah spoke quietly.
Don't yell. Yelling's the only way to get through his stubborn head. It's not a big deal,
August said.
You not seeing why it's a big deal is a big deal,
Ian insisted.
I'll stop,
August said. The others stared at him. A small glimmer of hope lit up Ian's eyes. Some of the anger left Cameron's expression, his face softening.
It's not that easy,
Noah said doubtfully.
Sure it is,
August said easily.
I only did it once in a while. I told you, I'm not addicted. I'll stick to Tylenol 3 or whatever. Something legal. I'll only take what the doctor tells me to.
He cracked a small smile.
No more scoring from roadies.
We all knew Noah was right. It was never that easy. But we all wanted to believe it. We wanted to believe August when he said it wasn't a problem. We wanted to believe everything would go back to normal.
This still doesn't make up for the fact that you lied to us, Cameron warned. I'm sorry,
August said, his tone earnest, sincere.
I should have told you guys. I really didn't think it was that big of a deal. What about your shoulder? Damon asked. If you're in pain, how can you play? I hate to say it, but should we start considering a backup plan?
Panic hit August's eyes.
It's fine,
he said quickly.
I'll adjust. I'm sure whatever the doctor gives me will help. I can start getting massages, resting more during our breaks, taking it easy like you guys always say I should. Taking it easy? I never thought I'd hear those words from August Summers. Now I know you must be on drugs,
Cameron drawled. August and Ian laughed. Noah's lips tilted upward. Concern still lined Damon's brow. He wasn't as convinced. But August had promised. It wouldn't be easy, but I'd be there for him. As upset as I was that he'd lied, I wanted to help in any way I could. August had been helping me, supporting me, encouraging me. Now it was my turn to support him. Chapter 15. I should have been focused on the glowing screen in front of me. Hundreds of photos still needed sorting and editing. I'd been behind in my work ever since August. I closed my eyes against the bright lights of my laptop. Ever since August's fall, which was what we'd begun to call the incident. Opening my eyes, I snuck a quick glance at the front of the bus. The guys were alternatively watching a movie and checking their phones. Cameron grinned almost wickedly as he texted. I didn't want to know what he was saying to his girlfriend. I assumed it was dirty. Ian typed rapidly, his thumbs moving at a blur. Noah spoke into his phone in low tones. The soft curve of his lips, almost a smile, was the closest to a pleasant expression I'd seen on him so far. Damon's eyes were on the TV, expression eager as he watched a deadly car chase. But every so often, their eyes would wander to August. The drummer sat on a sofa, leaning back into a corner, one arm draped over the back. His relaxed posture made him look at peace. His head was buried in a book, the same book I'd seen him reading on the first day of the tour. Either he didn't notice the guy staring at him, or he was pretending not to notice. After what happened, we all agreed to watch over August. It was an odd feeling, keeping an eye on the person who usually kept an eye on someone else. I wondered how odd it must have felt for August to be under the watchful eye of all his friends. It wasn't that we didn't trust him. He told us he was done with the drugs, and we believed him. Or we wanted to believe him. We all knew it wasn't that easy. But maybe for August it was. He never failed when he put his mind to something. If anyone could do it, it would be him. The bus pulled into a parking lot. We were in front of a large grocery store.
Time to stock up.
Cameron stuffed his phone in his pocket and hopped up from the sofa.
We ran out of nacho chips and beer days ago. I don't know how I'm supposed to live like this. You could at least eat a banana or an apple once in a while, Ian said. It won't kill you. Hey, you can get potassium poisoning from too many bananas. It's totally possible to overdose on...
Everyone froze as Cameron realized what he'd just said.
Sorry,
he cringed.
It's cool.
August waved his hand in the air dismissively.
We can't tiptoe around the subject. Not with the way you guys are watching me, like I'll go off the deep end any minute. We just want to be sure you're okay,
Ian said.
I'm doing fine. I'd tell you if I wasn't. Would you really?
Damon muttered. He shook his head and spoke out loud.
I'm heading in to get something caffeinated. Anyone else?
Cameron asked.
Ian? Noah?
Cameron purposely didn't look at me as he said it. Neither did Ian or Noah. They had been chilly to me ever since August checked out of the hospital. Cameron especially.
You coming?
Damon called back to August.
I'll stay here.
Damon paused, staring at him. I'm staying too, I said, meeting Damon's eyes. I don't need anything right now. Damon had been the only one not to give me the cold shoulder. He'd said in the hospital that they'd all kept their fair share of secrets. Maybe he didn't feel he could judge me for keeping August's. I wondered what Damon's secret was. The twin studied me carefully for a minute. He gave me a nod.
Cool. Be right back.
August craned his head around, watching me click away on the mouse, feigning work.
You don't need to babysit me,
he said. At least he sounded amused, not annoyed. It's not babysitting, I countered. It's moral support. August stood and approached me, wrapping his arms around me from behind.
Thank you for being so understanding, for not being upset.
I am upset. I whirled around in the swivel chair to face him. Soft blue eyes, clear and bright, gazed into mine, waiting patiently, as if expecting me to finally blow up. I fought to keep my expression smooth, to keep my brow from furrowing. You lied to me, I said calmly, suppressing the scream that was clawing its way out of my throat. You made me lie to everyone else. August cast his eyes down and nodded.
You're right. It wasn't fair of me to ask that of you.
But getting mad at you and shouting won't fix anything.
It might make you feel better. Call me a stubborn idiot like Cameron.
You're a stubborn idiot. The corner of his mouth twitched.
Now say it again, but put some fire behind it.
Don't sound so amused. You're lucky I'm not throwing things at your head and shouting obscenities.
You should. It's better to let it out.
I don't want to be mad at you. Right now, I just want to help. A teasing smile played on his lips.
You can help by giving me a massage.
You just want me to put my hands on you.
Selfish, I know. But you'll get something out of it, too.
My fingers tingled at the idea of placing my hands on August, on being given free permission to touch that smooth, firm skin. He was right that I probably shouldn't have suppressed my anger. But it was also true getting mad wouldn't help. I could push it aside and focus on helping August through this. We exchanged positions, him taking the chair, me standing behind him. He moved to pull off his shirt and winced. Does it hurt? I asked, worried.
Just a bit,
he admitted.
The new stuff doesn't work as well as the old stuff.
I didn't say, of course it doesn't. The old stuff was strong enough to put you in the hospital. Let me help. Like a replay of that first concert, I tugged his shirt up and over his head. My breath caught, then exhaled noisily in disappointment. He was wearing an undershirt, covering his chest and back. His muscled, tattooed arms and broad shoulders were bare. I could enjoy that, at least. I placed my hands on his shoulders, near the curve of his neck, and started to knead with my thumbs, softly, gingerly. I don't really know what I'm doing, I said. August groaned, half pleasure, half pain.
Just keep doing that.
I don't want to hurt you.
You could never.
I'd been this close to a bare-chested August before, but I never laid my hands on him this easily. I was able to stroke and rub and caress in any way I chose. It was freeing. It was also arousing. This was supposed to be a soothing, healing touch, an innocent moment between us. But ever since that night on the roof, nothing between us had been innocent. The feeling of his warm skin under my hands inflamed the most secret parts of me. The groans and moans leaving August's lips didn't help cool down that heat. Still, I tried to push those thoughts away. This was about August, not about me.
I'm already feeling much better,
he said with a pleased sigh. Does it hurt very much?
A little. Not all the time. As long as I take it easy, I should be fine.
If he was fine, he wouldn't have needed drugs in the first place. I didn't say anything. There were other questions I wanted to ask. In the hospital, you said something about a car accident. Was that the same one? I trailed off, giving him time to brush me off if he didn't want to talk about it. He nodded slowly.
Yes, the same one that killed my parents.
You said you got away with only a few broken bones.
The strain on my shoulder was minimal enough it didn't show up at first. It's only when I overwork it that it becomes a problem.
I'm sorry, I said. It must be hard. That constant reminder of what you lost. Slowly, he turned around in the chair, facing me. I kept my hands resting lightly on his shoulders. When his eyes met mine, I saw they were full of pain.
It almost destroyed me,
he admitted.
Especially the way it happened.
How did it happen? I asked softly. Spreading his knees, he tugged me to come stand between them, his forehead resting against my stomach.
I was arguing with my parents. Something stupid. I don't even remember. I was always so stubborn. My dad turned around in his seat. He didn't see the other car coming. Didn't have time to swerve away. They got hit head on.
I tugged him tight, pressing my cheek to the crown of his blonde head. August inhaled a slow breath before continuing to speak.
I couldn't get over the guilt for a long time. I blamed myself for their deaths. but the worst was the rage I felt.
He tilted his head up to meet my eyes. There was no sign of the anger he spoke about, only sorrow, regret.
It was a drunk driver. It wasn't his first time either. He'd been driving on a suspended license. He shouldn't have been on the road.
August squeezed his eyes closed.
I was so angry. I hated that man for taking away my parents. I wanted him to suffer, like they had suffered, stuck in the twisted metal of a car, broken bones, punctured organs, bleeding out until their bodies finally gave up. I wanted him to feel that.
My heart was heavy in my chest, aching for August. I'd never experienced something as horrible as he had. I couldn't imagine going through it and coming out okay.
I put all that guilt and anger and hate into my music. I didn't try to suppress it. I let it out. I let it overtake me, let it consume me, and used it to fuel my art.
And that helped? I asked softly.
Not at first, but eventually, slowly, the rage lessened. The guilt eased. Not completely, but enough. Enough that I could live with it. I don't know who I'd be without the music. I don't know what I'd do without it. It made me what I am. It continues to shape me to this day.
I could imagine it. A young August railing against the world, misery and hatred balled up inside, turning him bitter and harsh. It so easily could have been that way. But he'd found a way to cope. He'd not only found a way to make it through, but to thrive, despite all the pain. His music had saved him. Under my hands, August's shoulders were still tense. I squeezed them gently. "I'm sorry," I said. "I shouldn't have brought up all these bad memories." He shook his head and placed his hands on mine.
It's only fair. I managed to guess so much about you. I want you to know about me, about my past.
And what about your future? I thought. Do I have a place there? I shouldn't have been thinking things like that. It was too soon, too deep. But when August collapsed on stage, when he hit the ground so hard, unresponsive, lips turning blue, barely breathing, my heart nearly gave out. My lungs crumpled in my chest. I wanted to scream and never stop. I thought I'd known fear before. Now I knew what true terror felt like.
Hey.
I blinked as August cupped my cheek, bringing me back to the present.
I'm okay,
he reassured me.
I'm fine.
He always knew what I was thinking, feeling. He knew me better than I knew myself. I was really scared, I whispered. You really, really scared me. August drew me down, pulling me into his lap. It was awkward on the desk chair, my legs on either side of his hips, perched on his knees. Still, I snuggled into his chest as best I could, burying my face in his neck. Warm, strong hands ran soothing lines up and down my back. Inhaling slowly, I breathed in his scent. Somehow, no matter the time of day, he always managed to smell intoxicating.
I never meant to scare you,
he said.
It won't happen again.
It better not, I mumbled. Or I really will throw something at your head next time, unconscious or not. Strands of his hair tickled my cheek as he pressed a kiss to the side of my head, then my ear, then my jaw.
You'd have to get in line,
he mumbled against my throat.
The others will probably kick my ass before you have a chance to get to me.
With a gentle touch on my chin, he lifted my head, dipping down to place a kiss on my neck. A pulse of pleasure went straight from that kiss, down my belly, to settle between my legs. You've got good friends, I managed to say.
I do,
he agreed. Keeping my head tilted back, he covered my neck with his lips, tongue, and teeth. Quick pecks at first, then slow, sucking kisses, soon followed by sensual nibbles, just verging on the edge of pain. I squirmed in place, thighs clenching and squeezing, as I was assaulted by thrilling sensations. With a palm on the small of my back, August urged my hips forward to nestle against his. I'd only felt his hardness against me once before, that time on the roof. Since then, I'd thought my mind had exaggerated the memory, making everything seem much more impressive than it really was. But my memory was correct. The rise in August's jeans was large and hard against me, straining against the zipper. I could feel how hot he was through my leggings. The heat of him was nothing compared to the inferno rapidly gathering strength inside me. I rocked against him, bringing us closer together. I hissed as his length pressed against the very core of me. He let out a groan, his lips stilling on my neck.
What are you feeling right now?
He asked, the teasing words muffled against my throat. Wrapping my arms tight around his shoulders for balance, I continued with small rocking motions, rolling and writhing against him. Probably the same as you, I said, pleasure singing through my veins. August's hands went to my legs, stroking up and down. His thumbs rubbed my inner thighs, inching upwards with every pass.
Right now I feel like ripping off those damn leggings of yours and licking you till you scream.
My cheeks flushed red hot, even as a groan left my lips. His lips curved into a wicked smile against my skin.
Is that what you're feeling?
I suddenly envisioned a dozen scenarios involving August's naked body and my tongue. My insides throbbed at the thought. Indistinct voices sounded from outside the bus, still distant, but coming closer. We stilled.
Shit.
August dropped his head back and blew out a breath. I scrambled off his lap, cheeks burning with embarrassment now. I took a quick inventory of myself, making sure my hair was smoothed and my clothes were unrumpled. August adjusted himself discreetly.
Someday soon I'm going to get you alone,
he said. I shivered at his husky words, full of promise. And then what? I asked, aiming for playful.
And then I won't have to ask how you're feeling.
Ice blue eyes burned into me, hot enough to melt glaciers.
I'll have you screaming it for hours.
Chapter 16. Noah, tell me why you decided to put a piano piece on your most recent album. It's an unusual choice for a heavy rock group like yours. Noah turned his dark eyes to the brunette interviewer sitting across from him. I angled the shot to get both of them in the frame. I expected Noah to give a short, curt answer. Maybe something close to,
because I felt like it. The first time I played it through from start to finish, it sounded complete.
His low tones were barely audible, making the interviewer sit up and lean toward him, pushing the hand mic closer to him.
I knew I didn't want to change a thing,
he continued.
It was perfect the way it was.
The interviewer jotted something in her notebook, satisfied with his answer. It was nearly midnight. The group of us arrived at our hotel, relieved to make our way to our presidential suite, only to be stopped by a journalist from a local paper. Usually interviews were held at the concert hall, but we were on a tight timeline for this leg of the tour. As exhausted as the guys were, you wouldn't have guessed. They plastered on friendly and polite faces the moment they realized she was a journalist, not a crazed fan breaking into their suite. The interviewer finished her notes and turned her mic toward the twins. As Darkest Days' famed twin guitarists, you used to be indistinguishable from one another. Fans have taken notice recently that you're not dressing alike, and have started asking to be called by your own individual names. Why is that? Damon and Ian shared a glance.
"We've been pretending to be each other for years,"
Damon said.
"Even our own bandmates couldn't tell us apart,"
Ian continued.
"It's fun to fool people, but it gets old after a while. We're getting past the age where pranks like this are fun. It's time for us to be ourselves,"
they both said at the same time. The interviewer blinked at their synced words, nonplussed, before turning to the next band member. "August, can I ask about the incident that happened last week?"
"When I passed out in the middle of the concert, you mean?"
August reclined into the sofa, looking at ease. He didn't seem to mind the question. "There are rumors about what might have happened," she continued.
"It was a combination of dehydration and exhaustion,"
he said.
"The others always say I work myself too hard. I guess it just caught up to me."
The effortless lies were disconcerting. If I didn't know better, I would have taken him at his word. "Damon, fans have been loving the behind-the-scenes photos of the band." The interviewer turned her attention to the twin. "How does it feel to have someone taking photos of your private moments?"
"I'm cool with it."
He grinned wickedly.
"Our photographer's cute. I don't mind having a pretty girl following me around."
I flushed behind my camera as Damon turned to throw me a thumbs up and a wink. The interviewer followed his gaze. Her eyes fell on me. I'd been trying to be inconspicuous, staying in the background as I snapped away. "This is her?" the interviewer asked. She gave me a once-over. While she wore a smart pantsuit and a neat braid down her back, my hair was loose around my face, and I was wearing my usual baggy shirt and leggings. I wondered if she was judging me. I wasn't exactly dressed professionally. "I'd love to ask you some questions," she said. My glasses slid down my nose. "Me?" I asked, just to clarify. She nodded emphatically. "Yes, your photos have been shared all over the internet. People are loving them. These aren't quick snaps from a camera phone taken by an intern. You clearly know what you're doing." "I hope I do," I said without thinking. "This would make for a great story. Maybe I can interview you separately? An on-camera interview? I'd like to know more about your process, your inspirations, things like that." "I'd rather not," I said weakly, heart spiking in my throat. The interviewer gestured to her own camera operator behind her, not hearing me. "Let's get a shot of her and the band for the paper." The tips of my fingers went cold, even as my face grew hot. This was my worst nightmare. I belonged behind the camera, not in front of it. "There are hundreds of people who would kill to be in your place," the interviewer said as she shoved the mic in front of my face. "Can we talk about how you scored the job?" I stuttered, tripping on my words as the camera operator scooped in close, trying to get the whole band in frame behind me.
"Cassie, tell me why I chose you."
I turned my head to look at August. The calmness in his expression, his easy smile, blunted some of my nerves.
"Why did I choose you?"
August asked again. "Because," I started without thinking. August nodded at me encouragingly. I remembered step 2 of his challenge. Step out of my comfort zone. Do things that scared me. "Because you said you saw something special in my work. Something you didn't see very often." "And what was that?" The interviewer jumped in. I pushed some of my hair back from my face, tucking it behind my ears. I met August's eyes, ignoring the interviewer, ignoring the band, speaking only to him. "You said I had passion." "Interesting," the interviewer drawled. She flicked her gaze between me and August, searching. I quickly glanced away, fiddling with my camera. She continued asking me questions. With August's silent support, I managed to answer most of them, talking about my artistic background, my education, my previous work. I'd begun to actually relax into it when she said the words I'd been dreading. "So what made you want to be a photographer?" I suppose. My throat closed up, nerves getting the better of me. "It's a way to express things." "What kind of things?" she asked. "My thoughts, feelings, emotions." I flushed and looked away. August stood up.
That should be it for the night, yes?
August spoke directly to her and her camera operator. I heard the woman start to argue and plead for more time, but August began to usher them out the door. I fled to my room, glad for the chance to escape. I took a moment to shake off any residual nerves and started to get ready for bed. I never liked being asked about my work. Why did it matter what my thought process had been while taking the photos? Why did it matter what my inspiration was? Would knowing what I'd been feeling change how the person viewed my photos? I didn't like that idea. I didn't like the idea of baring my soul to the public for consumption. I put enough of myself into my art. I had to keep some parts of me private. I just stepped out of the bathroom, calmer now with my teeth brushed and face washed, when my door creaked open. August peeked his head in.
"You doing okay?"
he asked.
"Haven't thrown up or climbed out the window?"
I managed to suppress the urge. He closed the door behind him.
"I'm proud of you."
I snorted. I barely managed to make myself coherent.
"You did something that scared you and made it through. Baby steps."
As I contemplated his words, his eyes dropped, taking in the tiny tank top and sleeping shorts I'd put on for bed. A simmering heat glinted behind those ice-blue eyes. My nipples hardened into stiff peaks. "Did you know she was going to interview me?" His gaze was locked on my chest, not trying to be subtle in showing his interest. I remembered his words from the tour bus. The next time he got me alone, he was going to make me scream for hours.
"No,"
he said.
"I would have warned you if I'd known."
He took a step forward. My back was to the wall. I couldn't have inched away if I'd wanted to. I didn't want to. I don't know why she thought anyone would care about me. I just take photos. My breath hitched as he came within arm's reach, his delicious scent filling my nose.
"Because I'm not the only one who sees passion in your art."
His voice was low in his chest, a husky murmur. The heat in those words sent my pulse racing. "It's all thanks to you. You're the one who helped draw it out." He took a final step. He was right there, a hair's breadth away from me. I had to tilt my head up to see his face.
"Don't thank me yet."
His eyes blazed.
"I'm not done with you."
Heat flooded my system, melting my heart in my chest, turning my belly to liquid, dripping down my thighs.
"I locked the door."
A sly smile crossed his lips. August cupped the back of my neck, urging me forward, until his body pressed against every inch of mine. His hands slid down my throat, coming to rest on either side of my ribs. I could feel the indentation of each finger as they gripped me tight, drawing my body closer.
"That means no more interruptions,"
he added. August's thumbs caressed the underside of my breasts. I inhaled sharply. Those wandering thumbs continued their exploration, brushing against my pebble nipples, rubbing small circles. I took in a shuddering breath. It was as if my breasts had a direct connection to the apex of my thighs, those tiny motions sending pleasure straight to my core. Arching my back, I pushed my chest forward. He took the encouragement to cup me in both hands, stroking and massaging. I stifled a groan. He still hadn't kissed me yet. I pressed forward, bringing my mouth to his. He licked at the seam, tongue brushing a slow, sensual line along my upper lip. My legs nearly fell out from under me. He found a weak spot I hadn't known I'd had. Chuckling into my mouth, he did it again, slower this time, teasing. I moaned. He swallowed it with a kiss, his tongue brushing mine in time with his fingers brushing my nipples. The dual onslaught had me reeling. I whimpered his name. He growled low in his throat. Taking both my hands in his, he pinned them to the wall above my head. I was left helpless to do anything but squirm and writhe against him. His lips left mine to trail down my neck. He dipped his tongue into the hollow of my throat. Pleasure exploded between my thighs. I nearly came right then. Another sensitive spot. He continued kissing lower until he reached my breasts. He sucked a nipple into his mouth, nipping lightly through the thin cotton of my tank top. The material barely blunted the sensation. While his mouth played with my breasts, he transferred my wrists to one hand, using the other to trace a line down my body. He ran down my sides, my belly, and curled around my hip. His fingers teased at the elastic of my sleep shorts, tugging them down. My breathing went shallow as I stepped out of them. 2 fingers slid between the valley of my thighs, rubbing me through the thin cotton of my panties. I gasped, clenching down, my inner walls already slick and wet and aching. August pressed a kiss to my mouth. His eyes gleamed, an odd curiosity in his gaze, almost masked by the desire I saw in them. That gaze roved over my face, taking in every minute change in my expression, examining me. "Aren't you going to ask what I'm feeling?" I managed to choke out. With one deft motion, he pushed my panties aside and dipped between my folds, parting me. I let out a small, embarrassing sound, half groan, half squeak.
"I think I have some idea,"
he said, wickedly amused. Those fingers teased at my entrance as I rocked against him, urging him without words to continue. He would circle, rub, then pull back, over and over again, driving me crazy. I whined. "August, please." He placed his mouth on mine, muffling my shriek as he plunged a finger inside me. I panted heavily into his mouth. He pumped in and out, that finger slick, my wetness easing the passage. I bucked against him, wanting more, wanting it deeper, faster. He obliged, slipping a second finger in next to the first. My head thumped back against the wall. The pleasure was almost too much, the flames inside me rising higher and higher. I was close, almost there, when he pulled away. My head jerked back down to gape at him. "What?" "Shh," he murmured into my mouth. For a moment I was confused as he crouched down in front of me. Then he peeled my panties down my legs to my ankles. My limbs turned to jelly as he used both hands to spread my thighs open, bearing me to his gaze. He leaned forward and blew a hot puff of air on the most intimate part of me. I gripped his hair in both fists to keep myself from toppling to the floor. Without warning, August buried his face between my legs and sucked my clit into his mouth. I did shriek out loud then, heedless of who might hear us. It was like the night on that rooftop, when the rest of the world had fallen away, leaving us as the only 2 people in the universe, until it was just me and August, and the pleasure he was giving me. He used his tongue to circle and swirl, his lips to suck and kiss. My legs trembled. My head thrashed back and forth. My grip on his hair must have been painful, but he didn't complain, didn't stop, just continued sending me to greater and greater heights. I was close, so close. It was too much, and yet not enough. I was aching inside, throbbing almost painfully, empty and needy. He thrust 2 fingers inside me, crooking them forward. I screamed, breaking into pieces, shards of me exploding outwards like shattered glass. My body tensed, muscles locking, fireworks shooting across my vision. I gasped for air, panting, shuddering, pulsing. I'd never felt anything this good before in my life, not even when I'd touched myself. This was what sex was supposed to feel like. I mourned for my younger self. If I'd known pleasure like this could be had at the hands of someone I cared about, I wouldn't have pushed myself, wouldn't have forced myself to try and feel something. I would have waited for August. If only I'd met him sooner. I wouldn't have spent years thinking there was something wrong with me, thinking I was broken. I wasn't broken. I was complete. I was made whole under August's touch. Finally, the pleasure slowly began to abate, turning into something more manageable, less overwhelming. Falling forward, my whole body began to relax. Even a small tremor still made me twitch and jerk. August caught me before I could crumple to the floor. I stayed slumped in his arms, gasping as I caught my breath. He stroked my back, pressing kisses to the crown of my head. When the shaking stopped, I lifted my head from where I'd let it rest on his chest. I stared into his eyes. He stared into mine. We shared a smile, then a small, exhausted laugh. He bumped his nose against mine. I nearly shattered again, but this time it was my heart exploding outward, aching at the painfully sweet gesture. August scooped me up, lifting me with ease. He walked the few steps to the bed and laid me down gently. Settling himself on top, he used his arms to keep himself from crushing me. I pulled him down until he was a heavy weight on my chest. He was still wearing his clothes. I was still wearing my tank top. My panties were long gone. "I need my phone," I said. August blinked.
Why?
He said slowly. I smiled playfully. "I want to make a note of this. I need to record something so mind-blowing." He raised an eyebrow.
Did you think we were done?
Now it was my turn to blink. A wicked smile crossed his face. He crawled back down my body, wandering hands skimming every inch of my skin. My head fell back, a moan leaving my lips, as another surge of pleasure coursed through me. He said he'd have me screaming for hours. August never failed when he put his mind to something. Chapter 17. Sunlight streamed through the parted curtains. The light hitting my closed eyelids was enough to stir me from sleep. I shifted, grunting, trying to avoid the sun. Mornings, ugh. I was stopped by a pair of strong arms around my waist and a firm chest pressed against my back. Memories of the night before flicked across my mind, like a movie reel, an R-rated movie. I stretched, like a satisfied cat basking in the sun, arms reaching high above my head, feet arching with pointed toes. I enjoyed the small aches of overworked muscles. Those arms tightened around me, a quick squeeze before relaxing. I rolled, switching sides. August was staring at me, blue eyes intent on my face. "That's creepy," I said.
I'll pretend to be asleep then.
He went limp, flopping onto his back, eyes closed. I laughed. He peeked one eye open.
You're staring at me. Now who's the creepy one?
I hit him with a pillow, still giggling. I never felt so content, like everything in the world was okay, like nothing could bring me down. I snuggled back down into his arms, burying my face in his chest, tangling our bare legs together. Somehow during the night, he'd taken off his shirt and jeans, leaving him only in his boxers. I breathed in that warm scent, even stronger now after a night's sleep. I couldn't get enough of it. I couldn't remember falling asleep. I must have passed out sometime after my third or fourth orgasm. My sleep shorts were back on. August must have dressed me to make sure I didn't get cold. I was glad he'd stayed. I wouldn't have wanted to wake up alone. "You were amazing last night," I whispered.
That was you.
A slightly wicked smirk crossed his lips.
I love watching you squirm as I fuck you with my tongue.
A full-body flush warmed me, from my pink cheeks to my quivering belly to my clenching thighs. August had never used words like that around me before. No one had, not even my previous boyfriends. I liked it, really liked it. "I didn't know it was possible for something to feel that good," I said. "No one's ever." I trailed off, knowing it was bad manners to bring up previous lovers while in the arms of your current one. August pressed a kiss to my hair.
You can tell me, if you want.
I took in a heavy breath. "You were right, what you guessed about my first boyfriend, and my second boyfriend, and the one after that. I never felt anything like that with them. Even when..." I faltered. August nodded, encouraging me, letting me know he understood without me needing to say it. It wasn't like they were bad at it. I just never felt anything, emotional or physical, for anyone. I tried. I tried to force myself to feel, to like it, to like them, but I never did. I took a deep, shuddering breath. For a long time, I thought there was something wrong with me, I murmured against his bare skin. I thought I was broken. Then you came along. I lifted my head to meet his eyes. They were kind, patient. "At first, you were just another random guy, someone interested in my art. I was nervous about what you thought."
I could tell.
"Then you told me you saw passion in my work. You said it called to you. You saw something in me I didn't even see in myself. Even though we'd just met, things felt intimate between us. And I didn't realize how badly I'd been craving that. Intimacy, understanding, acceptance. Like that's what I'd been missing this whole time. And I felt like for once, maybe, I wasn't broken after all." August placed a slow, sensual kiss on my lips.
You were never broken.
"I don't know why it was you," I said softly. "Why you and not anyone else? But ever since you said those words, something inside me started to come to life. Like I finally woke up. And I started to feel something. It was scary and exciting. You made my head spin. I didn't know what to make of you. But you always seemed to know what I was thinking."
You're not hard to read.
"You're the first person to say that." August tilted my chin up, making me look him in the eyes.
I don't want you thinking that I fixed you or anything like that. There was never anything wrong with you in the first place. Some people just don't feel sexual attraction until there's an emotional connection. Some people don't feel sexual attraction at all.
He gave a wry smile.
And some people feel sexual attraction to anything on two legs.
"Damon," we both said at the same time, sharing a grin. August sat up, stretching. I enjoyed the sight of his muscles shifting under smooth skin.
How about some breakfast?
He said.
I can order room service. We don't have to get moving until this afternoon.
It only took a quick call before a tray of bacon, eggs, pancakes, and orange juice was wheeled to our door. August tipped the young attendant with a wad of cash. The kid's eyes widened at the sum as August closed the door on him. He brought the food to me, so I didn't have to get up. Breakfast in bed. My heart thumped sweetly in my chest at how romantic that sounded. "Not bad for hotel food," I said after taking my last bite of delicious, fluffy scrambled eggs.
We only stay at the best. We're darkest days after all.
I laughed at him, almost snorting juice up my nose. You should tone down on the ego, or someone might end up smacking you someday.
Why do I have a feeling that person is going to be you?
Nah. I scooted closer until I was sitting in his lap, my legs on either side of his hips. I wrapped my arms around his neck. I think you're perfect.
I know.
There wasn't a hint of modesty in his voice, but the smile playing on his lips told me he was half teasing. He pulled back.
I want to take you somewhere.
My heart quickened. Like a date? I asked.
Sure, let's call it a date. But bring your camera.
August snuck out of my room for a shower and change of clothes before the other guys got up. Rock stars tended to sleep until noon. The concert wasn't until that evening, so we had the whole day to ourselves. August couldn't tell me where we were going the entire taxi ride out of the city. We drove until we reached the outskirts of town. The taxi pulled up to a rusted gate. August opened the car door and let me go first, holding my camera for me. I blinked behind my glasses as I looked through the wide-spaced metal bars, blocking the entrance to... Is this an amusement park?
An abandoned amusement park,
August replied.
Not exactly dinner and a movie, but I thought it might be fun.
A sense of glee filled my chest, not only at the chance to take cool photos in a new setting, but at August's thoughtfulness for taking me here on a date. He was right. It wasn't dinner and a movie. It was so much better than that. I'm sure the rides don't work anymore, I pointed out.
Roller coasters are overrated.
August took my hand and led me around the fenced-off perimeter. About a quarter of the way around, there was a gap in the fence. I examined it. It looked like someone had taken bolt cutters to it. Did you come here early and break in just for me?
I found this place on one of those urban explorer websites you talked about.
He'd done his research. This place was deserted and decrepit and absolutely amazing. The emptiness was creepy in a childish sort of way, like how clowns are creepy when you're young. I ran up to a motionless, moss-covered carousel. Some of the wooden horses had fallen to the ground, cracked and chipped. A few still stood tall. I jostled one vigorously to test how sturdy it was and hopped on. Wrapping my arms around the horse's neck and kicking its ribs with my heels, I laughed out loud. It was like being a little kid again. A bright flash surprised me. August was lowering the camera in his hands. His eyes sparkled. I should be taking your picture, I said. You're the one who's supposed to be in front of the camera, not me.
You're too cute not to capture this moment.
I flushed at the endearment. Come over and ride with me. Instead of getting on his own horse, he climbed up on mine, settling behind me, his arms around my waist, and his hips tucked firmly against my backside.
Giddy up,
he said, amused. You'd make a good cowboy.
Is that what you're into?
He asked, before faking a Western drawl.
You want a good old-fashioned cowboy to make you his little lady?
It used to be, I teased. But now I'm starting to see the appeal of the rock star type.
And who is this rock star who's caught your eye? Do I need to fight someone for your affections?
You don't need to fight anyone. All my affection belongs to you. Embarrassed at how sappy I'd sounded, I scrambled off the horse before August could reply. I bet there's a Ferris wheel, I deflected. I've always wanted to climb one.
Have you got a death wish?
He hopped off the horse easily. He would have made a good cowboy.
First rickety, rusting fire escapes, and now this. I don't want to see you fall and crack your head open.
Look who's talking, I replied without thinking. August went silent. I'm sorry, I said immediately. I didn't mean to bring it up.
No, you're right. I'm lucky I didn't hurt myself worse than I did when I fell.
When he overdosed was more accurate, but I didn't say it out loud. Some of the anger I'd felt before began to resurface. I pushed it back. Getting mad wouldn't help anyone. I went to August and brought my arms up around his neck. "I know how hard this must be," I said, trying to stay clean.
"I'm not an addict."
He repeated the words he'd said in the hospital. That was exactly what an addict would say. Again, I kept my tongue. "Still, I know that playing every night must aggravate your shoulder. I'm proud of you for sticking to your promise." He pressed a kiss to my lips.
"You want to check out the Ferris wheel?"
he asked.
"It looks like there's one over there."
We held hands as we made our way through the park, exploring nooks and crannies, taking photos of both the run-down rides and each other. When we reached the Ferris wheel, I immediately slung the camera around my neck and climbed into the bottommost carriage. "Hop in," I said. August looked doubtful. "It's not going to fall apart on us," I added.
"You sure?"
he muttered, but followed me into the carriage, taking a seat next to me. I took shots from every direction, focusing on the crisscrossing metal bars of the Ferris wheel structure above my head. It had a wonderful sort of geometry to it. I turned the camera to August. He was rotating his shoulders slightly, as if working out a pulled muscle. "Does it still hurt?" I asked, concerned.
"Not all the time."
"Does it hurt now?"
"A little."
"You should rest more." I hesitated, not sure whether to bring up the subject, but powered on, knowing someone had to. "Do you think you should speak to the guys about getting someone to fill in for you?" August's eyes went wide. "Just for a few shows," I said hurriedly. "Maybe every other city or so, just to give you some time to rest."
"No."
"If you push yourself too hard."
"No,"
he cut in.
"I'm fine."
"But you're not fine. You're not even playing, and your shoulder is bothering you. How bad does it get on stage?"
"I can handle it."
"But you don't have to just handle it. There's nothing wrong with taking a step back."
"I can't."
He snapped his mouth shut, looking away. "Can't take a step back?" I asked softly. "Can't take a break?" He pressed his lips together. "I know you think you have to be perfect all the time," I said. He tensed. And that was it, wasn't it? Talented, genius, perfect August Summers suddenly wasn't so perfect anymore. And he didn't know how to handle it, except to ignore it and keep pushing on as if everything was fine. I scooted closer and pulled August in my arms. He resisted. I pressed a kiss to his hair. "You're perfect to me," I said. Slowly, he relaxed and settled against me.
"I don't need a replacement,"
he said. "No one can replace you," I corrected him.
"I want to continue getting on stage as a member of Darkest Days. I don't want anyone else."
He swallowed hard.
"I can keep playing."
With a heavy heart, I nodded. If his own bandmates hadn't been able to convince him, I doubted I'd be able to. I just hoped Perfect August Summers was right when he said he could keep playing. I didn't want this to be the first time he proved himself wrong. Chapter 18.
"You better be nice to her,"
Cameron warned Damon.
"When am I ever not nice?"
the twin replied, sounding affronted.
"You can't tell me you're not already thinking of putting a dead frog in Hope's bedsheets." "I'm not that immature,"
Damon protested.
"At worst, it would be a live frog."
Cameron snorted. Ian was on his way back from the airport after picking up his girlfriend and was due any minute. The others had taken to warning Damon to be on his best behavior.
"Just don't be a dick to her,"
Noah said.
"Like you can talk,"
Damon retorted.
"That's different,"
Cameron said.
"Noah's a dick to everyone."
Before the lead singer could defend himself, the hotel suite door opened, and in walked Ian with his arm around Hope's waist. From their messed hair, flushed cheeks, and red lips, I had to assume there had been some making out on the elevator, and possibly even some groping. Ian's face was alight with a wide smile. It was a great improvement on the wounded eyes and concerned looks he'd been throwing August's way ever since his fall.
"Hey, gorgeous."
Cameron grinned at Hope and gave her a tight squeeze.
"How are things back home?"
"Lily's doing fine," she replied, answering his unspoken question. "She wishes she could be here, but with school and everything." Cameron's wide grin faltered, expression turning glum, before he plastered the smile back on.
"You know what they say, absence makes the heart grow fonder."
He tried to sound chipper, but couldn't hide the dejection in his voice. "She did give me something to give to you." Hope pulled out an envelope from her purse and handed it over. "It's one of her sketches. Lily said not to open it in public." Cameron's eyes lit up with naughty mischief.
"So it's tasteful nudes? I like."
Noah grumbled from where he sat on an armchair in the corner. Cameron smirked at him.
"It's nice to see you again, Hope,"
August said before the two of them could get going. "Good to see you too." Her smile didn't waver, no concern or worry in her tone. I had to wonder if Ian kept from her what happened with August.
"Yeah, it's good to see you again,"
Damon said.
"How was your flight?"
Everyone in the room stared at Damon. Ian looked taken aback. Hope's eyes went wide with shock, before a pleased, bright smile crossed her lips. "The flight was good. Short." She looked around the room, meeting everyone's eyes with a questioning look. No one explained Damon's politeness. "I hope I'm not intruding too much by joining you guys for a few days."
"Nah, it's cool,"
Damon said with a careless shrug.
"I'm sure Cassie will appreciate the company. Might get tiring, being around all this testosterone."
That bright smile turned to me. "Cassie, how are you enjoying your tour life so far? Have the guys driven you insane yet?" "Not yet." Hope really did seem like a sweet girl. "Maybe give it a few more weeks." Cameron continued to pepper Hope with questions about back home, no doubt wanting more details about how his girlfriend was faring. I eyed Damon. He looked vaguely unsettled, like something was itching under his skin. Ian was glancing at his brother quizzically, as if trying to figure him out. Hope asked Ian a question, drawing his attention back to her with a doting smile. Damon saw me staring at him. He raised an eyebrow.
"What?"
he mouthed silently. "Nothing," I replied, suppressing a smile. It looked like Damon had taken my words to heart. He was trying, for Ian's sake, to be pleasant around his brother's girlfriend.
"We were thinking of hitting a club,"
Cameron told Hope.
"Get a few drinks to celebrate your arrival."
"You don't need to celebrate just because I'm here," Hope said. "Shh," Cameron said in a fake whisper.
"We're just using you as an excuse to get hammered."
Hope laughed. "Do you really need an excuse for that?"
"We haven't gone out on this tour yet,"
Cameron said.
"We've been too busy. But I know a guy who owns a club in this town. I can get us the VIP treatment."
Ian turned questioning eyes to Hope.
"I know we were planning on spending some time alone together."
"No, it's fine. Besides," Hope leaned up to whisper in Ian's ear. His grin turned wicked. I was pretty sure I didn't want to know what she was telling him. Probably something dirty. Normally, I would have been uncomfortable at the thought. Now that August and I had been together, I couldn't help but wonder what sort of dirty, naughty things we could get up to in the dark, secluded corners of a busy club. The thoughts made me flush.
"What are you thinking right now?"
August asked me in a hushed, teasing tone.
"Your face is red."
I let my fingers wander, briefly brushing his. Maybe instead of telling you, I can show you later? I was amazed at my own audacity, but the fiery look that flared up in August's gaze made me glad I'd said it. I turned back to Ian and his girlfriend, only to find Hope staring at me and August, a small smile playing on her lips. I quickly brought my hands back to my lap. August and I hadn't discussed whether we would tell anyone about us. I was perfectly content with the two of us keeping it quiet for now. I didn't know how the other guys would react. It could have been judgment, disapproval, or teasing. Either way, I didn't want to deal with that while I was still navigating this new relationship. But from the way Hope's eyes were shining as she looked at the two of us sitting together on the sofa, I had a feeling at least one person had figured it out. If we're going out, let me get dressed up into something appropriate, Hope said. She was wearing a blue cotton dress with tights. Did that mean I should change too? I hadn't packed anything I would imagine girls wore to clubs. No short skirts or tiny tops. Cassie, let's get ready together, Hope chirped. I blinked. What? Why? 'Cause it's fun. We can do each other's hair and makeup. Come on. I was still flummoxed as Hope grabbed my hand.
Great, Cameron moaned. This is going to take hours.
Give me 30 minutes, Hope promised. She dragged me to one of the large bathrooms, lugging her suitcase behind her. Shutting the bathroom door behind us, she turned to me, eyes sparkling. So, you and August? Chapter 19. I let out a half cough, half squeak, as Hope guessed the one thing I'd wanted to keep secret. She laughed. It's okay. I won't tell anyone if you don't want me to. Are we that obvious? If you don't want the others to find out you and August are together, you don't have to worry. Men are oblivious. Thanks, I muttered. Am I right by guessing you don't have any club clothes? Do leggings and baggy shirts count? You look about my size, Hope said, eyeing my chest and hips. I'm sure we can find you something. About 10 minutes later, I was wearing what Hope called 7 dresses in one. It's my go-to outfit, she explained. The skirt can be worn long or short, and the top can be as low-cut as you want. I looked down. The top certainly was low-cut, showing off my cleavage in a spectacular way. This thing makes my boobs look huge. I turned and examined how close to my butt the hemline stopped. And my legs look like they go on forever. That's the magic of this dress. Hope put on a short black skirt and a shimmery halter top. Neither of the two of us looked scandalous. Our important bits were covered in all the right places. Still, the outfits accentuated our natural assets. What do you usually do with your hair? Hope asked. She had just finished putting hers up into a high ponytail. I touched the loose strands falling around my face, self-consciously. This? How about an updo? She suggested. The club can get really hot. The last thing you want is sweaty hair sticking to the back of your neck. Sitting on the edge of the bathtub, I let Hope mess around with my head. I feel like Sandy in Greece, I said. It's more like the Breakfast Club. Hope absent-mindedly poked another bobby pin through my hair. We're not turning the good girl bad. We're turning the weird girl. Hope cut herself off with a choked cough. Not that you're weird, she hurried to say. Just that, you're the artsy type is all. I'm sorry, she flushed. I didn't mean to insult you. I laughed at the horrified expression on her face, reflected in the mirror. It's okay. I've been called a lot worse things than weird. The flush on Hope's face slowly went away as she put the finishing touches on my hair, parts of it braided and twisted and pinned to the back of my head. I stood in front of the mirror. Do I look okay? I asked nervously. August will want to throw you on the bed and rip your clothes off, Hope declared. Was that the whole point of this? I asked. Hope gave me a cheeky grin. Only partly. Exactly 28 minutes after we entered, we stepped out of the bathroom. Ian's eyes went wide, then narrowed, a devious expression on his face. I wondered if Hope got the idea of having clothes ripped off from experience. Cameron whistled.
Looking good, ladies. And on time, too. Impressive. Are we going now?
Noah asked. I looked to August, anxious about his reaction. His eyes roved all over my body, from my chest to my hips to my legs, and back up again, slowly, carefully, as if savoring every detail. Damon lowered his phone, already on the line with the taxi company.
The cab can only hold 5,
he said.
Cassie and I can take a second cab,
August said immediately. Hope's grin widened. The guys didn't seem to give it a second thought. Let's go, guys, Hope said. We can head down and meet the cab now. August, Cassie, you guys head over when your cab comes. That work?
Yeah, that definitely works,
August murmured, not taking his eyes off me. I shivered at the heat in that gaze, warmth flowing from my cheeks, down my stomach, to the apex of my thighs. A single look, and I was ready to rip my clothes off myself. The others left. It took less than a second for him to cross the room and bury his hands in my hair, ruining all of Hope's hard work as he kissed me roughly.
You look fantastic in that dress,
he murmured against my lips. Better than my leggings?
Those are hot, too.
August growled into my mouth.
Fuck. I can't wait to watch you come on my cock.
I flushed, taken aback, and turned on at the same time. My insides pulsed thinking about it. I don't know, I said playfully. You've got a pretty talented tongue. I'm not sure anything can top that. His eyes turned heated, a carnal glint behind ice blue.
Is that a challenge?
My heartbeat quickened, breath going shallow. I nodded silently. He placed his hands on my hips. He kissed me slowly, deeply. My nose filled with the virile scent my body now came to associate with August. I returned the kiss, opening to him, allowing our tongues and lips and teeth to explore one another. He ran his tongue along my upper lip. I melted into him. He chuckled as he once again used my weak spot against me. I clung to him tighter, that strange urge returning, the urge to hold on and never let go. August moved his fingers from my hips to my breasts. He pinched one stiff nipple through my dress, tweaking and rolling between thumb and forefinger, before switching sides to play with the other. I moaned and squirmed at the onslaught.
I hope you don't like this dress too much,
he murmured against my lips. Why?
Because I'm going to tear it off you if you're not naked in 5 seconds.
Don't, it's not mine, I gaped into his mouth. It's Hope's.
Then take it off before I rip it off.
She had been right. I threw the dress and my bra hastily to the floor. He stared at my breasts, rabid hunger in his gaze as he saw me bare. He attacked one nipple with his mouth, sucking hard. I gasped. He played with the other before switching, sucking the left and tweaking the right. The sensations went straight from my chest to my very center. While his mouth was occupied, I snuck my hands under his shirt, exploring his chest and abs. Running my nails lightly down smooth skin, I felt his muscles ripple. They flexed and shifted delightfully under my fingertips. I lifted the hem. Now that I was so close and had permission to touch, I traced that tempting V shape of his lower torso. I used my thumbs to trace those lines from his hips and lower, until my fingers reached his belt. Fumbling, I unbuckled it and reached for the button on his jeans. August took just enough time away from licking and biting my breasts to take off his shirt and kick off his pants, leaving him in his boxers. A rapidly hardening length rose upward. With my mouth near watering, I wrapped my fingers around him through the fabric. He groaned, dropping his head into the crook of my neck. I stroked and squeezed gently. He groaned again. Those sounds, the proof of his pleasure, inflame my core. Wetness dripped between my thighs, my panties becoming damp. Slowly, I reached inside his boxers. I lightly gripped him again. Silken skin over hard steel was a revelation. He pulsed and throbbed under my hands, the same way my insides pulsed and throbbed. Needy, wanting. I was empty, aching. I needed something to fill me, and I knew there was only one thing that could satisfy that craving. I tugged at his boxers. "Off," I demanded.
So eager to have me inside you?
He murmured into my skin. "Yes," I nodded emphatically, no shame whatsoever. He bent down to remove his boxers, as I had commanded. I took the moment to wriggle out of my own panties, lowering them to the floor. When I looked back up, I stopped and stared. August's lean, toned body stood tall, with his cock jutting outward, ragingly hard and weeping at the tip. I wanted to taste it. I wanted to taste him. I craved it as much as I craved his lips, his kisses. But that was for another time. He grabbed his jeans and rooted around in the pockets, pulling out a foil packet. With his hands on my hips, he urged me forward until we were steps from the sofa. He pulled me down into his lap. His naked cock rested between the valley of my thighs. The tip bumped against my belly, absurdly large from this angle. He saw my wide eyes and paused.
"What is it?"
"How are you going to fit?" I blurted.
"Don't worry."
He took himself in hand, using the tip to circle my clit. I moaned, tremors shooting through me. He smirked, heated and wicked.
"I'll make sure you take it all the way."
My inner walls pulsed with need at those words, begging to be filled. "I want you," I breathed. He ripped open the foil and rolled on protection. With 2 hands under my thighs, he lifted me up. The tip of his cock nestled between my folds, teasing at my entrance. I took in shuddering breaths, anticipating. My wetness dripped down his cock, turning it slick and glossy. My legs trembled as slowly, ever so slowly, he eased me down. His cock head pushed through my entrance. I gasped at the intrusion as I parted around him. He continued pushing in, inch by inch, letting me get accustomed to his size. It felt like the slide down took an eternity, like I'd been trying to take his cock for days, and I was relishing every world-shattering moment. Finally, he was seated fully within me. I was back down in his lap, our thighs touching. With a hand buried in the hair at the back of my head, he made me look him in the eyes.
"Tell me what you're feeling."
I swallowed hard. He didn't move, just sat there as I fluttered around him, small spasms gripping and squeezing. "I need you to fuck me." His eyes blazed, hot and bright. He rolled his hips, pulling out. In one sharp movement, he thrust back in. I cried out, clinging to him.
"Like that?"
he murmured.
"You want me to fuck you like that?"
"Yes," I managed to say through a shaky voice. "Just like that." With a snap of his hips, he plunged into me again and again. I choked and gasped and cried out as he drove himself inside me. The flared head of his cock dragged deliciously against my inner walls, reaching places that had never been touched before. I moaned his name. He gripped the back of my neck and smashed his lips to mine. The kiss was fevered, hot and wet. The thrust of his tongue matched the thrust of his cock inside me. I shuddered in his arms as pleasure began to overtake me. He clutched me to his chest, so close I could feel his heart beating wildly against mine. I whined and strained, clenching my thighs, fisting my hands, so close to the edge, but not quite able to fall over. August pressed a thumb to my clit, rubbing in hard, rough circles, the small nub slippery wet. That was all I needed. I shrieked as I tumbled off the ledge into the abyss, my world becoming dark, even as unbearable pleasure raced through me. My lungs failed to work, and my limbs failed to move as every bit of me tensed up, bearing down hard on August's cock, so hard I thought I might squeeze him out. But he was firmly lodged within me. He groaned into my ears, finding his own pleasure as I pulsed and throbbed around him. A distant part of me mourned that I couldn't feel him spill himself inside me, filling me up until I overflowed. The more practical part of me knew that wasn't the best idea, for many reasons. Still, as his cock twitched and jerked, slowly softening, I longed for a day when we could be together, skin to skin, nothing held back, no barriers between us. My breathing slowly returned to normal as I gathered my wits about me. My thighs burned from the exertion. Our skin gleamed with sweat. I thought I'd felt content that morning we'd woken up together. Now I knew what real contentment felt like, and August had been the one to show me. When the ache in my thighs became too much, I slowly tried to extricate myself from his grip. August clutched me to his chest with ragged breaths, breathing into my neck. I smiled to myself. Maybe I wasn't the only one who didn't want to let go. Chapter 20. After a quick cleanup, August and I made our way to the club, fashionably late. Loud music assaulted my ears the moment I stepped through the club doors. A blast of warm air from sweaty body heat hit my face. Strobe lights blinded me. I blinked as my eyes adjusted. The place was packed with people drinking, chatting, and dancing. Or to be more accurate, grinding and groping each other. Someone jostled me as I stood in the entrance. I stumbled forward, nearly hitting a tall woman in front of me. August caught me before I could cause a domino effect. He wrapped his arm around me, keeping others from bumping into me. "How are we going to find anyone?" I shouted in his ear.
Look up.
Following his finger, I saw a crowd of people in what looked to be a private room, overlooking the dance floor, many of whom had brightly colored hair and alternative hairstyles. Squeezing through the throng of bodies, avoiding feet and elbows, we ascended the stairs to the second floor and made our way to the lounge. The party had started without us. No one thought to ask where we'd been. I recognized some members of the opening band, but most of the people were strangers. Cameron and Damon were laughing with them and slapping them on the back. They could have been old friends, or they could have been random people they'd invited up from the dance floor.
Cameron does love a party,
August said. I spotted Hope waving to us from across the room. She and Ian had situated themselves in a corner with some leather seating. They sat so close to one another, she could have been sitting in his lap. I didn't want to intrude on their privacy, since they no doubt wanted some alone time. But August saw her waving and guided me over. He kept his arm around my waist, even as we approached. I hoped Ian would take the flush of my cheeks as just from the heat of the club. August could have had his arm around me for a number of reasons. To keep me from tripping in my heels, to keep us from getting separated in the crowd. I hoped he didn't read too much into it. When August and I told the guys, I didn't want it to be in a loud, busy club full of strangers. What if Ian disapproved and got upset? I didn't want an audience for that. Because I wanted their approval, and badly, but I wasn't sure I'd get it. Not if they were still mad that I'd kept part of August's secret from them. Nervously, I took a seat across from the pair. August sat beside me, sharing a love seat. That wasn't too suspicious, was it? "Did your cab get lost?" Hope asked innocently, although I detected a mischievous glint in her eyes. "It took you a while to get here."
"Cameron sucks at directions,"
was all August said. I waited for her to say something about my messy hair. It was thoroughly disheveled thanks to August, but she didn't. "I forgot to say earlier, it's good to see you looking so well," Hope told August. "You should take better care of yourself. Don't work yourself into exhaustion." So Ian had lied to Hope about what really happened. I supposed it was for August's sake. He wouldn't want the truth getting around.
"The guys have been keeping a close eye on me,"
August replied wryly.
"Making sure I don't overdo it."
"I hope they aren't giving you too much trouble."
"No more than usual."
This whole time Ian had been studiously avoiding my gaze, paying attention to Hope and August only. I supposed he really was still upset with me. Hope took notice, glancing between me and her boyfriend, a frown on her face as she sensed the tension between us. Before she could comment, Damon appeared at her side.
"I'm getting myself another drink,"
he said.
"Anyone want anything? Cassie? Hope?"
Ian and Hope both looked startled, no doubt because he'd included Hope in the offer without a grimace. "Maybe another rum and coke?" Hope gave him an almost relieved smile. "I'll come get a drink with you," I told Damon. "August, what can I get you?" He removed his arm from around my waist reluctantly.
"A beer is fine." "Aren't you sick of us carrying your drunk ass home?"
Damon smirked and nodded to August.
"This guy's a total lightweight. Gets pissed after 2 beers. Like you can talk,"
August retorted.
"How many times have you puked your guts out in the cab ride home?" "Too many to count,"
Damon said with a cheeky grin. I followed Damon to the busy first-floor bar. As we waited for the bartender to notice us, I stared at Damon, a small smile playing on my lips.
"What?"
He leaned against the bar casually.
"You're staring."
"I think Hope and Ian are really happy with what you're doing."
"Getting her a drink?"
"Being nice."
"Yeah, well..."
His shoulders slumped.
"I guess I've been thinking about what you said. I don't want to make my brother feel like he has to choose. That was a dick move on my part."
"I'm sure Ian understands why you were jealous, but he seems to really appreciate it."
"And I really appreciate what you're doing for August."
A wave of panic hit me. Did Damon know?
"The rest of us guys are so used to being the ones to follow August. He's always been the leader. It's good for him to have someone who can call him on his shit."
I don't know how well I'm doing with that last part, but I want to help him.
"I still can't believe none of us noticed."
Damon ran his hand over his face.
"We've all been so caught up in our own shit."
I didn't figure it out until the end either.
"I'm glad you're here. And even though you told everyone his secret, I know August is glad too."
The bartender took Damon's drink order, preventing me from having to respond. He turned back, expression worried, somber.
"Do you really think it's going to be this easy?"
he asked.
"August said he only took stuff once in a while. It's not like he's going through withdrawal, right? Maybe everything really will be okay."
Damon looked torn between hope and doubt. I was sure the expression was reflected on my own face. When Damon and I returned to the lounge with drinks in hand, one of the members of the opening band, Cherry Lips, had descended upon August.
"Wouldn't it be freaking awesome, though?"
he asked. I recognized him as Seth, the drummer. The guys all called him Kid, but he probably wasn't any younger than them.
"What would be awesome?"
Damon asked.
"A drum-off," Seth declared. "Me and August, man against man. May the best person win, etc." "Sure," August said. "I'm in. You sure you're up to this?" Ian asked. You're supposed to be taking it easy. I'll be fine. We'll just replace one of our encores with the drum off. I won't be playing for any longer than normal.
Ian and Damon exchanged worried glances. I knew they wanted to talk August out of it, but it would be a waste of breath. August had been challenged. He was too stubborn to back down. We all sipped on our drinks as August and Seth hashed out the details. Hope and I chatted. She wanted to know more about my photography. I wanted to know more about her job working at Darkest Days record label. That was how she'd met Ian. She was one of the only people who could tell the twins apart, back when they were still pretending to be each other.
I fell for her immediately,
Ian said, a soft smile on his face. Of course it wasn't that easy, Hope laughed. I snuck a glance at August. It never is. Cameron jumped behind Ian and Hope, throwing his arms around their shoulders and popping his face in between theirs.
Who's up for a game of strip go fish?
He grinned madly. I blinked. Strip go fish? Ian groaned.
Don't even ask. Cam's a pervert with the maturity of a 5-year-old.
August stood and reached a hand out to me.
Cassie and I were just about to hit the dance floor.
We were? I asked, surprised, but I took his hand anyway. With his arm firmly back around my waist, I let him lead me down the stairs to the first floor.
I don't really want to dance,
he said as we wove through the crowd.
I just wasn't in the mood for Cameron's games.
He eyed me, lingering on my chest and legs.
The only one who gets to take that dress off is me.
Are you jealous? I teased.
Maybe.
His eyes glinted. Too much jealousy could be a red flag, but the thought that August wanted to keep me for himself sent a wave of giddiness through me. I couldn't suppress my wide smile. So if we're not going to dance, where are we going?
I saw private booths at the back.
August was right. There were several circular booths beside the bar. They were already taken. August approached one couple. I couldn't hear what he said, but a few words and a discreet exchange of dollar bills had them vacating it in a hurry, leaving their drink glasses behind. August gestured for me to slide in first. You didn't have to do that, I said. We could have just taken a normal table.
I like privacy,
was all he said. Although the table could have fit 6 or 8 people easily, August pressed himself right next to me. He placed one hand on my bare thigh. My stomach clenched at the feel of those calloused fingers against my soft skin. His thumb stroked my inner thigh, back and forth slowly, teasing. Is this why you wanted privacy? I murmured quietly. So you could feel me up? He leaned into me. I shivered as his lips brushed my ear, curving into a smile.
Is that immediately where your mind went?
You're the one with his hand on my leg.
Do you object?
My breath hitched as his thumb stroked higher, sneaking under the hemline of my dress. No. I glanced around, but no one was looking our way. His hand was hidden by the high table. He pressed one thumb against my clit. I gasped.
I wanted to thank you,
he said. And thanking me involves fingering me in public? I said, near breathless. He chuckled.
I wanted to thank you for sticking by me. I know I can be stubborn, intense, demanding.
That's not all you are.
No? What else am I?
One finger traced a line between the valley of my thighs. I groaned. You're thoughtful. He teased at the elastic of my panties. I shuddered, anticipating. You're patient with me. He pressed a kiss behind my ear, along my jawline. Even when you're being pushy, you make sure I'm comfortable with everything we do. With a deft motion, he slipped underneath my panties. His fingertip teased between my lower lips. I shivered, clenching down around nothing, feeling empty.
I never want you to feel rushed into anything,
he said. I don't. Slowly, inch by inch, his fingers slipped into me, my wetness allowing him to glide in easily. I tensed and melted at the same time, falling against the back of the booth while my thighs and belly tightened. Loud, familiar laughter sounded a few feet away. Cameron's voice at the bar. I froze. August kept his finger inside me, pushing in and out slowly.
He won't see us,
August said, confident and reassuring. What if he does? My voice was unsteady, both from the pleasure spiking through me and nerves at being caught.
Would that be a bad thing?
When we tell the guys, it's not going to be like this, I said shakily.
Do you want me to tell them?
My insides quivered around his fingers.
I'll do it right now if you want,
he continued.
I'll tell the entire world about us.
No, I breathed. Don't. He pulled his fingers out, circling and teasing again, before pushing back in. I inhaled a quick gasp of air. I fought to continue speaking. I like having something that's just between us. Besides, I don't want to deal with Cameron teasing the hell out of me.
I figured.
He pushed in even deeper, his whole hand between my legs. I moaned. You always know what I'm feeling, I said, my voice weak.
It's not hard to tell. You're easy to read. Like right now. I know exactly what you want.
He slipped a second finger inside. I let out a choked sound, closing my eyes as my head thudded back against the booth.
Was I right?
He asked, wickedly amused. I groaned quietly.
And what about this?
He said. He scissored his fingers, spreading me, widening me. My eyes flew open with a gasp as he twisted his wrist. My insides felt like they were on fire, burning up in the most pleasurable of ways. It sent my head spinning.
Are you close?
His thumb just barely brushed my clit. I nodded desperately, wordlessly.
Good.
He moved his thumb away. I whined, disappointed and needy. He continued pumping in and out of me, faster and faster. My breathing was rapid, taking in quick gasps of air. I thought I would pass out. The pleasure was becoming too much.
Come for me,
he demanded. He pressed a thumb against my clit. I exploded, biting my lip to swallow down a shriek. My entire body shook, my thighs squeezing his wrist so tight it must have hurt. He worked me through it, never ceasing his torturous onslaught, his fingers still moving inside me. Finally, I came back to my senses. I slumped against the booth, breathing heavily. He slowly removed his fingers, a rough drag against my insides, sending a few last aftershocks shuddering through me. He tugged my dress back into place. I pressed my hands flat onto the surface of the table, catching my breath.
I meant what I said,
he told me. I looked to him, questioning, still unable to speak. He tilted my head up with gentle fingers and placed a quick kiss on my lips. His eyes stared into mine, clear and bright.
I never want you to feel rushed into anything,
he said softly. My heart clenched in my chest at his sweet words. I don't, I said honestly, breathlessly. I feel comfortable with you. Things feel right. As soon as I said the words, I knew they were true. Nothing in my life had ever felt as right as being with August. I just hoped he felt the same. Chapter 21. When my legs were steady enough for me to walk, we grabbed a couple drinks from the bar and headed back to the lounge.
Cover your eyes, August said. Depending how Cameron's game is going, you may end up seeing more of the guys than you care to.
But it looked like the game of strip go fish was over, and they were on to another game. Cameron waved August over with a flailing arm.
Check out this game Seth taught us,
he called out. A group of them sat in a circle with shot glasses in front of each of them.
You ever heard of Poker Face?
Seth asked us. Like the song? I said.
It's a drinking game. We each take turns saying outrageous things, and anyone who reacts has to take a shot.
Sounds like a good way to get completely trashed, I said.
Exactly.
Seth mimed shooting his finger at me.
You in? Of course they're in,
Cameron said, not giving us a choice.
Sit your asses down and grab a shot glass.
Are you sure it's okay to drink? I asked August. I normally wouldn't worry if it's 1 or 2 beers, but with what happened and all, I trailed off, not wanting to mention his overdose in front of everyone else. Concern lined Damon's face.
That's true. Maybe you should sit this one out.
August quirked a smile.
Alcohol's not the problem,
he said discreetly.
I suppose that's true,
Damon said. August was stubborn, but he was also right. Alcohol wasn't his problem. Damon and I still shared a concerned glance. We'd always worry about him, even when he didn't want us to. One other member of Cherry Lips sat around the table, along with Seth. Cerise, the female lead singer, was a little intimidating. She had the badass rocker chick look down to a T. With dark cherry red hair, a leather pleated skirt, and combat boots, she looked like she could go head-to-head with any of the guys here. But when she spoke, she was surprisingly friendly. "You're the photographer, right?" she asked. "I saw you've also been taking some photos of my band, too. I really appreciate that. We're trying to get our name out there."
You're opening for Darkest Days, Cameron said. Can't get more noticeable than that.
This time next year, we're gonna be the headliners, and you'll be the opening act, she said confidently.
Those are pretty big words, Cameron replied. You ready to back them up?
You just watch. Seth's going to demolish August on that stage.
You have no idea what you're in for,
Cameron chuckled. Once we had our shot glasses and bottles of spirits arranged in front of us, the game began. Seth went first.
I'm so sure I'm going to win that drum-off. I bet Nathan $1,000 on it.
August tried to choke back a derisive snort, but we all heard it.
Drink,
Seth grinned at him.
You're not really betting on winning, are you? Sure am. Hope you've got the money to spare.
Seth smirked and nodded to Cameron.
Your turn.
With no hesitation, Cameron spoke up.
I'm going to ask Lily to marry me, he said.
Noah's face nearly turned purple with the effort it took to keep from blowing up, but his eyebrows didn't so much as twitch.
Damn, I really thought that would get you,
Cameron said mournfully.
Are you really asking Lily to marry you?
Ian asked. Cameron's eyes turned soft, wistful.
It's not like I've picked out a ring yet, but yeah, we've talked about it. We'll probably wait until she's done with school, though.
Cameron turned to his lead singer and poked his cheek.
You're gonna explode if you keep it in any longer.
Noah swatted his finger away, keeping his face blank. Next was Hope's turn. I'm pregnant. Damon and Ian's jaws both dropped at the same time, eyes wide. While Damon looked dismayed, Ian's expression was mostly full of terror. Kidding, Hope added.
Shit,
Damon cursed.
Fucking scared me for a minute.
The terror slowly faded from Ian's face. Oddly, I could sense a hint of disappointment in his green eyes. Hope sensed it too. She snuggled into his chest, wrapping her arms around his neck. She whispered something in his ear. He stared at her before nodding silently, hugging her tight. She beamed.
Great, Damon muttered. I'm going to be an uncle in 9 months, just watch.
He tossed back his shot and went next.
Me and Ian switched places when we signed our record label contract. Technically, since we forged our signatures, the contract is invalid.
August's mouth popped open, ready to lecture. He narrowed his eyes.
Not funny. I'm not joking,
Damon said with a wicked smirk. August muttered under his breath as he took his second shot.
Idiots. Your turn, Cassie,
Seth said. I had been thinking hard this whole time, trying to come up with something. I didn't know much about the people at this table. Not enough to be able to get under their skin. I supposed I'd have to shock them. I screwed up my face in disgust and flinched back, pointing to a bottle of pure white rum. Is that a dead mouse? Everyone automatically turned their heads, following my finger. Ha, I said triumphantly. Got you all. They groaned. Take your shots, I said gleefully. The game continued. By August's 7th shot, I thought he'd be hurting, but he was still going strong. I thought you said he was a lightweight, I whispered to Damon. He was staring at August, worried lines between his brows.
He usually is.
Maybe he's cheating and not really drinking, I suggested.
Maybe.
Damon continued to watch August carefully. The game came to an end when half the players were slumped over and mumbling incoherently in their drunkenness.
Who won?
Cameron slurred.
No one,
Seth moaned.
We all lost. We're gonna be dead hungover tomorrow.
I'm feeling fine, I said. Although these people were strangers to me, I was a stranger to them as well. They couldn't personally target me, so I got away with only a handful of shots. Those of us who were still able to walk under our own power had to help the less fortunate into waiting taxis. I helped Cerise, as she was the only one near my weight that I could help carry. August, with his strong arm muscles, had one arm each around Damon and Ian. The poor things. Those two were the worst off. As twins, they had a lifetime of ammunition to use against each other, and seemed to relish in making the other lose. When August and I finally made it back to our suite, the others were near passed out. They didn't notice when he snuck into my room.
How are you feeling?
He asked, closing the door behind him. Tipsy, I said, but not too bad. You?
Same.
I thought you were a lightweight. August looked vaguely uncomfortable with the question.
Guess I'm building up a tolerance,
was all he said. I crawled underneath the sheets in my tank top and panties. August hovered near the foot of the bed. I shuffled over to one side and pulled down the blankets, silently inviting him to settle next to me. Just asleep, I said. We have an early start tomorrow. He nodded and slid in beside me. He wrapped his arms around me and held me tight the whole night. Chapter 22.
You're really good at that.
I still don't know what I'm doing.
Whatever you're doing, it's working.
August had asked me to give him another massage in the artist lounge before his concert. I think you're just hoping for another heavy petting session like last time, I said.
Am I that transparent?
Behave. You go on stage in less than 15 minutes. Not to mention, the guys could walk in at any time.
Let them watch.
Sorry, not an exhibitionist. August chuckled. I continued the massage. You sure you're going to be okay tonight?
Why wouldn't I be?
That thing with Seth? August stretched his arms over his head, rotating his shoulders.
It's like I told the others. We're replacing one of the encores with a drum off. I won't be playing for any longer than I normally would.
But you'll be putting a lot more effort into it than usual. I know how much you want to win. August raised an eyebrow.
I don't want to win. I'm going to win. Seth is a kid. I'll barely have to put any effort into it at all.
Seth wasn't any more of a kid than August was, but I let him have the point. I know you. You're going to go all out. Just don't hurt yourself, okay? Someone knocked on the lounge door.
10 minutes,
a voice called out. August stood.
Kiss me for good luck?
I thought you didn't need luck. Aren't you going to beat the pants off Seth?
I'm not going to beat him. I'm going to destroy him.
Don't scare the guy away from the music industry forever.
He's the one who proposed a drum-off against me.
At least leave him with some self-esteem intact.
No promises.
Standing on my tiptoes, I pressed a kiss to August's smirking lips. He tugged me close. His hands wandered, pressing into the small of my back, urging our hips together. I melted into his arms. Eventually we had to part, my lips glossy from our kiss. I ran my fingers through his hair, pushing it back from his face like he always did with mine. Have fun out there, I told him.
Always do.
As August left for the stage, I gathered my camera equipment. I would have thought taking photos of the same concert night after night would get tiring or tedious, but there was always something new to catch, some new angle or aspect of their performance to convey. It helped that I had more confidence in myself and my work, no longer doubting everything I did. August stopped taking more than a cursory look at my photos, taking it as a given that they were up to his standards. I wandered around the concert hall, using my VIP pass to gain access to all kinds of restricted areas. I even crawled down underneath the stage to get shots from below. The entire stage frame shook with the heavy drum and bass, making my bones rattle. At the start, I would have worried the whole thing would come crashing down on me. Now I was blasé about it. I'd seen enough concerts now to trust the event staff and crew to know what they were doing. The concert was nearing its end. The guys left the stage. Normally, they would be getting ready for their encore. This time, the crew members scrambled to set up a second drum set for the drum-off. I crawled back up from under the stage. I wanted to get shots of this up close. Identical, quiet, hissed voices from the far corner.
Can't tell him. He already knows. Did you see his face as we left the stage?
Damon and Ian were speaking in hushed tones. I continued up the stairs when I heard something that made me stop.
You know what August's like,
came Cameron's voice.
If we say anything.
The three of them went silent. I held my breath. I knew I shouldn't eavesdrop, but I couldn't make myself walk away.
So what do we do?
Ian asked.
It's not like he sucks or anything. He's just not perfect anymore,
Noah said. I could hear the worried frown in his voice. I didn't know enough about music to tell whether or not August's playing sounded different. But if the other band members of Darkest Days said something was off, there was no way August couldn't hear the difference himself. I didn't want the guys to know I'd been listening in on them, so I waited until they moved on. I wanted to speak to August, but he and Seth were already on stage, microphones in hand, as they explained to the audience the change in tonight's encore. I forced myself to concentrate on taking photos. This was an interesting one-off event that wouldn't happen again. If I didn't get photos tonight, there wouldn't be another chance. Plus, I was sure Cherry Lips would appreciate the extra publicity they'd earn by being associated with Darkest Days like this. To my ears, Seth and August both drummed their hearts out. They improvised their playing on the fly, making up the tunes as they went along, trying to outdo each other with every passing minute. Then August let loose with an unbelievable series of drum beats, his arms a blur, his eyes narrowed in concentration. On and on it went, furious and frenetic, until Seth had to stop, unable to keep up. He lowered his drumsticks and clapped his hands, cheering August on, even as he shook his head in gracious defeat. August hit a final one-handed beat, a crash of cymbals reverberating through the concert hall. The audience was silent for the briefest of moments before roaring their approval. He stood behind his drum set, chest heaving, brow glistening with sweat. The triumphant smirk on his lips was pure August. He knew he'd won. I waited backstage for August to appear. I didn't know what I'd say to him. Maybe congratulate him, or ask if he was okay after that display. Perhaps offer another massage. If the guys had been worried about August not performing as well as he normally did, their concerns must have been put to rest. August had been on fire. August and Seth left the stage at the same time, with Seth clapping August on the back. Assistants quickly gathered around them, passing out water bottles and towels.
"I owe Nate $1,000,
Seth complained, but there was a grin on his face. He'd clearly had the time of his life out there. Just being able to play opposite August Summers must have been a dream come true. I snapped a dozen photos of the two of them backstage before Seth gave August one last grin and hopped off to gather with the rest of his band members, who were ready with both congratulations and condolences. "You did great out there," I told August. "You were right about destroying Seth. He couldn't even keep up at the end." August's face was obscured as he toweled off his hair, soaking up the droplets that turned the platinum a darker blonde. He hung the towel around his neck, looking back at Seth.
"What do you think? Did I scare him off music forever?"
August asked. "No worries. He seems to be going strong."
"I worked up a sweat out there."
He watched the stage as the crew members dismantled the equipment.
"I'm going to get a quick change of clothes."
"Will you need help?" He shook his head. August turned his head towards the artist lounge, avoiding my eyes. He started to walk off. Worried, I placed a hand on his arm. "Are you sure your shoulder isn't bothering you?" August glanced at me. Our eyes met, my own dark to his ice blue. A hazy, distant blue. I froze. He quickly flicked his eyes away.
"I'm fine,"
he said. I stood still, letting my hand fall to my side as August continued on to the artist's lounge. My heart clenched in my chest. It couldn't have been. But if it was... Looking around quickly, I caught sight of Damon talking to a guitar tech. I rushed over, a lump in my gut. "Damon," my voice shook slightly. "I think..." Damon noticed my shaky tone. Concerned, he waved the guitar tech away, a furrow between his brows.
"What? What is it?"
I swallowed hard. I didn't want to say it, but I knew I had to. "I think August is on drugs again." Chapter 23. The other guys were in the hotel room with August, chilling after the concert. We didn't have to leave until the next morning. They'd taken the time to shower and change. Performing was a workout. Damon and I stood in the hallway outside the suite. "What do we tell them?" I asked softly. "Do we just come out and say it?"
"We should give him a chance to tell us himself,"
Damon said. "Do you think he will?" Damon pressed his lips together, no doubt thinking of all the other times August had lied.
"Do you know what happens when people mix alcohol with opioids like oxycodone?"
he asked.
"I looked it up."
"No. What are you saying?"
"We all thought August was a lightweight and got drunk easily. But maybe he was..."
Damon stopped, not wanting to admit it. "You think all those times he was taking drugs?" I asked slowly. "You think the drugs and alcohol mixed and messed him up?"
"Maybe. It would explain a lot."
Damon growled, running his fingers through his hair, messing up the strands.
"This fucking sucks. Why do we have to be the bad guys?"
My stomach roiled, distressed. It felt like a vice was squeezing my chest. "If we don't say anything, and he has another overdose..." Damon nodded miserably.
"I know."
He blew out a breath.
"Okay, let's do this."
The two of us walked in. Ian glanced over. He raised an eyebrow.
Someone die? He asked. You looked so foreboding.
I looked to August. He wouldn't meet my eyes. I took a deep breath and squared my shoulders. August, is there something you want to tell us? Cameron, Noah, and Ian looked between the two of us. August slowly turned his head, locking eyes with me. His were clearer now, and still that vibrant blue. The vice around my heart gripped tight, stealing my breath. I didn't want to do this. I wanted everything to be back to normal. I wanted everything to be okay. But it wasn't, and I couldn't pretend otherwise. If you don't tell them, I will, I said softly. A slow, dawning horror spread across Ian's face as he and Damon stared at each other, like they were communicating without words. Noah tilted his head, confused.
What the hell is going on?
Cameron asked, sitting up straight. August stayed silent. I steeled myself. August took drugs tonight. This time, there were no protests, no shouting. The band members stared at August, waiting for him to confirm or deny it. He didn't make them wait.
I did,
he said quietly.
Fuck. August.
Cameron sounded dismayed, not shouting like he had in the hospital. All the fight gone out of him.
You promised. I tried,
he said. He looked each band member in the eye, earnest and not at all repentant.
I tried to go without, and you all saw what happened. You heard me out there tonight.
The twins eyed each other. Cameron ran his hands through his hair, revealing sad, dark blue eyes. Noah cast his gaze down, not meeting August's. We all knew what he was talking about. Perfect August Summers wasn't so perfect anymore. And to him, that was intolerable.
You were fine tonight, Cameron said. No one noticed. You noticed, he accused. The audience didn't notice. The opening acts didn't notice. You were fine, Damon stressed. Fine isn't good enough, he said stubbornly.
The guys looked at each other helplessly.
This doesn't have to be a big deal,
August continued when no one spoke.
It's not like I'm snorting coke or shooting up heroin.
Cameron and Noah shared a glance. They looked hesitant to say anything. Ian's expression was pained. Damon growled in frustration.
You're abusing drugs, he said. It doesn't matter what kind. I'm not an addict. Right, so you can stop anytime you want to. That's what they all say. I could, August agreed, but I won't.
Damon stared him down. August met his gaze head on, not blinking.
So you're going to keep taking drugs? Damon asked. You're not going to stop? No. Then you're out.
August froze.
What?
Cameron exploded, jumping from the sofa, cushions falling to the floor.
I'm not going to sit here and watch you do this to yourself.
Damon spoke to August alone.
Someday you're going to kill yourself or push yourself too hard, ruin your shoulder, and never be able to play again.
August's blank expression turned almost confused before the corner of his lips twitched up.
You can't kick me out, he said. I created Darkest Days. Says who? Damon challenged. We all had a hand in making this band what it is. If we say you're out, you're out.
August's eyes narrowed darkly.
Damon, wait.
Cameron held his hand out.
Let's not do something stupid. The only one doing something stupid is this idiot over here,
Damon retorted. He looked to Ian and Noah.
You guys want to back me up on this?
Noah nodded reluctantly. Ian looked even more hesitant. He didn't nod yes or no.
Are we sure this is the best way to deal with this?
Cameron asked, looking at each of the guys.
We can't just kick August out of the band. What if he keeps on using and ends up hurting himself even worse?
Damon argued.
What if he gets so high, he overworks himself and injures his shoulder permanently? What if he takes too much again and has another overdose? I won't,
August interrupted. Damon glared at him.
You almost fucking died. You think any of us want to watch that happen again?
August opened his mouth to speak.
No, I'll ask one more time.
Damon cut him off.
Are you going to stop with the drugs?
August's eyes were pained.
I can't,
he said softly.
If I stop.
He swallowed hard.
Damon, I can't. Then you don't leave us any choice.
I could tell Damon was trying to keep his tone level and reasonable, but it still shook slightly. His fingers trembled. He clenched his fist to cover it. Even he wasn't unaffected by all the emotions flying through the room.
If you think you need to take drugs to keep playing, then there's only one solution.
Damon looked around the room.
I'm calling a vote. Is August in or out? Damon, you can't,
Cameron protested.
In or out?
Cameron clamped his mouth shut, looking away.
Out,
Noah said.
I'm sorry, August. Damon is right. If you hurt yourself, we'll never forgive ourselves.
August sat silent.
Ian?
Damon asked.
Ian
looked vaguely sick, expression pale, eyes wide.
Damon.
His twin nodded, as if he knew exactly what his brother was saying.
Cameron?
Damon asked.
We can't just kick him out,
Cameron said.
It's August. That's 2 yes, 2 no,
Damon said briskly. He turned to me.
Cassie.
My heart jumped to my throat. Eyes wide, I shook my head at Damon, asking him not to do this. He looked sympathetic, but continued speaking.
You're the deciding vote.
I'm not in the band, I said immediately. I don't get a vote.
You're the only other one of us who saw through August's bullshit. You know what it's like to see him collapse and end up in a hospital. You know what's at stake.
My throat felt tight. I could barely breathe. Nervous energy flooded my system, making my whole body quake. I knew what was best for August. I also knew he wouldn't forgive me for it. I turned my pleading eyes to him. I'm sorry, I said, but I can't let you continue hurting yourself. August sat frozen on the sofa. His jaw was set, his eyes focused on an empty point in the distance.
That's it then,
Damon said. He was now the one who sounded vaguely sick. I didn't know if he thought it would actually come to this.
The tour continues without you. We'll get Seth to fill in like we discussed before. He knows all our songs already. And what the fuck am I supposed to do?
Despite the expletive, August's face was expressionless, his voice bone-chillingly cold. Dread filled my chest. I'd never heard August this biting.
You rest,
Damon said.
You stop playing for a while. Give your shoulder some time to get better. Stop pushing yourself. After the tour, we'll figure out what to do then.
August let out a bitter laugh.
Right, after the tour. And what happens when we need to go back into the studio to record our next album? You going to keep me sidelined for that too? If we need to, so that's it. Yes,
Damon said simply.
That's it.
August stared him down. Damon stared back. The others couldn't look away. August nodded stiffly.
Fine. You want me gone? I'm gone.
He crossed the room and stormed through the door, slamming it shut behind him. The room was eerily still.
What the fuck did we just do?
Cameron whispered, breaking the silence.
We saved his life,
Noah said. Ian shook his head.
No, we destroyed it.
Damon clenched the hair at the back of his head in his fist, tugging on the strands.
We had to do it.
He sounded as if he were trying to convince himself. We can't let him leave like this, I said. I'm not letting it end like this. I didn't want it to end at all. I rushed to the door, flinging it open and skidding to a stop in the hotel hallway. August was already gone. I hurried to the elevator, praying for it to arrive quickly. When I finally made it to the lobby of the hotel, I saw August's tall, blonde figure exiting the building. I ran after him. "August, wait," I called. He stopped. "I'm sorry," I said. "I never meant for all this to happen."
No?
He flicked his gaze back to me. I took a step back, alarmed. His eyes were darker than I'd ever seen them, simmering with a cold fury.
What exactly did you expect to happen?
I didn't think. I never thought it would have come to this. But Damon was right. We can't stand by and let you hurt yourself.
You're so easy to read.
His eyes narrowed.
You're not worried about me. You're worried about yourself.
I gaped. August continued before I could speak.
You think you finally found someone who understands you, and he's a fucking drug addict. You're afraid I was just lying to you to get what I want. Like I lied about everything else.
Tears stung the back of my eyes. That's not true. I don't think that at all. You didn't lie about us. I know it.
I was doing fine before you showed up.
You weren't fine. You said it yourself. You haven't been fine for over a year.
I had it under control.
My stomach clenched, indignation settling in my gut, along with the guilt. Are you forgetting that I watched you almost die?
That was an accident. I wouldn't have let it happen again.
It shouldn't have happened in the first place.
Don't tell me how to live my life. You don't know anything.
I know music means everything to you. I know Darkest Days and the guys mean everything to you. You don't have to give all of it up. You just need to rest and stop pushing yourself. You don't need to prove anything to anyone. He laughed bitterly.
Is that what you think I'm doing? They're the ones who kicked me out.
Not forever, I said desperately. Just for the tour.
They made it clear they won't let me back in unless...
He shook his head.
I'm done.
You don't have to just walk away from everything. This doesn't have to be the end. August growled, pushed open the lobby doors with a shove, ready to storm away. Hot tears fell down my cheeks. You said you'd stay. I forced the words out. You told me you'd stay as long as I wanted you to. He turned back, his eyes burned with resentment.
I guess that makes me a liar after all.
Chapter 24. Click, delete, click, delete. Growling in frustration, I hit the select all button and deleted every photo. All my photos were awful. Everything I'd shot since... I swallowed hard, a lump forming in my stomach. Everything I'd shot since August left had been terrible. It was like my foul mood seeped into my camera, spoiling every photo. A part of me knew I was being too hard on myself. My photos weren't terrible. They were fine.
Fine isn't good enough.
August's words echoed in my head. That was the real reason I was mass deleting my pictures. Every time I looked at a photo I'd taken, August's voice rang in my ear, telling me I could do better, telling me that I had the potential for greatness if only I reached out and grabbed it. But it was just my imagination. August wasn't here anymore to tell me those things. And it was all my fault. August hadn't come back to the hotel that night, or the next morning. He hadn't shown up by the time we had to leave for the next city. The band's manager, Naomi, called to tell us August had already booked a flight back home. With grim expressions and our hearts in our throats, we had piled onto the tour bus and pulled out of the city without a chance to say goodbye. It had been a week now, a week without the drummer of Darkest Days, The swirling pit of guilt and despair in my gut hadn't lessened. If anything, it had grown, like a black hole threatening to consume me from the inside. "Excuse me?" A young girl with wide brown eyes held her camera up in her hands, pointed at me. "Sorry, am I in your way?" I asked. She shook her head. "No, I wanted to ask if I can take a picture of you." I blinked. "Me? Why?" "I'm the social media intern for this concert venue," she explained. "I'm supposed to get interesting behind-the-scenes photos of people working to share online." I didn't know why a photo of me frowning into my camera would be considered interesting. I nodded anyway. "Just keep playing with your camera like you were before," she said. "I'll be quick." I went back to my camera. With all my photos deleted, I had to pretend I was doing something. True to her word, by the time I looked back up, the girl was off to the side, speaking to a roadie who had a skeptical look on his face. Taking photos of crew members probably wasn't the kind of thing the poor girl thought she signed up for as an intern for a concert venue. I hoped her boss at least let her meet the bands and take photos of them. It was probably the only perk of an internship with what I assumed had to be low pay, or even no pay. With no photos to speak of, I left the backstage and headed back to the tour bus. If I wasn't going to get any good shots, I might as well work on editing the ones I'd already taken. I stepped onto the bus and paused. Cameron sat on the sofa closest to the doors, face buried in his phone's screen. He must have been taking the time to rest and text his girlfriend before the show. He flicked his gaze up when I appeared on the top of the stairs. He stared me down, his lips twitching into a frown. His gaze flicked back to the phone without a word of greeting. If I'd thought Cameron had been giving me the cold shoulder before, it was nothing compared to the icy reception that greeted me every time the band got together in one room. Disheartened, I made my way to the small office at the back. Turning on my laptop and opening my photo editing software, I clicked through the photos, trying to decide which ones to work on. Hushed voices from the bedroom at the back caught my attention. 2 identical voices. I couldn't hear what the twins were talking about, or, more accurately, furiously hissing to each other. The door opened. Ian stalked off. I kept my eyes trained on my laptop. Damon came out. His hand was buried in the hair at the back of his neck. Frustration lined his face. He saw me.
"Hey,"
he said half-heartedly. "Hey," I said carefully. "Are you guys okay?"
"Yeah, just..."
He let out a slow breath.
"The usual shit."
The usual shit, in this case, had come to mean arguing about August. "Ian still upset?"
"He's turning this into a me and him thing."
Damon glanced out the bus windows, watching his brother stomp off toward the venue.
"He's saying I shouldn't have made him choose between me and August. Says it's just like me making him choose between me and Hope."
"That's not a fair comparison."
"Doesn't stop him from making it."
Damon leaned against the office desk, shoulders slumping.
"I know we did the right thing. If August kept playing while taking drugs, eventually something bad would have happened. Again. It was for his own good. Ian knows that."
Damon pressed his lips together.
"He just didn't have the guts to back me up on it."
"I don't think it's about guts." I looked down at my lap, hair falling to cover my face. "It's about friendship, and loyalty, and love." Damon snorted.
"Should we start fighting over who cares about August more?"
"You all care about him. That was never in doubt."
"And you?"
I shot my head up, panicked. "What do you mean, me?" Damon cocked his head.
"You care about August."
A statement, not a question. Heart thumping madly in my chest, I thought quickly. "Of course. He's been a good mentor. A good friend. I didn't want to see him get hurt either. Damon seemed to accept the answer. Maybe he didn't suspect anything.
Have you spoken with him?
Damon asked. No, he won't answer my calls or return my texts.
The others haven't heard from him either. The only reason we know he got home safe is because our manager called us. We had to tell her everything over the phone. She nearly had an aneurysm.
Is she nice, your manager? Will she look after him? Make sure he's taking care of himself?
She'll try. Don't know if he'll let her.
We both went silent, thinking about how stubborn August was.
I should show you something.
Damon took my laptop and typed quickly in the search bar, clicking the first link. He tilted the screen to show me.
It's the article that journalist wrote about you. The interview where you nearly threw up.
I didn't almost throw up. But as soon as I saw the photo accompanying the article, bile rose in my throat. A picture of darkest days, with me in the center, wide-eyed in terror, clutching my camera in a white-knuckled grip.
Don't really like my hair in that picture.
Damon flashed me a grin.
But you look cute.
Right. That deer in the headlights look sure is appealing.
Some guys go for the doe-eyed Bambi thing.
Damon's phone beeped.
Ian says the guitar tech wants to see us. At least he's still talking to me.
I'm sure he'll come around. Him and Cameron. Damon craned his head to the front of the bus.
Yeah, Cam's been kind of an ass. He's really giving Noah some competition these days.
Damon gave me a rueful look.
It's only a few more weeks, right? Then we're back home and we can see how August is doing and figure things out from there.
Only a few more weeks, I agreed. But if this week was any indication, those few would feel like years. Damon left. I turned back to my laptop. After examining the picture, chagrined, I began reading the article. It was good. I was a photographer, not a writer, but the piece sounded solid. Nothing exploitative like a trash mag would write. There was a bit of background about the band, the awards they had received, their reputation in the industry, their critical reception. The band's answers to her questions were printed verbatim, albeit cleaned up a little. And then, at the end, was a special section devoted to me. I hadn't remembered half the things I'd told the woman. Seeing my words out there for all to read sent a pang of anxiety running through me. I didn't sound bad, though. Or at least I didn't sound like an idiot. She'd kept the questions short, and I'd done the same with my answers. I'm very grateful for this opportunity. I know how lucky I am to be working with such a prestigious band. Yes, this is my first real job out of school. No, I have no connections in the music industry. Yes, I've had my work shown in a few gallery exhibits for students. No, I haven't really thought about what I'm going to do after this. But there had also been personal questions. Yes, August has been a very good mentor. No, I didn't know who he was when he first approached me. Yes, it would be wonderful if we could continue working together in the future. I've learned a lot from him. I'd like to continue learning more. August had taught me so much, opened my eyes to so many things. He had changed me.
I guess that makes me a liar after all.
A pang of hurt hit my chest. Every time I remembered his last words, my stomach churned. My heart ached. I didn't want to believe everything between us had been a lie. But August Summers demanded perfection. He wanted his tour photographer to be the best. Is that what he had been doing? Had he been building my confidence, helping me come to terms with myself, only so that I'd perform at the level he expected? Had it all been a lie? If so, that was sick. Beyond sick. It was monstrous. No normal person would go that far, pretend that much. I couldn't believe August would do something like that. Then again, I wouldn't have believed August would lie to his closest friends for a year or more about something so serious. Feeling dejected, I turned off my laptop. Instead of working, I spun around in my chair, using my toe to push off the floor. The dizziness and nausea in my stomach helped mask some of the heart-sick feelings roiling around in there. On my fifth spin, I stopped. My gaze landed on the side table, on a book. August's book, the one I'd seen him reading several times. I picked it up. The pages were yellow and dog-eared. It looked well-read and well-used. I turned to see the cover. The Giver by Lois Lowry, August's favorite book. I only knew a bit about it. A young adult novel with critical acclaim. It was on the reading list at some schools. I'd never read it myself. It had been left behind when we took off without him. He'd had his suitcase in the hotel room with him, but he hadn't packed everything. Looking around the bus, I noticed a few other things that belonged to him. A spare shirt, his wireless earphones, the pair of comfy sneakers he'd worn the night we climbed up those rickety fire escape stairs to the roof. Carefully, I gathered up all his forgotten items. I scrounged around and found a canvas bag to keep them in. I placed the bag on my desk. I stared at it. This was all that was left of August. Pinpricks of tears threatened to gather at the back of my eyes. I blinked rapidly, keeping them at bay. This was going to be a long 3 weeks. Chapter 25. Cameron! A tall, dark-haired girl threw herself at the bassist. He caught her and swung her around as they laughed together. Noah grumbled next to me, but after being around him for months, I could detect a hint of a smile threatening to tilt up the corners of his lips. As the other band members were greeted by their loved ones, I stood awkwardly near the front of the tour bus. We were finally back home. The guys were greeted with a warm welcome. I hung back and watched the hugs and kisses and tears from afar. Hope spotted me. She detached herself from Ian and ran up, surprising me with a big hug. Cassie! I'm so glad you made it back in one piece. Good to see the guys didn't drive you mad. They weren't as bad as all that. Maybe they're maturing? Her eyes sparkled as she glanced back at her boyfriend. Ian had his brother in a headlock. Damon punched him in the ribs, hard enough to make him wince and let go. Maybe not, Hope laughed. I bet you're happy to have him back home, I said. Very much so. The sparkle in her eyes faded. And what about you? Are you glad to be home? It must have sucked to finish the tour without August. She shook her head, tisking with her tongue. We always told that boy he's going to work himself into an early grave. Right. Hope eyed me. Can I ask you something? She leaned forward. It wasn't really exhaustion, was it? Startled, I glanced at Damon, as if he held all the answers. He'd come up with the official cover story. I knew it. Hope pursed her lips together. Please don't say anything, I said. It's August's personal business. I was positive he wouldn't want the whole story getting around. Hope nodded. Of course, I won't ask what really happened. But is he going to be okay? I hope so, I said quietly. Her eyes turned soft and understanding. She pulled me into another brief hug. If you ever need anything, we're here for you. Me and Ian, and even Damon. I do need one thing. Do you have August's address? I have a bag of things he forgot on the bus. I didn't explain why none of the guys were bringing it instead of me. Hope didn't ask, just texted me the address with a nod. I never said thank you, she said. For what? You talked Damon into being nicer, didn't you? I wouldn't say I talked him into it. I just helped him see things from his brother's perspective. Hope flashed me a grateful smile. When she returned to her boyfriend's side, I could see Damon was relaxed around her, not riled up. He no longer looked like a cat with its back arched, hair standing on end, ready to hiss and scratch. I was glad at least one good thing had come out of this tour. I was waiting for my taxi to arrive to take me back home when Cameron appeared at my side. I stepped back unwittingly, my grip tightening on my suitcase handle.
I come in peace.
He held his hands up, his lips curving into a small, sheepish smile. I didn't say anything. He ran his hands through his bright, fire engine red bangs, sweeping them away from his face.
I wanted to say I'm sorry,
he said.
I've been a jerk to you for no reason.
It's okay.
It's not okay. I was a shit. I was mad at August and mad at myself for not seeing it sooner, and I took it out on you.
His dark blue eyes met mine earnestly.
I don't blame you at all for not telling us about August's shoulder. I've kept my own fair share of secrets.
Cameron flicked his eyes over to where his girlfriend was grinning at Noah. The lead singer's own expression, while not exactly grinning in return, was close enough. You don't have to apologize, I told him. I understand. I should have told someone sooner. Maybe everything could have been avoided.
Probably not,
Cameron said wryly.
August is a stubborn idiot.
I won't argue with that.
Do you think...
Cameron trailed off, looking uncomfortable and downcast.
Do you think he'll ever forgive us?
When Cameron met my eyes, there was pain in them. Not the same as August's pain, but Cameron was hurt, just as all of them were. I know he will, I said. You guys mean everything to him. You just need to give it time. A small, cautious smile crossed his lips.
We're not the only ones who mean something to him,
he said. Taken aback, I opened my mouth to deny everything, but Cameron was already sauntering off with a grin and a wink. Maybe men weren't as oblivious as Hope thought. The group soon dispersed and my taxi pulled up. When I arrived home, I immediately threw my suitcase into the corner, planning to deal with it later. I wasn't in the mood to unpack and sort through the clothes that needed laundering. I went to my computer, the keyboard now dusty from months of disuse. I pulled up the article about me and the band and printed out a copy. I stuck it to the corkboard above my desk. I'd pinned all sorts of things to that board over the years. Awards I'd won for my photography in school, clips from the student newspaper about me and my peers, copies of my favorite photos, the ones that took the most time and effort to capture. It was a sort of wall of happiness, pride, and nostalgia all in one. And now, right in the middle was the photo of me and darkest days, with August summers by my side. Swallowing the lump that formed in my throat, I puttered around my apartment, doing a bit of dusting and tidying to clear my head. I hadn't had much time to prepare before I'd left. Just a cursory clean sweep of my apartment, making sure there were no dishes in the sink or food in the fridge that could spoil while I was away. When everything was neat and clean, I lugged my suitcase onto my bed, not able to put off the chore any longer. I opened it and paused. I'd put the bag with August's forgotten belongings on top. I hadn't told him I had his stuff. I hadn't told him I was going to show up in person. I wanted to see him, and I was afraid if I asked, he'd say no. I couldn't let it just end the way things had. August and I had something real. I felt it in my bones, in my heart. Even though he was upset, I knew eventually he would patch things up with the guys. They were his bandmates, his best friends. I didn't know exactly what August and I were to each other, but I had to try fixing things between us, too. Chapter 26. When I pulled up to August's house, I couldn't keep my mouth from dropping. I might have called it a mansion. If the exterior had been made of stones or brick or more traditional, old-fashioned materials. This place was the definition of contemporary modern chic. It was so starkly modern, it was bordering on futuristic. All glass and steel with linear structures, a flat rooftop, and an elegant black facade. "Are you freaking kidding me?" I muttered under my breath. Warm sun glinted off the glass windows, reflecting the light and nearly blinding me. I wished I had those transitions glasses, the ones that darken the lenses into sunglasses when it was bright out. I never cared to carry around a second pair of prescription sunglasses for sunny days. If I lived here, it would have been a necessity. I couldn't believe this was August's house. Grabbing the canvas bag from the passenger side seat, I climbed out of the car and forced myself to walk up to the front door. If there was a doorbell, I couldn't find it. Instead, I knocked on the jet black front door. No answer, as I expected. Windows framed the doorway. Peeking through, I saw an open concept foyer so large it extended to the back of the house. It allowed me to see through a set of double French doors leading to a patio out back. I caught the top of August's blonde head. Determined, I made my way around the side of the house. There was a gate separating the long driveway from the backyard. It was open a crack, unlocked. Not very safe, but that wasn't my problem. It only made my task easier. The gate opened smoothly as I pushed on it. A large cobblestone patio took up most of the vast backyard, but what grass there was had been watered to an emerald green. A modest-sized in-ground pool took up the rest of the area, the bright sun making the water sparkle. August sat at a glass-topped patio table. The furniture looked sturdy enough that it wouldn't have been surprising to see it being used as a dining room table. With noise-canceling earphones around his head and sunglasses over his eyes, August was hunched over, scribbled furiously on a sheet of paper, making little marks and notes here and there with his pencil. He didn't see me walk in. Not wanting to scare him, I made my way over carefully. When I was standing at the opposite end of the table, I pulled out a chair, making sure to drag the legs across the cobblestone, making a sharp grating sound. His head whipped up, his lips parted, taking in a quick breath. "Hey," I said, knowing he couldn't hear me with his earphones on. Slowly, he pulled them off his head, setting them on the table.
"Hey,"
he replied. His voice was hoarse, not that smooth, husky tone my body responded to so readily. His face was pale, his hair limp. My heart ached. I'd been hoping to find August well, perhaps a bit upset, but still the same confident, alluring, headstrong man I'd come to know. "I brought you some of the stuff you forgot on the tour bus." I set the canvas bag on the closest chair. "I wanted to make sure you didn't lose your favorite book."
"I have half a dozen other copies."
His hand was still gripping his pencil, knuckles turning white. I took a seat, keeping a few patio chairs between us. "How are you feeling?" I asked.
"Fine."
Is that normal fine or August speak fine? I tried to keep my voice light and teasing.
"It means I'm fine."
I tried a different approach. "The guys wished they'd heard from you," I said.
"You mean the guys who kicked me out of my own band? Those guys?"
August was doing a great impression of Noah's impassive voice, not giving away anything. But there were undertones to those words that made me pause, a suspicion forming in the back of my mind. "They're worried about you," I said. "And so am I."
"There's nothing to worry about."
"Please, August, they care about you. I care about you." He sat up straight, throwing his pencil on the table.
"If you cared so much, you wouldn't have taken away the one thing in the world that means something to me."
The more he spoke, the more pronounced that undertone became. He spoke carefully, slowly, but I could hear it. His words were slurred. A sharp stabbing pain hit my heart, so similar to the stab of pain I felt the first time I realized what he'd done. "How much have you taken today?" I asked quietly. He said nothing. Indignation rose in my chest. "So you've been sitting at home doing drugs this whole time? Is that it? After all your talk about how you're not an addict, how you can stop any time, that you only need it to play, was that all a lie? Was everything you ever told me a lie?" The more I spoke, the louder my words became, until I was standing and shouting. The patio chair tipped sideways, kicked to the ground. I tried to keep hysterical tears from falling down my cheeks. I didn't want to ask, but I knew I had to. "Were you lying about us?" August took off his sunglasses, pushing them up on his head. I could see the hazy, glazed-over ice blue of his eyes.
"I have chronic RSI."
His words were flat, monotone. I stopped, paused. I sniffled back the tears. Chronic. That wasn't a good word, was it? I didn't know what the rest of his words meant, but I could hear the weight of them in his voice, could sense the importance of them. "I don't understand," I told him. "I don't know what that means."
"Chronic repetitive strain injury."
He let out a dark, bitter chuckle.
"It means my shoulder is fucked."
I drew in a sharp breath. I'd known his shoulder hurt, but... I clenched my fists to hide my trembling fingers, but it didn't stop my shaky voice. "How bad is it?"
"Bad. It's not going to get better. No amount of rest is going to fix this. The only thing I can do is manage the pain."
"August..." I stopped, too shocked, too stunned to continue. I swallowed hard. My fingernails bit into my palms. "Why didn't you say anything?" He slammed his hands onto the table.
"Why do you think?" he growled. "I showed the slightest bit of pain, and you were worried sick. You talked about replacing me. Damon was all for it. If I had told anyone, they'd have made me quit for good ages ago."
He snorted.
"Not that it matters anymore. They kicked me out anyway."
I went silent, taking in all this new information.
"I've talked to my doctors,"
he continued.
"There aren't a lot of options left. Pain management is the best I can hope for."
"When you say pain management, what do you mean exactly?" I had to understand. I needed to understand.
"It started with a prescription."
Slowly, he relaxed, no longer pressing his palms into the glass tabletop so hard I was afraid it would shatter.
"It was all legal and above board. Then I started needing more. My daily dosage wasn't enough. I started doubling up, tripling up. My doctor cut me off. I had to go elsewhere. I started scoring from roadies, experimenting with a bunch of different shit. I don't even know for sure what I took that night I collapsed."
His shoulders slumped as he leaned back into the chair.
"That overdose scared me,"
he admitted.
"I was telling the truth when I said I'd stop."
"So that wasn't a lie?" I asked. He looked down at his hands, avoiding my eyes.
"I honestly thought I could do it,"
he whispered.
"I thought I could stop. I didn't need to take stuff all the time. I thought I could handle a bit of pain. It wasn't going to be the end of the world. But I couldn't."
He growled low in his throat. His eyes were unfocused, words tumbling out of his mouth faster and faster.
"I couldn't fucking do it. My shoulder was stiff, my joints all locked up, my muscles tense. I couldn't make my body obey my head. My arm just wouldn't do what I told it to do."
I couldn't keep myself from him any longer. I left my seat and wrapped my arms around his neck, pressing my cheek into the top of his head as I stood in front of him. He sat stiffly. I'm sorry, I said. I'm so sorry. I had no idea. If I'd known...
You would have done the exact same thing,
he interrupted. I stilled. He wasn't wrong. August was abusing drugs. Even if I'd known why, I wouldn't have been able to watch him keep taking them to perform, wondering every night if he was going to overdose again. But if his doctors said there wasn't anything they could do for him, if they said the most they could do was help manage his pain, and if a legal prescription wasn't a high enough dosage for him to be able to play... You said there's not a lot of options left. I let go and sat on the chair next to him, taking his hands in mine, squeezing them. He let me, but didn't return my grip. That means there are some. Is there anything else you can do? His mouth twisted as he looked away from me.
Not really. Nothing I'd want to try.
Why not? I jumped on his words. If there was another way to help August. What is it?
Surgery,
he said reluctantly.
They can try to go in there and fix some of the damage.
My heart soared, relieved. That's good news, right? They can make you better.
They might be able to make it better. They also might fuck it up even more. Worst case scenario.
He cut himself off, looking frustrated. What's the worst case scenario? It can't be that bad. He stared me down. Those hazy eyes had turned glassy, his gaze barely able to focus. How much had he taken before I arrived?
If I do the surgery, there's a 5% chance I lose the use of my arm entirely.
My soaring heart came crashing back to earth. 5% wasn't terrible odds, but I knew the risk was unbearable to August. At least now he was able to drum, even if he needed to take drugs to do it well. Never being able to drum again was unthinkable. What if you get a specialized surgeon? I so badly wanted to fix this for him. You can afford the best, can't you?
That 5% chance is with the best.
What if you... He exploded off his chair, toppling it over. Startled, I jumped back as he loomed over me.
Do you think I haven't gone through everything? Do you think I haven't checked every possible option? There's nothing left to talk about.
I just want to help you.
And what a fine job you did.
His distant eyes now burned into me, seething.
You told everyone about my little problem, twice, and got me kicked out of my band.
You couldn't have kept this from the guys forever. Damon was right when he said someday you were going to end up hurting yourself.
That's my choice to make.
So your choice was to lie to your friends? His lips curved into a cynical smile.
You want to call me out on dishonesty? You're one to talk.
I've never lied to you about anything.
And what about those men you dated? You strung them along, knowing full well you'd never feel anything for them.
My stomach hollowed out. Bile rose in my throat.
Exactly how long did you date those guys before finally breaking it off?
His words were low in his chest, a near hiss.
How long did you lie to them? How many times did you listen to them tell you their feelings, knowing you felt nothing in return? How many times did you lie back and pretend to enjoy it, when really you were just counting down the minutes until they finished?
Hurt resonated throughout my bones, vibrating in every cell. I couldn't breathe from it. My lungs shut down, refusing to take in air. August, so keenly aware of what I was thinking and feeling, was now using that uncanny ability to strike me right where it stung the most. He wasn't saying anything I hadn't berated myself over time and again. That's different, I choked out. August snatched his papers and pencil from the table, fisting them in his hand.
I don't need you lecturing me about lies and honesty.
He stormed toward the house. August! I scrambled out of my chair after him. Just let me help you.
You can't,
he said. You don't need to do this alone. I reached out and grabbed for his hand. You and the guys. August whirled around, shaking my hand off.
There is no more me and the guys, he snapped. You made sure of that.
My breath caught, my chest taking a blow. Tears stung the back of my eyes. He grabbed the handles to the double French doors and yanked them open. Don't push me away, I pleaded. August stalked through the doors and locked them, shutting me out for good. Chapter 27. He wasn't his normal self. That was what I repeated in my head, over and over. August had taken something, probably a lot of it. He wasn't in his right mind when he said those awful things. It was a small consolation. He'd still said them. He'd still hurt me, using my vulnerability against me. I broke into tears at least twice a day thinking about it. But despite my heartache and guilt and anger, the knowledge that August was so far gone, he would do such a thing, only made me worry for him more. I texted Damon, telling him the broad strokes of what happened. August was on something. His shoulder problem was worse than we thought. He'd shut me out and refused my help. I hoped one of the guys would be able to get through to him. I hoped he'd let them. While waiting for news, I threw myself into my work. The tour was over. Although I now had a fat wad of cash to keep me going for a while, it wouldn't last forever. I applied for any job I could, anything even remotely in my field. I kept working on my portfolio, applying for grants, submitting to award programs, uploading to stock photo sites. Working as a photographer meant doing 1,000 little things to make ends meet. A few days after my confrontation with August, my mentor, Ashford, called. A local art gallery wanted to display some of my photos in a show. I was overjoyed, until I learned they wanted me to speak about my inspiration at the opening night reception. I'm not sure how I feel about that, I hedged. You know I like to keep myself separate from my art.
The owners are very well connected in the art community. If you impress them, you'll open a world of possibilities for yourself.
I'm doing fine on my own.
And how many jobs have you secured since getting back?
I could hear the arched eyebrow in his voice. The tour only ended a couple days ago, I protested.
Take their offer, he said firmly. Stand up, say some brief words in front of a few dozen people, and then you can go right back to hiding away like before. Baby steps. You did something that scared you and made it through. Baby steps.
August's words came back to me. Even after everything that had happened, I couldn't forget the lessons he'd taught me. Okay, I said before I could second-guess myself. Tell them I'll do it. Of course, saying yes meant I spent the next few days with my stomach tied in knots. At the very least, it was a distraction from my agonizing over August, over what he'd said, what he'd done. It was upsetting I hadn't heard back from Damon. He said he would keep me up to date. I had to hope no news was good news. When I finally heard my phone ding with a text, that knot in my stomach twisted even further.
We can't find him,
Damon's text read. What do you mean can't find him? I texted back furiously. He's not a lost cat.
He's not at home. No one at the label has seen him.
Maybe he's locked himself in his bedroom and is just not answering the door.
No, we broke in and searched the house. Cameron smashed a window with a rock.
Drastic, but necessary.
We're working on tracking him down,
Damon reassured me.
We'll let you know the minute we find him.
I tried to take heart that August had such good friends, but it didn't stop the worry gnawing in my chest. Who knew what could have happened in the week and a half since I'd last seen him? For all I know, he could have overdosed again, and... I clenched my fists and shook my head. I refused to contemplate those defeatist thoughts. We'd find August, we'd make him see reason, we'd get him cleaned up. And then, as Damon kept saying, we'd figure out what to do from there. I found myself at the art gallery only a few days later. There were a lot more than the few dozen people Ashford had described. The place seemed packed with at least 100. I wasn't ready for this. But it was too late to back out. People were already chatting about my work, mentioning my name with curiosity, wanting to know more about the artist. When the gallery owner stood on a small raised platform at the front of the room, my pulse spiked. I had no idea what he said to the crowd, up until I heard him say my name. My vision went fuzzy around the edges. Ashford nudged me in the ribs. I walked over to the stage on autopilot. "Let's hear a few words from one of our artists," the owner announced with a smile, gesturing to me. My fingers went cold. I opened my mouth to speak, but nothing came out. I had no idea why any of these people would care what I had to say. Besides, wasn't it enough that I poured my soul into my art? Did they need to know everything I'd been thinking, too? I don't know why she thought anyone would care about me. I just take photos. I'd said those very words to August after my first interview.
"Because I'm not the only one who sees passion in your art,"
he'd replied. "It's all thanks to you. You're the one who helped draw it out."
"Don't thank me yet. I'm not done with you."
I could feel the phantom touch of August's hands, his teasing fingers, drawing passion and pleasure from my body. I took a slow, deep breath. "Hi." My voice came out weak, shaky. I cleared my throat. "I'm Cassie Blake. I'm one of the artists here tonight." I paused, trying to remember what I'd planned to say. All those carefully thought-out words fled my brain. I've never really been sure what I should say about my art. I just take photos and let them speak for themselves. I glanced at Ashford. He nodded, encouraging me to continue. But recently I've been thinking about what drives me, what sort of motivation I have behind my work, what sort of message I want to convey. My breathing was coming easier now. All artists use art to express ourselves. We use art as a catalyst, as a way to work through our thoughts and feelings, even feelings we may not be conscious of. Avid murmurs filled the room. I ignored it and continued. We use art to wrestle with our demons, to bring them to light and triumph over them. It's a form of catharsis. It's intimate and it's scary and it's hard. But in the end, we're better artists for it. And I think, through our art, we become better people. Ashford's expression was one of pride, beaming and nodding. The owner took the stage again to introduce the next artist to speak. I slowly made my way to the ladies' room, shaking hands with a few people here and there who stopped me on the way. Leaning against the sink, hands pressed into the counter, I looked at my reflection in the mirror. No wide deer-in-the-headlights look. No flushed cheeks. I didn't look frazzled or terrified. My heart wasn't even pounding all that hard. I hadn't planned on saying any of that. I hadn't even known I'd been thinking anything like that. But the words I'd said felt true. They felt right. My phone pinged. I scrambled in my purse for it, hoping it was Damon.
"Cassie,"
it read.
"Please come. I need you."
My heart jumped into my throat as I read the last words.
"I can't do this alone."
Chapter 28. I ran out of the gallery in a flurry, not stopping when Ashford tried to flag me down. Ignoring all speed limits, I got to August's place as fast as I could. When I arrived, the front door was unlocked. One of the windows framing it was smashed in. I stepped through the door, avoiding the crunch of glass underfoot. I called out August's name. No answer. My ear caught a small scuffling sound at the far end of the vast foyer. An open entrance under an arched ceiling led to a living room. August sat huddled on the sofa. His shivering form was wrapped in a beige knitted blanket. He held it tight around his body with shaky hands, clutching the corners to his chest. Stringy, sweat-dampened hair fell over his pale face. His eyes were squeezed shut. I approached slowly, not wanting to startle him. "I'm here, August," I said softly. He didn't reply, just took in a shuddering breath. I perched carefully next to him on the sofa. I brushed loose strands of hair away from his jaw, tucking them behind his ear, like he always did to me. "Can you tell me what's going on?" I asked needlessly. I knew exactly what was going on. My heart ached, wondering how long August had been going through withdrawal alone.
"You came."
The words were strained, scarcely audible. "Of course I came." He made a sound in the back of his throat, a wounded noise. I laid my head on his shoulder and took one of his shaky hands in mine. "What can I do to help?" With trembling fingers, he pointed to something on the coffee table.
"Throw that out."
It was a pill bottle, the kind that came with a prescription. There was no label. "Are these—"
"You need to get rid of them. Throw them away. Flush them down the toilet."
August let out a sick, thready laugh.
"I can't make myself do it. I tried. I can't."
"Okay," I said softly. I took the pill bottle and shoved it far down in the depths of my purse. "I'll get rid of them. I promise." He let out a slow breath, as if a weight had been taken off his shoulders. "How long have you been like this?" I asked.
"Dunno,"
he said, voice hollow.
"What day is it?"
"Saturday."
"Oh, almost a week then."
"A week?" I asked, astonished. "Why didn't you tell someone?"
"Thought I could do it myself. I didn't want anyone to worry."
"We were already worried."
"I didn't think it would be this bad,"
he whispered. He doubled over on himself with a choked gasp. "What's wrong?" I asked, panicked. "What can I do?" He breathed heavily, trying not to move.
"Nothing,"
he said dully.
"You can't do anything."
"Tell me about it." I ran my hands over his back, soothing. "Walk me through what's going on."
"Everything aches, like there's a knife stabbing through all my joints."
He swallowed hard, pale face turning green.
"It feels like my insides are going to come spewing out of my mouth. I'm burning hot 1 minute and freezing cold the next. Like the flu, but 1,000 times worse."
This was serious. Did people die from withdrawal? "We should go to a hospital," I said.
"No."
His voice wasn't as firm as he no doubt tried to make it sound.
"I can't show up at a hospital like this. The media will find out. It'll be all over the news."
"August, I'm not kidding. You need a doctor."
"No."
"Why are you so stubborn?" I asked, exasperated.
"People can't find out."
He ran one trembling hand over his face.
"I just need to get through this. Should only be a couple more days."
His forehead broke out in a sweat. I put my hand to his clammy skin. "You're burning up," I said, alarmed. "Let me go get something." The house was large, but the living room was connected to a dining room, which was adjacent to the kitchen. I fumbled around for a cloth and wet it with cold water in the sink. I took a fruit bowl from the counter, tipped out the apples and oranges, and filled it with ice from the freezer. I grabbed a few bottles of water from the fridge. Hands full, I looked around helplessly, not knowing what else to do. I returned to August's side. The trembling had intensified. "Why don't you rest?" I asked. I put my hand on his neck and urged him to lay down flat on the sofa. He let me maneuver him without protest. "I really think we need medical supervision," I insisted.
"I just want you."
With a heavy sigh, I placed the cold cloth on his forehead. Maybe this will help a bit. He groaned in pleasure, sinking down into the sofa cushions.
Thank you,
he said.
I wasn't sure. When I texted you, I thought you probably wouldn't show up.
Why would you think that? I asked gently. I tucked the blanket around him, covering every inch of him, from chin to feet.
I was an asshole. I said horrible stuff to you. I never should have done that. I hated myself for it the minute I said it. I was just so fucked up and upset and scared and...
I placed my finger on his lips, stopping him. We can talk about this later when you're feeling better. I went back to tucking in his blankets. Anyway, you were right, I said. I shouldn't have tried to lecture you about lying. It's not my place.
It is, he insisted. You're the one who calls me on my bullshit. I need that sometimes.
Only sometimes? I suppressed a smile. August let out a short laugh before groaning, clutching at himself. He curled onto his side. The cloth fell from his forehead. I picked it up and held it in place. He stayed in that position for long minutes, his breathing turning labored and pained. Every small shift of his body brought another grimace, another wave of sharp aches. I can't believe you went days like this with no help, I said.
It didn't start getting really bad until yesterday,
he mumbled.
I thought I could power through.
I know you're stubborn, but even you can't just will this away.
I know.
He cast his eyes down, averting his gaze.
I was 5 seconds away from just swallowing all those damn pills before you showed up.
I inhaled a deep breath. If I'd been just 5 minutes too late...
I know I have no right to ask this after the shit I said to you,
he said quietly.
But I can't do this alone.
He lifted his eyes to meet mine.
I need you.
I didn't hesitate for a moment. I'll stay here for as long as you want me to. Chapter 29. August? Came the one-syllable grunt. I made you some soup.
Not hungry.
You need to eat something.
Why? So I can throw it all up again?
With a sigh, I set the bowl on the nightstand and sat on the bed next to him, where he'd curled into a ball. At least the snark meant he was well enough to speak coherently. It was rough. August going through withdrawal had been rough on both of us. It was hardest on him, of course. I couldn't imagine the pain, the turmoil he was going through. But watching him go through it without being able to help was torture. After the shakes and the stabbing pain came the nausea. We had to keep a wastebasket close by for the times when he couldn't make it to the bathroom. When the nausea passed, the irritability started up. He turned cranky, yelling at me to go, throwing things at me. Luckily, the only things in reach were pillows. After the irritability came the pleading. That was the worst. He begged me for just one pill, just one small pill to help him get through it. Just enough to take away some of the symptoms, not enough to actually get high. I knew better than to say yes. When he realized I was going to stand firm, he gave up in defeat. He lay in bed, dull eyes staring into the distance, looking at nothing, saying nothing. Each breath was a struggle. Sometimes I think he wished he would stop breathing entirely. Your skin doesn't look as pale, I noted. You've stopped shaking. He ran a hand over his face, pressing his palms into his eyes.
Every time I start to think I'm feeling better, something even worse comes along.
It's been about a week and a half, I said. The worst of it should be over by now. He rolled from his side onto his back.
I'm not as nauseous as before, he admitted. And I don't ache everywhere.
That's good. I tried to keep my voice chipper and encouraging through this whole ordeal. August didn't need to deal with my anxiety and stress on top of what he was going through. He lifted himself into a seated position.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be a dick. I'll try the soup.
With my heart lighter, I handed him the bowl and a spoon and settled a portable laptop desk tray on his knees. It worked well enough as a table while he'd been stuck in bed. Damon said the guys are anxious to see you. August paused with the spoon halfway to his mouth, his shoulders tensed, looking uncomfortable. I told him to give you a few days, and you'll probably be up to seeing them. He nodded thankfully. When I first told him how frantic the guys were to find him, he'd looked pointedly at the broken glass in his foyer and simply raised an eyebrow as if to say, I know.
I don't want them seeing me like this, he'd said. They're used to me being a strong leader, being the responsible one who takes care of everything. I can't.
I get it, I had soothed him before he could get irritated again. But I need to at least tell them I'm with you and you're safe. Damon relayed that Cameron nearly threw a fit when he learned August didn't want to see them yet. They convinced Cameron to give August time to rest and heal before the entire circus that was Darkest Days and their closest friends descended on him. I didn't tell August that when I messaged Damon, the two of us conspired against him. Damon called a doctor, a discreet one who made house calls. When the woman showed up, August almost threw her out until I begged him to let her take a look at him. Luckily, she was no nonsense. She checked up on him daily until she finally pronounced him well enough to finish recovering on his own, as long as he had someone by his side. After finishing the soup, August set the empty bowl on the nightstand.
I'm feeling a lot better now.
The color returned to his cheeks as he sat up straighter.
Was that magic soup?
It was my great-great-grandmother's secret recipe passed on for generations.
Really?
He asked, intrigued. No, not really. It's from a can. August must have been feeling better because he laughed, eyes sparkling with good humor.
It must be your magic touch then,
he said.
I actually feel like a human being again.
Relief blossomed in my chest. We'd made it through the worst. August felt well enough to get out of bed without my help. I left him when he told me he thought he could get showered and dressed by himself. Now that I didn't have to give August my full attention, I took in the messy state of his bedroom and blanched. Cleaning had fallen by the wayside while we'd focused on getting him through. I pulled the sheets off the bed and threw them in the laundry hamper. With the hamper perched on my hip, I explored his house, trying to find a laundry machine. For all I knew, August might not have even owned one, preferring instead to send out all his clothes to a cleaning service. It wouldn't have surprised me. Rich people paid for all sorts of crazy things regular people would never dream of. I did find a laundry machine in the basement, a super high-tech one with a dozen different, complicated-looking options. It cleaned and dried all in one machine. No need to transfer wet clothes to the dryer after the cleaning round. How convenient. I threw the sheets in along with the detergent pod and pressed a few buttons, hoping for the best. Next, I took away all the dirty dishes. I'd been planning on washing them by hand until I saw a dishwasher. My family never had one growing up, and my apartment was way too cheap for such luxuries. The dishwasher had fewer options, so I felt more confident using it. I intended to sweep the kitchen floor until I looked into a broom closet and found a cute little circular robot, one of those automatic floor cleaners. I flipped the on switch and off it went, zipping around the house on its mission to hunt down dirt and dust bunnies. I searched the linen closet for a set of fresh sheets. I thought that, perhaps being a boy, August would have a single set and that was it. But no, he had several sets of bedclothes, pillows, and throw blankets, along with extra fluffy bath towels and face cloths. I hadn't had much time to explore, but from the amount of linen, I had to assume there were at least a handful of extra guest bedrooms and bathrooms. If this was how rich people lived, sign me up. The shower had stopped by the time I returned to August's master bedroom. It was a massive room with a king-sized bed, a sofa, and 2 matching armchairs in the corner, as well as having its own walkout balcony with a single wicker armchair and side table. I opened up all the windows and patio doors to let some fresh air in and went about making the bed. I had just finished fluffing up the last pillow, placing it against the headboard, when the door to the ensuite bathroom opened. August stepped out looking better than I'd seen him in days. If I hadn't been by his side this whole time, I wouldn't have known he'd been bedridden for almost 2 weeks. His towel-dried hair was still slightly damp, turning it a darker blonde than his usual platinum. Strands stuck to his cheeks and neck. A few spare droplets of water still clung to his bare chest. He wore a pair of low-slung dark denim jeans molded to his legs and nothing else, exposing that delicious V-shape between his hips. A light scattering of soft hair trailed from his navel and lower, until it was hidden by the jeans. My pulse spiked at the sight, cheeks flushing. August noticed and smirked. I chided myself. He'd just come through a terrible ordeal. The last thing he needed was me throwing myself at him. I had to give him time to properly recover. But from the heated look in August's gaze, I had no doubt his thoughts mirrored my own. His eyes left mine to glance around. They widened.
Did you clean up?
We let it get pretty bad, I said. I didn't want you to live in a pigsty. He gave me a soft smile.
Why are you so good to me?
He asked. Because you deserve it. He snorted, casting his eyes down.
No, I don't. I was awful to you. You gave so much of yourself to me, and I threw it back in your face.
It seemed now that he was better, it was time to have this talk. I sat on the edge of his bed gingerly. You did, I agreed calmly. You really hurt my feelings. His eyes were mournful, filled with regret.
I'm sorry. I never should have said the things I did.
You always know how I'm feeling, what I'm thinking. You use that against me on purpose, just to hurt me, just to push me away.
I was a fucking idiot.
And how's that any different from usual? When he realized I was joking, he gave me a small smile.
I don't want to push you away anymore.
I opened my arms. August crossed the room, coming to stand between my legs. I wrapped my arms around his waist. He wrapped his own around my shoulders, resting his cheek against the top of my head. August, I said hesitantly. I didn't want to say this, didn't want to admit it out loud, but it had been weighing on me. And not just for the last 2 weeks, but for years. I needed to finally tell someone what I was feeling. Although what you said hurt me, you were right. I lied to those guys. I tried so hard to pretend I felt something. They were always blindsided when I finally couldn't pretend anymore and called things off. They never had any idea how I'd truly felt. I lied to them. Every day, every minute we were together, I pretended to feel something I didn't. He ran a hand through my hair in soothing strokes, caressing the back of my neck and between my shoulder blades.
You can't feel guilty about that. You were trying. You didn't lead them on maliciously. That was never your intention. You just wanted to feel normal. You just wanted to have a normal relationship.
I laid my head on his torso, his skin warm beneath my cheek. You always know what's going on inside my head. I never had to learn to open up to you, because you already knew what I was feeling. I couldn't lie to you. I couldn't lie to myself. And I thought hard, making a connection that had never occurred to me before. I suppose that's why I hate being asked about my art. He tilted his head.
Hmm?
I always kept my true self hidden. I never let people know what I was really thinking, feeling. I expressed myself through my art. That was enough. I didn't want to give people any more of myself than I already had. I didn't want to let anyone in. But somehow you wormed your way inside me. And now I think I'm okay with it. It's okay if people want to know what's going on inside my head. I don't have to lie and hide and pretend anymore. He squeezed me tight. I peeked up at him. There's something I need to tell you, I said. I don't want you to just figure it out. I want to be the one to say it out loud. I steeled myself, gathering my courage. My fingers went cold with nerves. I took in a shaky breath. I love you. His gaze softened. He pulled me to my feet. With both of my hands in his, he pressed soft kisses to my knuckles, just like he did that night on the roof.
And I love you,
he whispered against my skin. My heart sang in my chest. I'd hoped, but I hadn't known for sure whether August returned my feelings. I just knew I had to tell him before he used his psychic powers and figured it out before I got the chance to tell him. August's lips twitched, a small rueful smile appearing at the corners.
And I promise I will never use my psychic powers against you, to hurt you ever again.
We shared a laugh. As I stared into his eyes, I felt the shift of his muscles under my fingertips. I brought my hands from around his waist and placed them on his chest. Digging my nails lightly into his skin, I trailed a line from his pecs, down his toned abs. I could see his cock jump in his jeans. Do you know what I'm thinking right now? I asked. The light blue of his eyes darkened.
You're wondering how much better I'm feeling.
I nodded silently.
Is there a reason why you're so concerned for my health?
His eyes glinted with a teasing heat. There's something I've been thinking about for a while, I told him. Can you guess what it is? Keeping his eyes trained on mine, he popped open the button on his jeans. My breath hitched as more of that irresistible V was revealed. Just the sight of it sent a flush through my body, making my insides tingle and clench. I reached for the zipper, taking the tab between thumb and forefinger. Before pulling it down, I met his eyes, examining him closely. His gaze was bright, heated, and narrowed. His chest rose and fell with shallow breaths. "You're sure you're feeling better?" I asked breathlessly. In response, he cupped the back of my head, urging me forward. Taking that as a yes, I slowly pulled down the zipper, fighting against his rapidly hardening length. Inch by inch, I uncovered him, stiff and thick. Carefully wrapping my hand around him, I gave an experimental stroke. He stifled a groan. The velvety smooth skin under my hand was a wonder. I brushed my thumb through the wetness already gathered at the tip, spreading it around. He sifted through my hair, gently, encouragingly. Leaning forward, I took a slow, long lick of the head. His fingers tightened their grip. I placed my lips on the tip, a light kiss. His stomach muscles tensed. Pursing my lips, I slowly pushed forward, taking him into my mouth, lips sliding down wetly. I took him as far as I comfortably could. He let out a long, low groan. I applied suction, sucking him down with hollowed cheeks. He lay on my tongue, hot and heavy, filling my mouth. I savored him as I licked and sucked. I drew back and bobbed forward with a steady rhythm, drawing a series of delicious sounds from his mouth. His hips shifted slightly back and forth. I took him farther down with each short thrust. With every withdrawal, I played with the head using my tongue, circling and licking. With every push forward, I pressed my lips together, sucking lightly at first, then with more pressure. His moans were enough to make my cheeks flush and my heart pound, enough to send heat pooling between my legs. The taste and texture of him on my tongue, the feeling of him filling my mouth, sent my head reeling, sent my body up in flames. His thighs began trembling and straining. Without taking my mouth off him, I maneuvered him onto the bed, lying on his back. I settled between his legs. He propped himself up on his arms to watch me. His pupils were blown wide open, his lips parting as he made soft sounds. He was still recovering. As much as I'd been craving this, I didn't want him to overdo it. But I hadn't been able to resist any longer. He'd stepped out of the ensuite, shirtless and in that tight denim, and I knew I needed to have him this way. I'd been taking care of him for days, watching him fight his own demons. This was one more way for me to take care of him, to show him how I felt without words. He hardened further in my mouth, cock twitching. He tugged desperately at my hair, groaning my name in warning. Instead of pulling away, I sucked him down even further. I relaxed my muscles, taking deep breaths through my nose. The tip touched the back of my throat. His thighs clenched and flexed, his hands fisted tightly in my hair. I held on, waiting until just the right moment, waited until he was right at the edge. I swallowed. He groaned out a curse as he spilled himself inside me. I took all of him in, letting him flow hot and wet over my tongue. I sucked lightly and licked gently, working him through it. His body finally went limp, cock losing some of its hardness. I let him leave my mouth with one last lick. He moaned and twitched. I licked my lips and tucked him back into his jeans.
"You're a goddess,"
he breathed. I chuckled. He grabbed at me and pulled me close. I clung to him, burying my face in his neck. His fingers slid along my body, pulling up my long shirt and teasing at the waistband of my leggings. I shook my head and squirmed away. "Nope," I said. "That was all for you." He let out a noise of disappointment. "I want you to rest and take it easy." I snuggled down into his chest, listening to his pounding heart slowly return to normal. He ran his hands all over my back, my sides, my butt and thighs, as if he couldn't get enough of me. I understood that feeling all too well. My phone pinged from across the room, ruining our moment of basking. "Probably Damon," I murmured. "They're really insistent on seeing you." I leaned up to meet his eyes. "Do you think you're up to it?" August lowered his gaze, looking hesitant, but nodded.
"I can't put it off forever,"
he mumbled. "You don't have anything to be embarrassed about," I told him, sensing the problem. "The guys care about you. They just want you to get better."
I lied to them. I betrayed their trust. I forced them to make a horrible choice by kicking me out of the band for my own good.
They feel awful about how it all went down. They want to apologize.
I'm the one who needs to apologize. I should have told them about...
He cut himself off, cringing. "Your shoulder, I guessed? The RSI?"
My shoulder is too fucked up to play without using drugs to numb the pain. But I don't want to be that person anymore. But I can't give up drumming.
He turned his head to the side, hair falling to cover his face.
I don't know what to do. I don't have many options left.
"I know you ruled it out, but..." I trailed off, not wanting to upset him.
"The surgery,"
he whispered. He went silent for long moments, taking in shuddering breaths.
I hate the idea. I hate the risk. But it might be my only chance to have a normal life again.
"Why don't you talk to the guys?" I suggested. "See what they say. You can decide as a team. You don't have to do this by yourself." He gathered my hands in his and held them to his chest.
"Will you stay while I talk to them?"
he asked. "I'll be here as long as you want me to." He bumped his nose against mine in that familiar, sweet gesture.
"What if I want forever? Will you promise me that?"
My heart swelled in my chest. "Yes," I said simply. I'll stay with you forever. Chapter 30. The room was silent, almost as silent as it had been in the hospital that day when I'd first confronted August in front of the guys. They hadn't been able to believe it back then. They couldn't believe it now.
5%?
Cameron asked, hushed. August nodded.
Yes, I'll most likely come out of the surgery with my shoulder improved. But there's a 5% chance it'll get worse. Bad enough I'll no longer be able to play drums.
Shit, Cameron cursed. Noah's face, normally unreadable, was so alarmed, even I was able to see through his usual impassive facade. The twins shared identical looks of dismay, green eyes wide and pained.
So what are you going to do?
Cameron asked.
I haven't decided.
August tried to speak calmly, but I could hear the tremor in his voice.
I wanted to talk it over with you guys.
When August finally felt well enough, he'd invited the band over to his place. Before they could make their well wishes and apologies, he'd gotten straight to the point, brief but concise. August had chronic RSI. His shoulder wouldn't get better on its own. His options were limited.
I hate to see you in pain,
Ian said softly.
But I know how much music means to you. I can't...
He broke off, shaking his head.
I can't imagine an August Summers who didn't make music. You could still compose,
Noah said quietly.
You could still produce. I could,
August agreed.
It's not the same, and you know it,
Ian said.
Being on stage is like nothing else. You can't expect August to give that up. I don't expect him to do anything,
Noah retorted.
We're talking options. A 5% chance is low, but it's still not zero.
Ian's brows drew down into a frown.
If it was me, I don't know if I would risk it. But without the surgery, August can only play while he's out of his mind on drugs,
Damon argued.
That's not an option either. Rick Allen.
Cameron suddenly spoke up. The others turned to him. Understanding dawned on their faces. Ian and Damon shared a hopeful glance, communicating without words. Noah gave Cameron a thoughtful nod. Who? I asked. I sat at August's side on the living room sofa. None of the guys had asked why I was there, for what should have been a private band meeting. August had ambushed them the minute they sat down, not wanting to drag it out.
Rick Allen, the drummer from Def Leppard,
Cameron explained.
He lost an arm in a car accident. Everyone thought his career was over. He learned to compensate by using a specialized drum kit with his feet.
August's lips twitched upward.
You expect me to drum with my feet?
He asked. Cameron made a face.
I'm not saying it's the best scenario, he said. But even if your shoulder does get worse, there are alternatives. You don't have to quit playing forever. You don't have to quit Darkest Days.
August did smile then.
Does that mean I'm no longer kicked out?
He asked.
I need to apologize about that.
Damon leaned forward in his armchair, resting his elbows on his knees.
I didn't handle it in the best way. I shouldn't have ambushed you. I should have listened, given you time to explain. I'm an impulsive idiot. I'm the one who should apologize,
August said.
I lied to you for so long. I should have trusted you enough to tell you the truth. So it's agreed,
Cameron said.
We're all a bunch of dickheads.
Everyone laughed, except Ian.
Can we address the elephant in the room?
Ian asked. Everyone turned to him, laughter dying.
August has a problem.
Ian leaned forward in his seat, staring August down.
And I'm not talking about your shoulder. I don't...
August began to say, then cut himself off. He looked away, avoiding everyone's eyes.
August, you have to say it out loud,
Ian said softly.
Trust me, I know how hard this is. You have to admit it. To us, and to yourself.
August let out a deep breath. His hands shook. I took one in mine. It was clammy. I squeezed. He squeezed back. When he met Ian's eyes, they were defeated.
I do have a problem, he admitted.
He swallowed hard.
I'm an addict.
Ian nodded in understanding.
And you know what you need to do, right? Therapy.
August said with a grimace.
Counseling. Whatever it takes. It's going to be hard,
Noah warned.
You can't just out-stubborn this.
August nodded, a determined expression on his face.
I know, but I want to get better. I don't want this to control my life anymore. No more lies. No more secrets. We're all here for you,
Cameron said.
Whether you need to talk, or whether you need someone to kick your ass, we're here.
August chuckled.
Thanks, Cam. I can always trust you for a good ass-kicking. There's one more apology that needs to be made.
Ian turned to me.
I'm sorry we acted like assholes toward you. We were upset and needed someone to take it out on. None of this was your fault.
He flicked his eyes between me and August, gaze softening.
You're good for him. He's lucky to have you.
My cheeks burned. You knew?
We all knew,
Damon said easily, leaning back in his chair.
We didn't say anything because we figured both you and August wanted to keep it quiet. None of us wanted to embarrass you. Well,
he snorted.
Cam did, but we outvoted him. Now that the secret's out, does that mean I can start teasing them?
Cameron looked eager, like a puppy wagging its tail. August raised an eyebrow.
You want to be the next one kicked out? Have we decided then?
Noah spoke up, his quiet voice cutting through the laughter.
Is August doing the surgery?
The room went heavy with silence.
We can't make this decision for you,
Ian said eventually.
But we'll be here to support you the whole way,
Damon continued. August took in a deep breath. He let it out slowly. He nodded.
I'll do it,
he said confidently.
I'll do the surgery. And after that?
He looked each of his friends in the eye and squeezed my hand tight.
We'll figure out what to do from there.
Chapter 31. Surprise! A chorus of cheers and claps greeted August and I as we stepped from his front foyer through the arched ceiling leading to his living room. The members of Darkest Days and Cherry Lips, along with some other friends and loved ones, had gathered at August to welcome him home.
You guys are aware it's not really a surprise if I know you're going to be here,
August asked wryly. His friends crowded around him.
Let us have our fun,
Cameron grinned.
We need an excuse to party. Since when do you need an excuse?
August laughed. Cameron thumped him heartily on the back.
It's great you're finally out of the hospital,
he said.
Noah almost murdered me about a dozen times without you around. You need to stop torturing the poor man. Never.
Cameron flashed us a cheeky grin.
Stop hogging our drummer.
Ian elbowed Cameron out of the way. He and Damon gave August one of those half-bro hugs on each side.
Cameron's right. We nearly fell apart without you. You sure you're okay?
Noah asked.
I'm better than I've been in a long time.
August's surgery had been a complete success. He'd healed and completed his inpatient therapy quicker than anyone had anticipated. We'd all been bracing ourselves for him to be there for a handful of months or longer. We shouldn't have been surprised. August never failed when he put his mind to something. That was just the physical, though. His full recovery was long from over. He still had bi-weekly meetings with his addictions therapist, along with group therapy once a week. Because of everything he went through, it wasn't going to be easy. But he was working on it, and we were all there for him. It would take time, and it would take strength, but we believed in him. Most of all, he believed in himself.
Seth is going to be disappointed,
Cameron said.
We don't need him on drums anymore. Seth is going to be just fine.
The drummer from Cherry Lips appeared behind us with a grin.
It was amazing getting to fill in for someone like August Summers. But there's no way I would leave Cherry Lips for the rest of you losers.
Seth smirked.
You mean Cerise would have had your balls if you tried to leave?
Cameron retorted. Seth winced.
Yeah, that too.
More of August's friends came to greet him and give their well wishes. I surveyed the room, looking for one person in particular. Ashford stood with a drink in his hand near the far end of the living room. He wasn't speaking with anyone, but he didn't seem to mind. He was eyeing the wild-haired and alternatively dressed crowd gathered around August with a skeptical look. I didn't know if you'd show up, I told him as I approached. He raised his glass in greeting.
I have to meet this young man of yours in person, don't I?
You've already met him.
You two weren't together then. And if I'd known he was going to hit on you on the job, I would have said no to the whole thing.
Ashford's lips threatened to twist into a frown. He took a sip of his drink.
But I've done my research. He seems like a fine young man. Professional. Accomplished. Even if he did come on to an impressionable young girl, barely out of school, who was also working under him.
You make it sound gross, I protested. He's a perfect gentleman. Ashford grumbled.
Let him introduce himself properly, and we'll see.
I caught August's eye and gestured him to come over. His gaze flicked to Ashford. My mentor's back stiffened. August nodded at me to show he'd gotten the message. With a promise to return, August left his crowd of well-wishers and made his way over to us. He immediately held out his hand to Ashford with an easy smile.
It's a pleasure to see you again, Professor Ashford,
August said in smooth tones.
Thank you for coming to this gathering.
They shook hands a moment too long. Ashford scrutinized August, who looked back calmly.
Glad to see you're in good health,
Ashford said.
I heard from Cassie you've had a rough go of it recently.
The official story was, August's shoulder had been hurt during his fall on stage, and he needed surgery to fix it. No mention of drugs or him being kicked out of the band.
Cassie's been a great help to me,
August said.
She's been by my side the whole way.
He gave me a loving, heart-stopping smile.
I couldn't have done it without her.
I fought to keep my composure and not fall into a swoon in front of Ashford. August still had that effect on me, even after several months.
Cassie's a remarkable young woman,
Ashford agreed.
I've known her for a long time. She deserves only the best in life.
August, it looks like Cerise wants to say hello. I interrupted before Ashford could say anything too embarrassing. You should go say hi. With a parting handshake, August said his goodbyes to Ashford. When it was only the two of us, I turned to my mentor. Ashford had become a sort of father figure to me, and his opinion meant a lot.
I approve,
he said. I let out a breath.
Now that I've checked him out, I'm less worried about you.
Ashford gave me a hug and a kiss on the cheek.
I'm going to take off. I'm the oldest person here by half a century,
he joked. With Ashford gone, and August still ensconced in conversation with his friends, I grabbed a drink. Scanning the room, I saw Hope standing in the corner, looking awkward and out of place. I headed over. Has Ian abandoned you? I asked her. She gave me a confused look. Sorry, she asked. You're standing here all by yourself. Her eyes widened. Oh, you must think I'm Hope. Now it was my turn to look confused. I'm Faith, she explained. Hope's twin sister. I looked her up and down. If I'd thought Ian and Damon were identical, they had nothing on these girls. Same long dark hair, same light brown eyes, matching facial structures. The only difference was Hope's hair was usually messy, and this girl's hair was sleek and shiny, falling down her back like a waterfall. You're Hope's twin, I asked, just to clarify. And Hope is dating Ian, who is also a twin. Don't remind me. She looked vaguely disgruntled. I prefer to think of Ian as an only child and forget about that brother of his. I understood why Damon would have a problem with Hope, but why would Hope's sister have a problem with Damon? Maybe she just didn't like the way he treated her sister. At least that problem was solved. Perhaps they'd all learn to get along now. I was just coming over here to say hi to Hope, I told her. She was really nice to me when she visited the guys on tour. Are you Cassie? She asked. My sister told me about you. She loves your photos. She has every picture of Ian you've ever taken saved on her phone. It really helped her, I think, getting to see what he was up to every day, when they couldn't be together in person. I'd never thought of my photos being used that way. I supposed it would be a good way to keep from missing loved ones. I'm glad my photos helped. She and Ian seem very close. They are. She sounded wistful as she glanced over my shoulder. I turned to see both Ian and Hope, with their arms around each other, talking with August. He's so good to her. I always worried my sister would end up with some... She shook her head, trailing off. Anyway, Ian's a great guy. I couldn't ask for a better future brother-in-law. I thought back to our drinking game, when Ian and Hope had whispered to each other, eyes shining with love. Maybe that future would come sooner than anyone thought.
Mind if I steal Cassie away for a moment?
August wrapped his arms around me from behind and squeezed. Faith waved her hand. Steal away, she said. With an arm around my waist, August led me through the living room, past the dining room, and into the kitchen. Are we running out of food and drink? I asked. Do we need to put out some more? He turned me around to face him and pressed me up against the fridge. He lowered his head, lips just barely grazing my mouth.
I've missed you, he murmured.
I visited you every day while you were doing therapy.
You know what I mean.
He shifted until his hips fit neatly against mine.
It's been a long time since we've been alone.
You have a house full of guests out there, I protested weakly.
So?
Was his only response. With his fingertips sneaking under my shirt and one knee parting my thighs, I had to admit it was a compelling argument. I gave in, tilting my face up to meet him for a kiss. His tongue swiped a line at the seam of my lips. I parted for him easily. He buried his fingers in my hair, tugging me closer. I melted against him. I'd missed the taste of him, the smell of him. We'd snuck chaste kisses in the hospital, but that was as far as we'd gotten. The kiss turned heated, wanton. I couldn't help the small rock of my hips against his knee. He urged me on with a hand against the small of my back. His own length was hardening against my stomach. We lost ourselves in each other, basking in the togetherness, the feeling of things finally being right. I moaned into his mouth, whimpering, as his one hand moved to cup my breast under my shirt. I dug my nails into his upper arms, holding on for balance. My brain fogged over with desire, barely aware of my surroundings. I was seconds away from ripping off my shirt and unzipping his jeans. The kitchen door flew open.
Don't know why you always have to be such a...
What? What exactly am I? Go on, say it. Damon and Faith stormed through the kitchen doors, yelling and fuming. The four of us froze, still as statues, as we stared at each other. I slowly lowered my leg from where I'd wrapped it around August's hip. He removed his hands from underneath my shirt. Faith's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Damon's look of agitation morphed into one of wicked delight.
Just couldn't wait until the party was over,
He teased. I groaned and thumped my head back against the fridge. You're going to make fun of me for the rest of time because of this, aren't you? I asked.
Hell yeah,
he smirked. Faith whirled away, stomping back out into the dining room. not saying anything.
Problem?
August asked. Damon shrugged.
Nah, I've got a handle on it.
And what exactly is it? I asked, wondering if I could get ammunition on him.
I have no idea.
Instead of his usual wicked grin, his face was lined with frustration. He flicked his eyes to the kitchen door where Faith had stomped out.
I'll let you know when I figure it out.
With a long-suffering expression, he left the kitchen, not even taking the time to continue teasing me. What was that about? I asked.
Damon might have finally met his match.
August tugged my shirt back into place and adjusted himself.
Better get back to the party before everyone realizes we snuck off together.
The rest of the afternoon and evening was spent chatting with friends and having a drink or two. I met some people from other bands, friendly acquaintances of August, but I couldn't remember any of their names. I just knew the dirty blonde with wavy hair flopping over his forehead was even louder than Cameron, which I'd thought impossible. Finally, the party wound down as August's liquor cabinet became depleted, and couples began discreetly disappearing in pairs.
Thank you for the welcome home party,
August told Cameron as he got ready to leave. The bassist had his arm around his girlfriend Lily's waist.
Any excuse to party.
The grin left Cameron's face, expression turning serious.
You really gonna be okay?
He asked, eyes questioning.
We don't want you to push yourself too hard. I'm really okay,
August reassured him. Cameron examined him closely before nodding. He gave me one last hug.
Take care of him,
he whispered in my ear. I promise, I whispered back. By the time everyone had left, the living room was a mess. Beer bottles, dirty glasses, and trays of half-finished finger foods littered the room.
Leave it,
August said when I started to gather up the trash.
I'll hire someone to come in and clean tomorrow.
If this is how rich people live, sign me up, I said, repeating my previous thoughts. I don't even own a dishwasher.
Would you like to?
I turned to August, confused at the hint of hesitation in his voice. What do you mean? I asked. He stepped over empty cans on the carpet and came to stand in front of me. I blinked up at him, taken aback by the uncertainty in his eyes.
Come with me,
he said. Leaving the living room a dirty mess, he led me upstairs to his bedroom, my hand cradled gently in his. On the way, I noticed something on the wall. A framed photograph. A black and white cityscape. That's my photo, I said. He stopped on the stairs, turning back with a quirk of his lips.
I told you I wanted to buy it.
I didn't think you actually meant it.
Of course I meant it,
he said.
I want to cover my walls with your photos.
When we entered his bedroom, August opened the door to his walk-in closet and gestured for me to go in. The thing was the size of my current bedroom. He wasn't using all of it. Half the hangers were empty.
Will you move in with me?
He asked. My heart stopped, breath taken away.
I never would have been able to get through any of this without you,
he said.
I've always been the one to take care of others. I've never had to rely on anyone. I never wanted to. But with you...
He took my hands in his, gripping them tight, not able to continue. I understood what he was trying to say. Yes, my heart pounded sweetly in my chest. I'd love to move in with you. A relieved smile graced his lips.
Good thing I already made room in my closet for all your stuff.
Are you telling me you didn't already know what I was going to say?
For once, I wasn't sure,
he admitted.
But I'd hoped.
I threw my arms around his neck, standing on my tiptoes to press my lips to his. We kept the kiss light for long moments, brushing our mouths together gently, breathing in each other. I could never get enough of his scent, that earthy, sweet aroma that was uniquely August. How do you always smell so good? I murmured, I just want to eat you up.
You already did that, remember?
His lips curved into a smile. He picked me up, hoisting me into the air. I wrapped my legs around his hips reflexively, squeezing my thighs to hold on tight. With my breasts squished against his firm chest, our kisses turned desperate, mouth mashing together in a hot, wet slide. With 3 long strides, he crossed the room, throwing me on the bed. I squealed, bouncing several times on the mattress. He hurried out of his shirt, tossed it to the floor, and crawled between my legs. The scar on his shoulder stood out in deep contrast to the smooth skin surrounding it. It was raised and red, painful looking. I ran my fingertips over it lightly. Does it hurt?
Not anymore. It healed well.
He settled his weight between my spread thighs.
You don't have to worry.
I'll always worry. Cupping his cheeks, I felt his strong jaw and cheekbones under my hands. I'm so relieved everything turned out for the best.
So am I. When I woke up from surgery with my shoulder on fire, when I couldn't even squeeze a stress ball during my first therapy session.
He took in a shuddering breath. I tugged him down, cradling his head to my chest, holding him in my arms.
Thank you for being by my side,
he said. His lips returned to mine, with soft pecks at first. The kiss didn't stay chaste for long. Soon we were moaning into each other's mouths, grinding against one another. With my legs around his waist, I tilted my hips up to meet his. He grabbed my wrists and pinned them to the mattress above my head. He took control of the kiss, turning it almost rough with passion. When we finally broke for air, the look in his eyes was wild, feral. He stared at me in a way I'd never seen before. His gaze roved all over my face, as if seeing me for the first time. I parted my lips with a sigh, wetting them, anticipating. His nostrils flared, his eyes scorching hot. Instead of capturing my mouth in another kiss, he ducked his head and bit my neck with a growl. I gasped at the sensation. It wasn't a light nip of his teeth. It was possessive and dominating, claiming me as his own. Pleasure pulsed through me from that single point before rushing straight between my thighs, turning me wet and wanton. I bared my throat, in invitation for more.
You like that?
He murmured into my skin. I nodded desperately. Using his lips and teeth and tongue, he assaulted my throat, leaving bite marks and sucking kisses along the delicate skin. My breathing turned labored and heavy at the onslaught. August had bitten me before, and I'd loved it, but it had never been this hard, this rough before. It was doing things to my insides. I was already throbbing, the heat in my core threatening to burn me up. He stopped only long enough to tear off my shirt and remove my bra, flinging them to the floor. He immediately returned to biting and sucking, only this time he attacked my breasts. He bit down lightly on one nipple, turning it into a stiff peak. I moaned, arching my back, pushing my breast further into his mouth, silently asking for more. As his mouth worked one, his thumb and forefinger pinched the other, duplicating the sensation from both sides as I panted and squirmed. With his mouth occupied, he scratched his nails lightly down my front, leaving a pink trail. He reached my leggings and didn't stop, tugging them down and continuing his path down my hips and legs. When I was naked except for my panties, his lips returned to my mouth. His fingers didn't stop their exploration, sneaking under my panties. He pinched my clit lightly. I let out a choked cry at the sharp sting. An exquisite pleasure pain tingled throughout my body until I was shaking, thighs clenching and fingers tightening into fists.
Little masochist,
he teased. Does that make you a sadist? I asked breathlessly.
I'd never hurt you.
He pinched my clit again.
But that doesn't mean I can't enjoy torturing you.
I moaned loud and long as he continued to do so, using one hand to play with my clit, the other sneaking between my folds, 2 fingers dipping inside me. I writhed on the bed, scratching at his back for purchase as he worked me into a frenzy, taking me to higher and higher heights. When I thought I couldn't take any more, he bit down on my lower lip. That was enough to send me over the edge. I cried out and trembled furiously, clamping down and fluttering around his fingers. I slowly sunk back down onto the mattress, trying to catch my breath. August reclined next to me on his side, running his hand up and down my belly.
I had no idea you liked that kind of thing,
he said softly. I didn't either. It hurt, but it was a good hurt. Like the pain made the pleasure that much better.
You can't experience true pleasure without knowing what true pain feels like.
He said the words softly, as if they held a greater meaning for him. I turned on my side until we were face to face. I read that book, you know, I told him. Your favorite, The Giver. He stilled.
What did you think of it?
He asked slowly. I didn't understand it at first. A utopian society where everyone lived in peace, no pain or fear or suffering. It didn't sound all that bad. But there was also no love or joy. To get rid of the bad, they had to also get rid of the good. And I began to understand why you might like it.
A life without pain isn't worth living,
he mused.
That's what I always told myself. If I hadn't experienced the loss I had, if I hadn't experienced suffering, I wouldn't be able to truly appreciate everything I do have.
I don't want to see you suffer anymore, I said. I don't want to see you in pain.
That part of my life is over,
he said.
Now I can enjoy pleasure, joy, love.
He gathered me in his arms.
If I had to go through all that shit just for a chance to meet you, for a chance to be with you, it was worth it.
I buried my head in his chest, contemplating his words. August had been through so much. He'd experienced more suffering than most people ever did. And he'd only come out stronger for it. You're amazing, I told him. His lips pressed against mine once again. His tongue swiped for entrance. I succumbed with a sigh. My orgasm at his fingers had only ignited the flames inside me. I still wanted him. I wanted everything he had to give me. August rolled over and pinned me beneath him. As we kissed, he kicked off his jeans and boxers and pulled my panties down my legs. When we were both naked, he leaned up to open a drawer in his bedside table, pulling out a foil packet. I placed my hand on his wrist, stopping him. I hesitated, blushing, and powered on. I want to feel you skin to skin. His eyes burned with heat.
Are you sure?
I'm on birth control, and I haven't been with anyone since we first.
Me neither,
he said quickly.
And they tested me for everything in the hospital before my surgery.
I took the foil square from his fingers and tossed it back in the drawer. I pulled him down into a kiss, spreading my legs to accept him into me. His stiff length bumped against my thigh, the weeping head leaving a sticky wetness on my skin. I took him in my hand and guided him to my entrance. I was so wet, the tip was instantly slick. I want you, I told him. Just like this. Our eyes locked. His pupils went wide and he groaned as he entered me. No barriers between us. He went slowly at first, with shallow motions. The pace drove me crazy. I rocked my hips, urging him to go faster and faster. The feeling of his flared head hitting that perfect spot inside me had sparks flying across my vision. I moaned with every thrust and gasped with every withdrawal. I dug my nails into his back and squeezed my eyes shut as pleasure began to overtake me. He growled low in his throat, and bit down on my neck one last time. I cried out and exploded, inner walls clamping down around his cock, and he followed me into bliss. We shook together, bodies quaking, clutching each other tight. Bright, clear, ice-blue eyes locked onto mine as the pleasure slowly abated. I lost myself in them with a sigh, knowing that whatever our future held, whether it was more pleasure or more pain, we would face it together. We would stay by each other's side. This concludes Hard Rock Deceit by Athena Wright, narrated by Stephanie Wiles. Copyright 2017 by Athena Wright. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Pure Passion Inc. Limited and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.